Emerson Lazio. We're going to do that thing you like here for the next hour or so. All of you. I hope you got your rosters and lineups filled out in the America's Team contest, guys. Don't be a coward. Fill it out. You'll win nothing and you'll lose nothing. That's the beautiful thing about the contests that I make. Sweet Tea, how was your weekend?
Well, Emerson, from a football standpoint, not great. Not great. Got knocked out of the playoffs. If you follow your boy on Twitter, you'll see why, amongst other things. But no, I mean, outside of that, you know, it was good. The Raiders getting shellacked by this team right here, the Indianapolis Colts, and the Jaguars. Me putting a lot of stock in the Jaguars.
Did you really?
One of my hot takes on the DK sweat, as you would call it, was that the duo of Glennon and Chark would outscore the duo of Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins.
You're an idiot. Don't put any faith in the Jaguars, dude.
The hot takes should have a maximum 1% chance of hitting. That is the definition of hot take is.
It really is. I love that segment that we do.
Kyler Murray is gonna do well. No, it's not like DeAndre Hopkins is gonna. No, you gotta come out hot and be wrong and be okay with that, Emerson. It's okay to be wrong because it happens a lot.
All right. So what do you do in this one? Do you have more faith in the Simland Jaguars? This is a battle for first place in the AFC South in this Madden holiday season. Man, this is huge. There's so much at stake. There's so much on the line. And you know how much joy I take in calling America's team.
You take a lot of joy in calling America's team. They're a lot better in Simland than they are in the real world. And Chris Thompson, man, you never see him on the field, right? That's probably going to be James Robinson next year on the old Madden Sim for next season, right? When 2021 NFL season comes through, all those updates will happen, right? Because we go based off Madden updates. But that's my one guy that I'm anchoring the team with is Chris Thompson. He's a pass catcher. He's the guy that's getting all the RB1s. Rarely do you see Dare Ogunbowale. But it's been him. It's been Chris Thompson. The Colts have a strong run defense. So maybe they implement a little DJ Chark a little bit more. But honestly, I'd rather go down. Look at what D.D. Westbrook is doing. He's 3 points behind, but he's going to be cheaper. I want to get guys like Nyheim Hines. I want to get these higher priced pass catching backs because I think it's going to be a lot of the running backs in this game as opposed to the pass catchers.
Brandon Westerby says, I woke up 6 minutes ago and I still got 3 teams in, LOL. And that's why we love you. And that's why we can always count on you, DK Sim fam. Speed. You can't coach speed. If you guys want to hear my lineup, I'm be more than happy to share it with you.
Please.
I went ahead and I went hardcore. I went hardcore on the Jaguars. I did. DJ Chark in the captain spot. Gardner Minshew in there. D.D. Westbrook. The Lamborghini is out of the garage. And some Colts action, Nyheim Hines and Zach Pascal. That right there, babes, is going to crush. So I have 98 entries in this contest that I made this morning at the coffee shop. My wife is trying to talk to me. We're talking to our friends at the coffee shop. Said, I got something important I got to do. I need everyone just to chill and leave me alone. And I went on and made this contest around 10 o'clock.
I don't believe you.
I'm dead serious.
I believe that you made the lineup in the coffee shop, but I don't believe what you said.
I definitely said that. You can text me. I need everyone. I said it politely. I said, everyone just leave me alone for a second. That's what happened. Anyway, I'm already in 9th place.
You're not in first?
Not yet. Just how they give the defense. Some people were brave enough to roster the Colts defense, which currently is pitching a shutout.
Yeah. Well, not bad. Phillip Rivers has the proclivity to throw the 3 interception game. We've seen that from him.
Wow. Colts put up 44 points against your Raiders yesterday?
Yeah, they did. How much did the Jaguars put up?
were you imitating me?
Yes, I was. Tennessee. How many yards did good old D. Henry put up on the old Jags yesterday? Huh?
Oh, dude, I love it. I'm like the troll now to the Jaguars account on Twitter. It's like, and I'm like, dude, guys, all good, man. Just stay the course. Stay the course, babes. That's all we need. And then we need the Jets to win one freaking game. The Jags need the Jets to win one freaking game, and the Jags lose out, and then they get the top pick.
Do they? Is that how it works?
Yeah, they have the tiebreaker with the Jags.
Like they have a tiebreaker for they don't have the tiebreaker, right?
No, they do.
They're worse. They're the worst team. Is that how? I don't have no idea how it works. I should know. Like, can you explain to me how it works if they both have
it's
one?
like the strength. So if they both have one win, it's the strength. It goes to the strength of schedule.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like they both played each other. Like if they were to play.
No. The Jaguars started off the season 1-0 by beating the Colts here, and then they've lost every game since, which is completely normal. Gardner Minshew, who got thrown into that game about midway through yesterday, going to the air and hooking up with D.D. Westbrook. West Side.
Wow. D.D. Westbrook.
How was talking to you, DK Sim fam, over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, and also on the YouTube? How was your weekend? What was the highlight of your weekend? Share it with us. Let's catch up a little bit. We haven't talked in a few days. I hope you are all well on this Monday. Chris Thompson, my bad.
So one of the only wins, because if you follow your DraftKings on-air personalities, you'll see that one Kenneth Ducey went on a little victory lap on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
And I said, well, when you take victory laps, it kind of leads me to believe you don't have a ton of victory laps.
Yes.
But because the one thing that I always do every week is do a projection on running backs that I like on the slate, a couple of studs, a couple of values, and I project their rushes, targets, catches for that game. And like it's a crapshoot because game script, you don't know. You're assuming, right, this is how it's going to go. But if I were to lose in my season-long leagues, if I were to lose, my Raiders were to lose their playoff bid, as Lamborghini comes out, I believe, here on 4th and 11.
Bring it out, baby. Zoom. No, that's the punter.
no, it's everyone who uses the leg in my book. Okay. I correctly projected 26 totes, 2 targets, 2 catches for the big D hen, so that was nice. That felt good.
Bro, he owns the Jaguars. Like,
it's the only thing I got right.
That is a wise choice on your part to go in that direction. He spanks them every time. He is the father. He looks at the Jacksonville Jaguars throughout his career and says, I am your father.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He is on a pace to beat out, in terms of efficiency, a ton of Hall of Fame running backs. He's unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
And remember when there was a coach by the name of Malarkey? If that didn't tip you off enough, that wanted to split time. Oh,
we got a fumble! Take it home, baby! Take it home! Oh my God! This is it! We have arrived! America's team has arrived! Less than 2.5 minutes into the contest. Jaguars defense in the free showdown. 4% owned, 0.3% in the captain spot. 0.3% of you are the smartest people on the planet.
Looks like it was out.
Elbow
could have been down. Elbow, wrist. Oh no, coming back.
That may be coming back.
0.3% of you guys not.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
No. What is going on? What?
Miles Jack, PFF's rated #1 linebacker this year.
Oh, by the way, in the December update, he has been handed some superstar traits as well.
Yeah.
Outmatched. So defenders with this ability are highly likely to win contested catches against running backs. Also a deflator. Defenders with this ability will cause increased fatigue penalties when tackling a ball carrier with a non-conservative tackle.
Oh.
That's right. You guys check out the DraftKings Madden streams information page because some of these players in the, Naeem Hines, dude. Putting him on skates, breaking ankles. There are some superstar traits and updates in the rosters all stay the same that we've been working with since we launched 2021. But check them out. Madden streams information page. The standings for the Madden holiday season, this tournament we are playing. This is the second game for both the Jaguars and the Colts. Winner will take over first place in the AFC South. That is a first down to Mr. Hines, delivered by Phillip Rivers. By the way, Hines, ReidTFowler, highest owned in the free showdown, 72%. Rivers at 53%. T.Y. Hilton got away with the fumble, 50%. Minshew 47. Chris Thompson 47. DJ Chark there in sixth place, 44%. Whoa!
Oh.
Trey Burton? What the hell is happening right now? Trey Burton, 38% owned. This ain't it, Chief. The hell's going on? So a couple highlights from people's weekends that they've dropped into the chat. I see a couple Cowboys fans in there. They're happy to pick up a win. I know it was against the Bengals, but you picked up a win, 30-7. First and goal here for the Colts. Rivers going to the air. Rivers, easy peasy, lemon freaking squeezy. That's my guy, Zach Pascal, on Daddy's roster, in Daddy's lineup.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Yeah, you best believe me. 2.1% in the captain spot, 25% owned.
No, don't believe you.
Stop it.
What did you do this weekend? I haven't seen you for ages.
What did I do this weekend? The weather here was garbage on Saturday. So we kind of just hung out with Winnie. We ran her around a little bit. Weather turned at noon, and then I didn't leave the apartment the rest of the day. So it was really chill. Super, super chill.
Did you wish... No, go ahead.
What's up? No, go ahead.
I was going to say, did you wish the Madden Oracle, Mr. Billy, for birthday? I don't know if you did. I left him a voicemail at 6:30 this morning. Did
you did it? 6:30? Are you serious?
Okay, 6:31 in the morning.
Okay, that's more like it.
Huh.
Yeah, so what I did was actually I hit him up like 2 days ago, and I texted him happy birthday, like in case I don't get around to it early on Monday. So I haven't talked to him yet today, but I wished him a happy birthday 2 days ago. And get this, guys. Get this. This is big. And I had to drive my wife to work this morning. We stopped at the coffee shop, like I said. We're hanging out with one of our friends there. Her name is Jocelyn. She's single. She's looking to mingle. Oh. And I'm going to attempt to set up Billy with her.
Oh, cool.
Yep. She is fantastic. Billy is fantastic. And I think they would make a fantastic couple together.
You want to know what's interesting about that?
What's that?
Well, we'll go finish with Billy. Are we going to say Billy has no idea?
Well, I got to tell Billy. Yeah, no, I got to, when I call him later for happy birthday, I say, hey, you want to go on a date with this friend of ours? And Megan approves of it. Because, you know, Megan's like, okay, Billy's handsome, Jocelyn is pretty. And they would link up. They have great personalities. So Billy loves to podcast and he loves wrestling, you know, and toy figures, those things he has in his office. I said, who wouldn't like this guy?
You're really selling Billy as a functioning adult.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he likes podcasts, he likes wrestling, and he likes little action figurines. And he's, you know, a good guy. He's got a beard down to his chest.
Yeah, that's true. It like connects with his chest hair. I actually think that's like crazy talent on his part.
It connects with. Oh yeah, you're right.
It does. It's really weird. It's like you could put him in one of those German beard contests that you always see on like the local news, like once a year, is ran as like a kicker to end the show. You know, like the water skiing squirrel.
Water skiing squirrel's great. He's great.
So good.
What I was gonna say was, whoa, what's happening here? Camera got stuck.
Whoa, guy got knocked over. Here we are. We're back, baby. We're back. Everything's good.
Not top, but do you ever get worried that if you're the ones setting up two friends that, and I don't want to project that it's going to be bad.
No.
But that you're not going to be the de facto in-between mediator, whether you like it or not?
I am a fantastic...
Or do you like that?
I'm a fantastic wingman, A, but B, I've had multiple times throughout my life, and you guys let me know if you've had success as well setting up friends. And I've had some that have been successful, and I've had some that haven't amounted to anything. And that's okay. That's like life, man. But I even saw, so this weekend too, we're walking Winnie. I see my buddy Louie, right? I haven't seen my friend Louie in months. He's just crossing through the neighborhood. He's on a date. This is his first date. You know what I do? I start talking him up. I say to his date, hey, her name is Beverly or something. I say, Beverly, Louie is such a good guy. He is young, he is handsome, he's Italian. He posts shirtless pics of himself. Let's go to the house. The beaches are open, baby. DJ Chark. DJ Chark. DJ Chark. 44% owned. Oh, you're captain.
DJ.
All I'm saying is, and if any of you guys need a wingman, I am your guy.
Wow.
I will carry you guys wherever you need to go. I got you, man. Wow. Okay, so as producer Drew is asking us in Slack, call Louie now and see how the date went. So I texted him in the afternoon. I said, what's up, man? He goes, he went on this text spree, dropped a text bomb on me and said, without you, I would not have landed a second date. Because I was pushing like these weird shirtless pics that he posted of himself when he's working out on his Instagram story. I said, lady, you got to check this guy out. Talk him up, build him up.
Wow.
So he has landed a second date. I helped him land a second date. That was the highlight of my weekend.
Louie. I hope what he did too after is that, oh yeah, I paid that guy. Like, come on, man. Like, I hope Louie followed up like that. Like, I hope Louie followed up with, oh yeah, of course there are.
Aren't there like services you got there? You can have like, you know, pay like a wingman, like someone to sit there, like a random stranger, you know, at a local restaurant or coffee shop or the bar, and they come over and be like, oh my God, aren't you that dude?
You're that dude, that bro, that, yeah.
Chris Boyd says, Emerson, back in the day, we would have killed it, not gonna lie. Oh, you know it, bud. All day, man.
Wow.
Under a minute to go here, and we've got ourselves a 10-7 game. You know, Jacksonville should be up 17-7, but they had the fumble return for a touchdown called back. They said T.Y. Hilton was down. T.Y. Hilton, who had 3 catches, 65 yards, 2 touchdowns just in the first half over the weekend against the Raiders. Stop it. It's not an attack. I'm just pointing out fun facts. Like, I do 5 minutes of research on these games. Let me drop some facts in there.
Whatever.
Whatever. Oh, man. Usual suspects here hanging with us on a Monday morning. Or if you're on the West Coast or Central Time, it's Monday morning. It's already lunchtime here on the East Coast, 3rd and 7. Phillip Rivers winding up, and that is pulled in. He is 5 of 6 right now, Phillip Rivers. That one going to Paris Campbell. I'm seeing your Crystals here. Robbie Noble, Broby 1, Chris Boyd, Ryan M., Eric Stern. What's up, guys? Did the Thunder don't get you? Irwin, DC, Derek Council, Fernando De Leon, One Man Army, Tyre Woods, Taylor Phillips. If I missed you, remind me. There's almost 700 of you watching. Try to get through all of you. 10-7 at the end of one quarter, 5 of 6, Phillip Rivers. 101 yards, 1 touchdown. 4 of 7, Gardner Minshew, 98 yards and 1 touchdown. Let's go to the rushing department. Hey, your boy Chris Thompson.
Not bad.
Not bad for one quarter, absolutely. 6 for 31, the only person who has listed in the rushing department for the Colts. Naeem Hines, 3 for 9. And there's Campbell, 2 for 34. And then everyone else with just 1 reception. But Chark with the 52-yard touchdown and Zach Pascal with the 6-yard touchdown reception. That's how we got here. And then Lamborghini has a field goal.
Pretty good for your lineup right now if you went Jags heavy.
Speaking of
the Lamb game. Okay. Tyler Eifert, he's doing well. 0 for 0.
Oh, my God.
0. Oh, no.
Someone needs to I've got to take a picture of this right now. Okay, because it's not going to last forever. Look at this. DK Lazia leading the LOTZIA America's Team versus Phillips 53 Kids contest. 45.42 points.
Shows you how much he's led in a contest before.
Yeah, right. No, it goes back
oh my God.
It goes back to your point on the victory lap thing. It's like, yeah, I can take this victory lap. I don't get to take them very often.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, I was yanking Kenny's chain, but I was saying, like, you don't do that. Like, don't do that. Don't be that guy. It's like, these are the calls that I made that were outlandish. Check, check, check. They're all right. I'm like, come on, man. You can appreciate what you do. Like, you can be proud of it. But I get it. Whoa.
Now the ball's on the turf, and that one is recovered. That one is recovered by the Colts. 3rd and 22 coming up. 3rd and manageable. So we have almost 700 people watching. We got 62 likes right now. Shout out to Criminal Bob. Says he smashed that like button for us. Reid, T, and Emerson. So if we'll ask you for the first time today, you guys feeling up to it, smash the like button. We really, really appreciate it. We love the fact that you guys are here. All we ask is that you guys tickle the like button for us in return. Love hanging out with you. Been here now for almost 8 months. Reid T and I kicked this baby off almost 8 months ago.
Mm-hmm. That was crazy. Back 8 months ago. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Remember what life was like 8 months ago, Emerson?
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect. We were all like, see you in 2 weeks. Take a little 2-week vacation for free, and then we'll all get back in the office.
Yeah, oh, dear.
Ghost407 said, would love us more on Twitch if we had a like button, ? Oh, my God, Ghost. Don't do that. I'm sensing some passive aggressiveness there. Let's be healthy today. Let's not be salty. If I could stuff you inside me, Ghost407, I certainly would. I love the fact that you are here. And Retees Did You Know, and Yogi, and A+. Alabama Jones, first time playing Fortnite. The stars and studs of twitch.tv/DraftKings. What else stood out to you this weekend, Reed, with some of the games? I always love doing the noon game on Monday because we kind of look back. We kind of recap a little bit, and you have a wealth of handsome knowledge in your head.
A little bit surprised on the Steelers. I thought they would have done a little bit better last night.
Oh, man.
I thought that
Josh
was a good
Allen
spot.
looks good, guy. Josh Allen looks really good right now.
Yeah, it looks really good. And they've knocked out, I think, right, the chance for the Patriots to win the AFC East first time in like 45 years.
It feels like that, yeah.
I mean, other than that, you take a look at some of these games, right? Derrick Henry was great, like we mentioned. The Colts look good. Again, it's a Raiders team that was hemorrhaging points on defense, firing their defensive coordinator. The Jets have been historically bad, like in terms of margin.
Yeah. That
they're getting beat by. I saw that on Twitter. That they're the second in like the last 50 years, second highest team in average margin of deficit. I think they got 20 something, but that was interesting. And look, I mean, how about Jalen Hurts? Boy, did he look decent.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
he did.
Yeah. So Jeff did a good job of predicting that, saying that Jalen Hurts was gonna play well. He's gonna look. There was no QB controversy after that game. That they were going to come out and beat the Saints straight up, and that's what they did. I mean, Taysom Hill. Yeah, you look at his numbers. That
was my takeaway, bro. Jalen Hurts great, but I was like, man, all right, I don't think Taysom Hill's the answer here, right?
No, at least not for a while, because and he's not Jalen Hurts, right? And I think to Jeff's point. Like Jalen Hurts has been a quarterback at these pro-ready programs in college, and you can see that his ability to discern coverage, to make the right call, to react quickly but not fast. There's a lot of things that he did very well against. And it wasn't against the Falcons defense; it was against the Saints defense. No. And that offensive line, you start to cover when you have a guy like Jalen Hurts. You cover up a lot of the blemishes on that offensive line, which is they can't block. They can't block because they're unhealthy. Yeah. They're not able to. So, yeah, I think that was the biggest takeaway, is that Jalen Hurts was something great. And then last but not least, the Falcons Twitter account.
What happened? What did they do?
I don't want to spoil it. Just go check on the Twitter Atlanta Falcons. It's pretty funny. So yeah, those are the takeaways. Right now. Yeah. Do it.
Do I got to go back to yesterday?
Probably.
Oh, my guys. Didi. Dirty Didi. Done dirt cheap. Dirty Didi, done dirt cheap. Ooh, let Russ cook. I like that. There's some good ones here. What happened in that game?
What,
I wanted it. No. The Falcons and Chargers. I see the Chargers win 20-17. That was tied at 17 for like the longest time, wasn't it? And I was kind of rooting for it to finish in a tie. Just felt like one of those games where it would be right.
Well, Anthony Lynn was up to his Anthony Lynn ways at the end of the first half again. Like, didn't have his field goal unit ready, and they ran a run play with no timeouts in the first half, and you see all of them kind of just running around with chickens without their heads on, and they didn't get the field goal off in time.
It has been a bad season for Anthony Lynn. Really bad season. And it sucks because I hear from former players and a lot of these analysts that we'll bring on with DraftKings, just what a good human being he is and what a good guy he is, and how every player there will have his back. He has every single one of their backs. It's just, I don't know if he's just taking a step back. Tough for him to have the load of being a head coach, but he has struggled frequently this season on the sideline for the Chargers.
Did you see this news from Jeff Passan, MLB
Ooh.
insider? Outfielder Hunter Renfroe And the Boston Red Sox are in agreement on a 1-year deal.
That's right. Not your Hunter Renfrow, not Captain Planet Renfrow, but the other Hunter Renfrow. Oh, man.
Oh.
Back to his boy on the west side. And that was on 4th and 2. And Didi's got 4 grabs for 82 yards right now. I'm not going to say the B word and how close he is to hitting the B, because that would just jinx him. But we've got a minute 36 and ticking. 1st and goal for the Jaguars, who have a 10-7 lead here. It feels like they have just owned this game. I'm shocked it is this close.
Oh, get to the edge, Chris. Come on, big guy. You're not going to get past Darius Leonard. Come on.
This Hunter Renfrow has spent some time with the Rays in the past, so not a shocker, as Chaim Bloom is probably familiar with him. But the name immediately jumps off the sheet. You're like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be part of the Raiders either. I'm going to go play baseball.
That's one thing, too. Watching a lot of Cardinals games, it always seems as Kyler Murray just doesn't want to be there. Like, I know he does, right? I'm not saying that he wants out of Arizona. I'm saying his facial expression is always, I don't really want to be here right now. I don't want to be doing this right now. Like, he yells looks disgruntled, or like, oh,
let's go. Right back to where he started. Dede Westbrook receiving the pigskin. Touchdown, Jaguars.
Look at that. I thought less passing, more running, but I stand corrected. Gardner Minshew. 2 tutties. Lambo with the extra point. That's what I was saying about Dede. A little bit cheaper, Emerson.
I like Andrew Conley in our Slack conversation. Our guy AC, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, guys. Says trade Wentz to Indy, reunite him with Frank Wright. Phillip Rivers, this was a 1-year deal he signed.
Yep.
So I don't know what he ends up deciding to do next.
Wentz is paid so much. He's owed so much money.
But I think that played a big part in them taking so long, because he hasn't been great, man. But them finally deciding, okay, yeah, it's tough seeing the money on the bench. It was a lot like St. Nick with the Jaguars for a while.
Yeah. I mean, when you talk about Philly and Howie Roseman, it's hard, right? Because this guy, Wentz, had an MVP season 2 years ago. So, of course, right, you're looking at this investment for a quarterback that has that upside. But as far as it rises, it can plummet, especially if you're dealing with the type of injuries that he's dealt with, right? Mentally, is he there? Back, knee, right? This guy had a style of game that was just, that lended itself to being, completely beat up at the position. And he's not he was never a solid pocket passer. All of his great plays, not all, I take that back. A lot of his great plays were on the run, right? He was rolling out of the pocket and he made these beautiful throws off balance on a dime because of how strong his arm is. Yeah. But a guy like Patrick Mahomes, that's what you have to compare it to, because he's the best. Look at his pocket presence. And when he does roll out the pocket, it's hand in hand. And that's what you're kind of seeing a little bit with Jalen Hurts, right? Is that he seems composed in the pocket, and it's way too early to check. Ooh, nice block. But he has right now, from that one game against the Saints, strong defense, he has what looks to be like some pretty good upside for Philly fans.
Brother Phil says, I've been watching everybody trashing Phillip Rivers for the last few years and telling anyone who listens that nobody is going to win with Anthony Lynn as their head coach.
I would argue, though, that quarterbacks and head coaches are a little bit more connected, though, as well, than we think, right? I mean, you're the coach on the field. You're the captain in the field.
Oh, that was sick. Nice little move. And the Jaguars are with 2 timeouts, so 1 more to go. Could easily enter Lambeau territory and add 3 more before the end of the first half here. And that was Chris Thompson with his 3rd catch. He now has 24 yards in this game. Well. Oh my God. That would have been housed. We would have had a little house party. Good to see you, Broby1. I see you in the chat. Thanks for being here today, everybody. It's Gardner Minshew looking to fire up a little bit of magic. Wow. Oh, they are going to add more. D.D. Westbrook now in the bonus. Receiving bonus. Receiving touchdown. Just so damn good. 6 catches, almost 120 yards. Oh. Bring out the gear.
See? Doesn't it work just as well?
It feels good. It feels good. Lambeau from way downtown. That's 4 points for your lineup.
What do you where are you at now? Come on, you got to line up. If you're in the top, you have to line up.
I'm
a
little annoyed. Let me see. I got to see if that field goal brings me up at all. I'm in 4th place currently. I know.
Slipping.
I know.
You're slipping.
Just a wee bit. But I took a picture of my lineup when I was in 1st place. That's important to me. And yeah, I'll post it on my Instagram later at _Emerson. That's _Emerson. 6 seconds to go in the first half. Over in the free showdown currently. Brendan Outlaw, 97 points. He's got DD in the captain spot. Smart move. Washington football team, picks up a win. You know who's been frustrating to me? Maybe many of you guys and gals in either season long or you were brave enough to roster him yesterday in DFS, Deebo Samuel.
Ugh. Yeah.
But like one play, literally the first play of the game, Deebo's like, I'm out, hamstrings hurt. But it sucks for that team because all of their best players, the 49ers, they literally cannot stay healthy. Even George Kittle before was like up and down. Now he's out. Deebo's like 1 game on, 2 game off, 1 game on. Jimmy G isn't there.
Yeah.
Anywho, we have. Go ahead.
I was gonna say no one cares about your fantasy football league or team, but who cares because I'm out. But I played against a guy who decided to roster both Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines. Ooh. So good for that. And then he also had Brandon Ayuk, which clearly was, once Deebo went down, Brandon Ayuk got everything, Emerson, thrown his way. And I traded that guy. I had Brandon Ayuk. I traded it to him. So it was full circle. Anyway, no one cares. Look at that, D.D. Westbrook. Man.
I care. Yeah, that's a first half line, 6 for 118. Guys, let me get 20 of you right now. 20 of the 700 of you watching to hammer the like button over on YouTube. All my Twitch people, what tag is it? What do you mean there? Tell Reid to put on some creeper bonus watch glasses. Did you have glasses that you wore at some point? What is that about?
Creeper bonus? Well, I have no idea.
I don't know what that means, Tag. Did you break out like props with glasses? Oh, he's making fun of Kenny. He's making fun of Kenny. Okay, I got it. I'm following. I got it.
Okay.
Richie, did you know, goes, just effing do it, Emerson. Don't question it. Okay, all right, easy.
I don't know. I don't get it. I still don't get it. What is?
Well, you know, you got to act like you get it. You got to act like you get it now.
Right.
You get it.
Is that it right there?
Let's go, baby. Second half coming up. America's team with a lead that I do not know. A deficit that I do not believe the Colts have the marbles to overcome.
I really want to know now what these
No, dude, you know.
But here's something I do know, Emerson.
What's up?
Did you know?
Talk to me. Yes, finally. Guys, listen up. Here we go. Here's that fun little sexy fact you've all been craving.
Did you know that Walt Disney World, not land, world, in your neck of the woods, would fit inside Canada 81,975 times?
That's Disney World.
Disney World, all the parks, Epcot, MGM,
okay,
everything.
that's Sometimes when people see Disney World, I immediately just go to Magic Kingdom.
Yeah, big.
Like, we're talking
Disney World
everything.
Everything. It would fit inside Canada, like essentially 82,000 times. I want to ask Jeff about this. Jeff, is Canada that big, really?
I don't think
Canada's
there's like 5 cities in Canada, and then the rest is like wilderness.
Yeah, AC on the ones and twos said Jeff would live inside It's a Small World. That'd be kind of creepy. I want to see Jeff inside It's a Small World.
I bet it's his favorite ride.
Oh, man. That's true. I've heard that too, producer Drew. 90% of Canada's population lives within 100 miles of the U.S. border.
Yep. Because there's not much going on in the northern part of their country, right?
Probably not. I mean, it's...
Or is that just to come down and get like cheap shopping clothes? Like, dude, in Buffalo, so Meg tells me stories like people from Toronto will cross the border, they'll come over to the malls, and then they'll buy all their clothes, and in order to avoid paying taxes going back across, right? They take off whatever clothes they have on, and she said there'll be piles of clothes in the parking lots there. And it's the clothes they entered the country with. And then they buy all the clothes in the mall, and then they'll just put them all on top on their bodies.
No,
yes, they
won't.
will. So they're wearing like 5 pairs of pants. They're wearing like 5 shirts, 6 hats, everything. Because if you're wearing it, you're not paying the taxes on it.
Right. Jeez.
Crazy.
There's also another fact that you need to know, Emerson, because I don't think you know this. Did you know that clams have feet?
No, I did not know that. That's adorable.
Yeah. Well, you might think what looks like clams having a big tongue that sometimes protrude from their shell to poke around the ocean floor. What you're actually seeing is a foot.
What? So it's just 1 foot?
Yeah, that's all they need. Like a section cut, probably.
My germs.
So next time you're at the coffee shop, say, "Hey guys, did you know?"
I'm gonna break that out tomorrow morning when I'm having a conversation with everybody. I said, let me tell you something here, guys. You guys know those cute little shelled creatures, clams? They have a foot. They have 1 foot. That's how they get around. Like that. That's a good one.
If we get to, Emerson, 100, I'll say 150 likes. Is that a good number by the end of the game?
150 is solid, rock solid. We're 40 away from it right now.
I'll give you one more.
Oh.
That's going to cost you. It'll cost you likes, all right?
Okay. I do these. Some of my favorite parts of doing Sims with you are these like fun facts. They're good conversation starters, and I know our DK Sim fam appreciates it too. What the hell are they doing running with a read option with Phillip Rivers. Okay, that was silly. But DK Sim fam, let's go. We can start off slow if you want. Another batch of 20 of you to hit the like button. Let's get to 150. Let's get one more Reid T fun fact. The one you whipped out last week about the blue whale and the heart.
Yeah.
You remember that? I whipped it out this weekend at the barber.
And yeah, how'd they like it?
He loves it. It's my guy, Bo. He's from Romania. And so, like, he loves really interesting facts.
As one would from Romania.
Yeah. And see, he's I call him my little potato chip.
Oh.
And so
that's your other go-to as well. You say, like killer J's on the ones and twos. Like, that's your other go-to.
Yeah, but I usually say brotato chip, but his name's Bo, and I say potato chip.
Yeah.
There's a big difference there.
And I think of when you say that, I think of the classic Lay's, like their face on a classic Lay's chip. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. When you say a brotato chip. That or a Pringle for some reason. I don't know why.
I love Pringles.
Yeah, the original, though, it always left me wanting more. Give me the sour cream and onion. I will layer 50 of those on. Oh, get out of here.
No. Now, listen, I love it. I'm not crapping on it here, kid. But the salt and vinegars, the salt and vinegar Pringle chips, my God, they have they coat those things in vinegar, and it's so good. The pizza flavored ones are bomb. And if you've seen the recent commercials lately, they're so brilliant because they're like, you can buy 2 of our canisters and like combine flavors, so you can get like a pizza one. That's what they do on their commercials. Like, this guy has like a pizza flavored one and then a cheese flavored one, so it becomes this cheese flavored pizza. You want the cheese? You get all the cheese here with my dude T.Y. Hilton, lucky number 13.
A little shot of DeForest's backside. Thank you, Madden. 11.8% captained. Emerson, 50.5% in the flex as Rodrigo Blankenship comes in. Oh, this is a game. This is a game.
Great. Yeah, Pringles, you open it up. If that canister lasts more than a day, you're doing it wrong.
I would house sour cream and onion Pringles. House Emerson.
Yeah, they're great, man.
Yeah, but salt and vinegar. I totally forgot about that one.
Yeah. Well, I think they have like a sweet barbecue one.
Yeah, but then you get into,
No, you're not getting it anywhere. You're getting into great flavors.
No, you gotta, okay, if you had a choice, right? You have all the flavors in front of you.
Here we go.
You're not pulling sweet barbecue over pizza and salt and vinegar.
Damn, dude.
You're just not doing it. You're
so
not
yeah, here we go.
That.
Barbecue, cheddar cheese, cheddar and sour cream, jalapeno. You and I are massive jalapeno chip guys.
Yeah.
Pizza, the original, sour cream and onion, ranch, salt and vinegar, screamin' dill pickle, Parmesan and roasted garlic, rotisserie chicken. There's a Baconator one. There's honey mustard, buffalo ranch, and Memphis barbecue.
Yeah. I didn't even know they had commercials still for Pringles. I don't think I've seen a Pringle commercial in years.
Yeah, man. It's real. And that's where I'm like, that's kind of brilliant what they're doing, saying, okay, look at this. You can combine flavors of chips and make a whole nother chip.
Oh,
and then you're thinking, great, and then you're buying 2 containers instead of 1.
Man. Ingenious. Kind of like sliced bread. Along the same lines.
I don't know what I'd do without sliced bread. I don't know what I'd do without guys like DJ Chark and Gardner Minshew, Naeem Hines, Dede Westbrook, Zach Pascal, and Josh Lambo. Currently tied for 3rd in the America's Team versus Phillips 53 Kids contest.
Honey mustard Pringles from Crackle Smack.
Chris Conley.
Go, you get it?
That complete. Could be coming back. Is that an illegal forward pass? Yeah. Okay, nailed it. Sometimes you start getting the ones that aren't called often. I'm like, I don't know where that is. But 3rd and 14. We lost it down. That sucks for Chris Conley owners, and he's going to go out to the flat, and that is less than ideal. That goes down as a rush, by the way, for Chris Thompson, because that was a backwards pass.
What was that?
I'm not quite sure. But, yeah, that producer sure that may have been -10 there, -10.
Uh-oh. The authorities are coming for that pass.
What is happening? A lot going on around these here parts. All right.
Oh,
here comes
yeah.
more.
I wonder what would happen if you had to evacuate.
Well, as long as the Wi-Fi works, I think my Wi-Fi, it's a little iffy on the stoop.
Oh, that is right outside your window.
It is. There they go.
Oh,
Hope everyone is all right.
See you later, guys.
ReidT's Did You Know dropping in some interesting facts as well.
Yeah.
As we have 20-14. Got a good game on our hands. Again, this one is going to decide first place in the AFC South in our Madden season tournament. Madden holiday season. Chris Thompson, 16 carries. It doesn't feel like they ran the ball that much, but I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention. 700 of you. If we can get 23 more likes, Reid T is promising a mind-numbing, a mind-boggling fact for us. Of course, D.D. Westbrook goes 6 for $118 in the first half, doesn't do diddly-do in the third quarter. But Paris Campbell's up to 5 catches. Eifert's up to 5 catches. Hines, Thompson with 3. Pascal and Hilton there with a couple each. This was an interesting fact that I was unaware of. Turtles can breathe through their anuses or through their butts. I didn't know that. Is that really true, or was I duped?
I mean, how would you test that, Emerson? That's always your question to me.
I'm not quite sure. I do have a buddy who owns a turtle rehab facility down in Juno Beach, Florida. Serious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Things you rarely hear. I got a buddy. I got a guy.
Yeah. Name's Jack Lighton. Great dude. Saves the life out of turtles' lives. Oh, let's go. Jaguars defense tossing him to the ground.
Jeez.
The voices of Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse got married in real life.
Do you think they talk like that to keep the romance going?
Oh, yeah. I bet they get weird.
No, I didn't. You took it there.
No, I know what you mean. Like
no, I didn't mean that. I just thought. Yeah.
No, when they're out and about. I'd be like at the Taco Bell drive-thru at 3 a.m. talking like Minnie Mouse.
Why not Mickey? Why do you got to go with Minnie?
Oh, Minnie too. I guess it all depends on who's driving there.
I like that fact.
That's a great one.
Okay, here we go. They just saw each other.
ReidT's Did You Know is dropping them left and right. I don't even know if I want 10 more likes for you to drop your own fun fact, because we're getting a lot here. Here's a good one. When playing with female puppies, male puppies will often let them win, even if they have a physical advantage. That is called flirting.
Wow. Chivalry is not dead. That's why you always trust dogs, Emerson.
100%. I definitely trust dogs' instincts.
Yeah.
You know? Especially like when Rufus was around, like he was a little sketchy or something. I said, okay, dude, you're a sketch ball. Said something's up with you. I don't know how it is with the little sausage man.
Yeah, well, no,
that guy.
He's
I miss
protective
him so much.
of the roommate of Bridget.
Yeah.
Which it can get bad. Like, he's not unruly at all, but he'll have more of a protective side with her. You just gotta. Whoa, they're back at it. The authorities.
There may be a building burning down. I have no idea. There are a lot of fire trucks. That's what they've been. They've been fire trucks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
8 away, Emerson, to 150. Let's go.
Come on. Come on, boys and girls. I don't ask much, but when I do, it means we've got a Reid T's fun facts delivered by Reid T himself, not even the incredible account on YouTube.
There's 2 facts that are really mind-blowing to me, but I'll share the one that I think you would appreciate. Go, Chris Thompson.
Come on, Christopher.
God. They're keeping the door open here, Emerson, for the Colts to come back.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of what the Chiefs were doing yesterday against Miami.
Oh.
I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was on Leaderboard Live in that 1 o'clock window with Jeff.
Let me start on that game.
We're watching Red Zone, and I'm like, wait a minute. Patrick Mahomes has 2 interceptions here in like the first quarter or first half, and he had only 2 entering the game. They were fumbling the football away. They were up a couple scores at one point, and then the Dolphins all of a sudden are winning like 6 points in the end.
Bad. Terrible. Did we get there? No, 146, Emerson. We didn't get there yet. Looks like we're not going to. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Tag is getting really weird on Twitch.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. That's a first down. Gardner Minshew to his boy, James O'Shaughnessy. That is one of Jeff Ulrich's favorite players.
Wow.
I know. You're telling me, buddy.
Why is it?
He likes saying his name with an Irish accent.
O'Shaughnessy?
O'Shaughnessy. Under 4 minutes to play, Gardner Minshew taking the sack.
Breaking news, Emerson.
The sack. Go ahead, hit me with it.
Jalen Hurts will start week 15. Repeat, Jalen Hurts will start week 15 at quarterback for the Eagles. That's it.
Did we think he was not going to start?
Well, Peterson said he wasn't ready to commit to a starting quarterback. Oh, DeForest. Ooh.
DeForest, by the way, with the December update, got the unstoppable force. That's his X factor. So pass rush wins to quicker block shedding. Got some superstar traits, inside stuff, El Toro, and under pressure. 3rd and 18.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're telling me. Oh, no, don't cut off field, Tyler Eifert, but could we have a face mask? Yes, we do. Keeping the drive alive.
Wow. Rock Ya-Sin. Great name, bad play.
And we're back to the drawing board.
Is that Oshag again?
Over the middle. No. DJ chart. That's 88 yards, I think it says, on 4 catches.
If that's the case, it's a pretty good line there. Emerson, we hit 150. We're at 156. 158 now. We hit it.
Let's go. I need to hear it. Talk to me.
Emerson, did you know?
Yes.
If you fold a piece of paper 42 times, I'll wait right there for this play.
Okay.
Think about that.
Well, thinking about it. 2nd and inches, terrible.
If you fold a piece of paper 42 times, it would be thick enough to reach the moon.
Wait,
and you asked, well, what? Yeah, you heard that correctly.
Go one more time.
If you fold a piece of paper 42 times, it would be thick enough to reach the moon.
That doesn't make any sense.
Just hold on. Let me explain. 3rd and 3. Yeah. A minute 57 left.
I'm going to let it cook a little more. First. Does he get the first down? He does.
Move the chains.
How is that possible? Does anyone believe that? I don't believe that.
Simple math, Emerson. If you fold a piece of paper in half, it doubles in thickness. You know that.
Oh.
And if you fold it in half again, it doubles in thickness again. With that type of exponential growth, it would take just 23 folds for a 0.1 millimeter piece of paper to be 1 kilometer thick. 30 folds for it to be thick enough to reach outer space. Unfortunately, the world record for number of folds on a piece of paper is 12.
Are we talking just a regular sheet of paper?
Regular sheet of paper.
All of my research papers on. Okay.
Yes. That's all it takes, man.
All right. Well, I'm going to attempt to fold paper later today. I'm 100% going to do that. And my goal is to beat 12.
Like, you have to, it's not like you're folding one piece of the paper. It has to be like you're folding it in half. You're folding it in half.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The other fact was kind of cool. Japan has a phone to call the dead. That was the other one.
Charlie says so we can go to the moon with a piece of paper. We landed on the moon.
Charlie,
3rd and goal. You know what to do, Gardner.
Oh.
'Tis the season.
Oh.
Take the corner. Sweep the leg, Johnny. Let's go.
How many people do you think drafted Gardner Minshew with their first pick in the first round?
Not
you didn't
because of the Bud Light. You know what? I still say that night I was working. I was distracted when it was my turn, but I ended up selecting him. That means
yeah. But who'd you pick in your first pick overall?
I don't know. I didn't make the pick. I didn't make the first couple picks because I wasn't paying attention. Gardner, no,
missed it. Doors open.
21 of 25. He's going to come up 5 yards short of the 300-yard bonus.
Whose fault is that?
It's his fault. It's Doug Marone's fault.
I was picked off there.
Darth Gator says, good thing UCF is the official school of NASA. Show them what's up, Emerson. Yeah. You guys are always asking.
Is it?
How
is it
am
the
I
official?
so intelligent? Why am I so smart? It's because I went to the school that is the official partner of NASA. Yeah, go ahead. Type it in. I see you over there working, coward. Go ahead. UCF is just going to destroy BYU in the Boca Bowl. Yeah, we'll even throw like special moon helmets on our uniforms, incorporate those into our game day swag like once a year.
UC Boulder, my alma mater, they have one of the top aerospace schools in the nation at Boulder. You know that?
Is that right?
Yeah.
I saw Colorado lose to Utah this weekend.
Yes, they did. In epic fashion. And by epic, I mean in typical fashion. What they do is they get ranked inside the top 25, and then they decide to lose to a team that has one win. That's the way of the UC. Oh, and shout out to Mackenzie Milton. He's getting a fresh start, your boy.
Yeah, I was not super stoked to see him at FSU.
Yeah,
I cannot stand FSU, but I am happy for him. I will root for him. I will not root for that team or that school.
Yeah, but come on. You got to get a little above board here for a guy like Mackenzie Milton. He gave you guys so much.
Wait a minute. I just slipped to second place.
Oh, yeah. No.
All right, so guys, we need some Hines or some Pascal action. That's not going to get it done.
Trey Burton. Sorry.
Hurry up to the line. I have one more opportunity here. And you guys know it. Yeah, you've already called it out, some of you. Man, we'll never hear the end of it if he wins his own contest. You're damn right. Come on. Snap
5,
it.
4,
This has
3.
to go to Hines or Pascal. What do we have?
T.Y.
Damn it. It's not funny.
Oh,
so my
close.
effing goodness gracious.
What do you win second? What happened?
Second
CRB?
place.
Nice.
CRB 5669. Are you here? Are you on YouTube or Twitch? Show yourself.
Thank you from the bottom of everyone's heart here. Appreciate this because, yeah, we wouldn't have heard the end of it.
Well, whatever. I'm just going to post the screen grab that producer Drew dropped in our Slack conversation that had me in first place.
No, then it's not real. You don't want that.
I'm going to take a picture.
No. Fraud. I'm going to put fraud.
I'm not a fraud. I'm not a fraud. Chill out.
If you say second place.
Second place is cool.
Oh, first loser.
First loser. Do you have a Krusty Kaufman player of the game? You got,
yeah.
I mean, hell, you could just look at my lineup. Yeah, for sure.
D. Westbrook, I thought, was fantastic. Right? What was his roster percentage? I don't think it was that high. No, not at all.
In my
35.
In my contest, it was 38%, 5.1%.
Yeah. In
the captain spot. And then, yeah, producers, you just dropped it in for the free showdown, 35%, 4.2% in the captain.
Yeah, he played extremely well. Gardner Minshew also played well. And, I mean, T.Y. Hilton. I think T.Y. Hilton, did he have 2 tutties?
No.
T.Y. Hilton played.
No. He had 1, 3 for 38 for 1. You're thinking, again, what he had yesterday against your Raiders.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
What about, I'm just looking at the stats. What about a Babysitter Billy? Not my kid player of the game. I was trying to see, like, who did really crappy. I mean, T.Y. had a touchdown. You can't do that.
Naeem Hines.
Yeah.
Naeem Hines wasn't, like, he did okay, but he was rostered at 73%.
Yeah, 73%. So that's a good way. That's a good direction to take it.
Yeah, you have to hit for that to be well worth the while. So I'll say him.
Okay. All right, man. Well, yeah. So it looks like our ops team just mashing it today, dude. They were so on top of it in this one. So much love to you guys and gals. CRB 5669. Then we'll take the early America's team versus Phillips 53 kids contest. And then it looks like over there in the free showdown, 2-way tie for first place, DHJ 5000 and Lucky You 87. Both winning $40 currently. So that's good stuff, man. I hope whatever you do the rest of the day, you do it to the best of your ability, my friend, and have fun. It was good hanging out with you.
Likewise.
Yeah. Producer Drew, Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Much love to you guys as well, and our ops team. DK Sim fam would not be here if it wasn't for you. Thank you for spending time with us every day. The schedule the rest of the way today looks like this. Glash and Christian for the next 2 games, our last 2, because Mondays. Chiefs at the Broncos, then Chargers at the Raiders. Jesse will have you for the sweat at 5:30. Kaufman and Jeff will have you for DK Leaderboard live for Monday Night Football between the Browns and the Ravens. Thank you again for being here today. I'll see everyone back here again tomorrow at, as my schedule, I can't see it. Who knows? Maybe noon tomorrow. I love you guys. I'll see y'all later. Toodaloo.
Well, hello, everybody. We are just minutes away from Broncos and Chiefs, 2 1-0 teams in our Madden holiday season. The winner here is going to be in great position to win the AFC West in this holiday season tournament. Brendan Glasheen, Christian DeAndrea, we are with you for the next 2 Madden Sims, the final 2 Madden Sims of the day. Christian, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a chilly, brisk day here in lovely Madison, Wisconsin, but I'm a little warmer just being here with you, Glash, and seeing that you've been able to match the headband energy once again. I don't know why I ever would have doubted you, but looking good in gray today, my friend.
Yeah, it's gray, kind of similar to you. It's getting pretty weird how we keep doing this, but
Is it weird? I don't know.
No, it's not. We've done way worse, way weirder things here on these Sims. There's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind about that. So last week, when Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs made their holiday season tournament debut, it did not go great the first 3 quarters. I got very upset with the Chiefs. I even took some of my anger out on the chat. I felt really bad about it. But the Chiefs, who do you like? Both tight ends did really well in their first Sims of this holiday season, Fant and Kelsey.
Yeah, both guys clearly very, very valuable additions there. I'm not carrying over any worries from that 17-7 win over the Chargers. That's a game that should have been a shootout, but instead it was just an anomaly. So let's get back into it and let's stack up those Chiefs players for this one. Yes, it is a best case scenario Broncos team. Von Miller's in there. The defensive secondary is pretty solid, but I still like Tyreek Hill in the captain spot, pay down a little bit, save that $1,500 so you can also get Hill. And for me, just because maybe I miss him so much in the real NFL, I got to have Courtland Sutton in my lineup. Guy is a monster in Madden, can do everything, can go over the middle, can run down the sideline, can moss guys on jump balls. I think he's going to have a pretty good day against an uneven Chiefs secondary, so I'm expecting big things from him. So those are my big 3 there. Couldn't find a way to shoehorn Travis Kelce into my lineup, but Jerry Jeudy, 10-plus points per game, relatively cheap, got him in there as well. So
all right.
I need a big explosion from wideouts today to win the Glash Invitational over in the DK SimFam and Friendly League.
Yes, there is a Glash Holidays contest available, which has now locked. The title is Mahomes Needs to Be Better Than Last Sim, which was kind of how I started our little pregame here. I went with Kelsey in the captain spot. Mahomes and Hill, worked them both in, the big 3. Fant, Hamler, and then Ricky Seals-Jones is my punt play.
I got Ricky RSJ in there myself. Give me 3 per game for dirt cheap in the flex. Now, granted, it's not like he's going to blow things up for you, but he's scored in 3 of his last 4 games, 4 of his last 5. So he's probably not going to give you the goose egg down at the bottom for a $2,400 salary in the flex. Maybe even gets in the end zone. Who knows? Could be a weird game. Divisional rivals playing this one in the thin air of Mile High Stadium. Very excited to see what we get here.
Want to say hello to Yogi Dead 444 on Twitch. Reid T's Did You Know? Tag is it. Prince of Darkness. The real Jesus H. Christ.
Oh.
Hello. We're getting real serious here on a Monday. Love it. Drew Stack on production and Derek and Frangelico. Let's go. Frangelico is updating scores. And Derek. Love Derek. Love Frangelico. They are here. Frangelico now says, hey guys, good to be here. LOL.
What a nice guy that Frangelico is. One day I'm going to make it out to the oasis of Boston, Massachusetts, go back to my home region and be able to hang out with you guys. Also raid the DK swag room because I got to get some of that. The DK swag was always a pleasant package to get as a journalist. They would send out like phone chargers with the DK logo on them and scarves and really nice like new era knit caps. So they'd be warm. They have fleece on the inside. DK has never scrimped on the swag and the media kits it sends out.
14,825 entries in the $500 free showdown. Drew Lock is going to hand the football off to Philip Lindsay to get us started. He is the RB2, third down back. Speaking of DraftKings swag, Christian, great segue. We have an announcement about an announcement coming at halftime. So stay tuned for a big announcement about an announcement at halftime. Here is Drew Lock back to throw on 2nd and 5. Tight window. First down. Denver. Jerry Jeudy. What a throw. You mentioned Courtland Sutton. You have exposure to Courtland Sutton. He did lose his superstar traits. Other than that, nothing's changed with these two teams in terms of superstar traits, X-Factor traits. That's another catch for the Denver Broncos. 9-yard gain for the Hamler.
Yeah, a disappointing season for the Broncos, but they are in the middle of, like, they got to figure out what they have with Drew Lock. And Drew Lock, granted, against a very poor defense, looks great as, oh no, this drive going to end in disaster, and very nearly the fumble 6 there, as fortunately Drew Lock on his horse making the stop. But that once promising drive ends in a turnover. Chiefs take over near their own 50. Could be disaster here for the Broncos.
Sean Brennan in the chat says, just dropped in to say go Browns, and drop a like. Nice. Browns Ravens tonight. First down for Mahomes. He'll fire on the run and complete it. Sammy Watkins with the nice juke to the Denver 37. We'll find out who fumbled the ball because I didn't catch that. Scores will be updated at the end of the quarter. So it was very quick. We'll find out who fumbled when we get to the stats at the end of the first.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who will be erasing their PPR point by putting that one on the turf, although it should be net positive for him. And poor Drew Lock, starting off on a heater, 3 for 3, completing passes downfield, and immediately that all gets washed away as Mahomes going for it. Got his guy. Woo!
At the 1, complete to Watkins.
Very nearly a Sammy touchdown. Instead, you know me, Glash, I love my fullback dives. This could be Anthony Sherman time from the 1. We could see the Chiefs come out in that big I formation and hand it off to the first guy in the backfield. Is it time to get the Sherman tank in working order? Let's see what Andy Reid dials up. Not this down, as the Chiefs come out in the shotgun. Looks like CEH.
Reaching out, touching you. Touchdown, Clyde Edwards. There you go. If you played CEH, give yourself a round of applause. 27.4% owned. Butker is on for the extra point. There you go. I am big. He says, let's go Watkins. Ray Melendez, we will check at the end of the quarter who fumbled the ball. Sean Brennan, as a Patriots fan, I would love to see the Browns beat the Ravens. That would help the Patriots. But I don't know. I think it's going to be a great game. Big test for I think Cleveland, the way they played against Tennessee last week, proved to me, all right, Cleveland's got their ish together. Like they are in a great spot with 9 wins, of course, already. They're fine. They're making the playoffs. Big spot for Baker Mayfield last week. Really impressed with the Browns and what Stefanski has done. But if they can beat the Ravens tonight, oh man, Cleveland, it's going to be a party next couple of weeks.
I mean, I am not super confident because we know what the wheel of hype is for Baker Mayfield, and now since we are getting excited by him, since he had such a great outing against the Titans, you gotta wonder if it's gonna come back around. You know, you never stay excited about Baker Mayfield. You get excited about Baker Mayfield for sure, but you don't stay that way. He finds a way to take all the goodwill. No matter what direction you're hyping him in, are you fading him? Are you hyping him? Are you putting him in your top 5 quarterbacks? Are you saying he's the worst starter in the league? No matter what you do, as soon as the public opinion starts rolling in on Baker Mayfield, he runs screaming in the opposite direction. You can never be sure what you're going to get from him. So I'm a little skeptical of him against this Ravens team that beat him so thoroughly in week 1. He needed like 39 passes to throw for 180 yards. I am not quite on board for the Browns winning tonight, although it means Cleveland, stranger things have happened.
Cortland Sutton just made the catch, and suddenly Denver at the KC 42. Here's a dump off to Lindsey between the hashes for a first down. Drew Lock is 5 for 5, 70 yards. Lindsey, the third down back, RB2. And Denver, despite the fumble on their opening drive on offense, giving the Chiefs the football, which set up the Clyde Edwards-Helaire touchdown. Denver marching right back here. Lock is sacked.
Oh, brutal. So this drive, once again, rolling along 5 for 5 for 70 yards for Drew Lock, but they're making things difficult. Although if he keeps slinging it the way he has been, should be able to pick up the first down here over the next 2 plays. We will see if maybe the Chiefs just decide to keep blitzing him and see if they can't rattle the second-year quarterback who is extremely rattleable.
Ended up with 127 entries in the Glash Holidays free roll in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Thanks for playing. Bragging rights on the line. Trips left on 2nd and 18. Lock in the pocket, fires Lindsey. Hops out of bounds, a gain of 8. 3rd and 9. Philip Lindsay active early.
Yeah, which is crazy because Philip Lindsay is not a guy who's going to be out there catching passes for you. This season, he has 11 targets. He only has 4 catches in 10 games this season. So he's already halfway to his season-long total in the real world here in 1 quarter in Simland. Make that 3/4 of the way as Lindsay gets the call once again. The screen pass does not pay off. 4th and 9 coming up. It looks like we're going to get a Brandon McManus thin air field goal here from about 46 yards out.
Brandon McManus, kick power 97, accuracy in the high 80s. Andrew says, how about my Buffalo Bills, baby?
Yeah, great.
Big win for the Bills last night.
I am so impressed with how well that offense is functioning right now. McManus puts that one through to make it 7-3. Obviously, things got off to a rough start against the Steelers. They take that early lead. There's some turnovers. But then, in the face of adversity, Josh Allen comes alive. And the way he comes alive, it's always very encouraging to see. Yes, Stephon Diggs was kind of a one-man show in that passing offense, but Allen is able to check down to find the other guys. The Bills have done a great job of building depth among their wideouts. And the way Gabriel Davis, the former 5th-round pick out of UCF, 4th-round pick out of UCF, has really come on lately. Touchdown catches in his last 3 games and 4 of his last 5. Man has been a big part of that rise with John Brown out, 8 targets last night. So if you are looking for a theoretically cheap fantasy player, maybe you need someone in your season-long fantasy playoffs to give you a little extra boost. You could do a lot worse than Gabriel Davis, who is definitely trending upward as this season wears on.
Sammy Watkins, the go-to receiver for Patrick Mahomes out of the gate. Another big pickup for Watkins to the 37-yard line. Bazooka X-Factor is lit. Max throwing distance increased by 15-plus yards. Mahomes to throw. That is Tyreek Hill zooming to the 49 of Denver. First down, KC.
All right, the Cheetah is on the board. He has been an absolute monster in these Sims, and let's see if maybe all that extra Sammy Watkins attention opens things up for him downfield. Like you mentioned, well, throwing 50 yards, no big thing for regular Patrick Mahomes, but with Bazooka enabled, he might be able to throw this one into the locker room. Instead, he just checks down to Sammy Watkins for what feels like his fourth reception of the day. So he's trending hard towards the bonus in this one.
Small Ben 7 rooting for Tyreek and Kelsey over on the YouTube chat. 633 of you watching. Smash that like button. We're nearing 200 likes. Too wide left for Mahomes. Quick throw. Kelsey. He's a big boy. First down to the Denver 25. Already 100 yards passing for Patrick Mahomes. Remember last week against the Chargers, everybody? When Patrick Mahomes was throwing picks and fumbling the football? As I knock on wood. Much better start on the road in Denver. Kelsey lines up as an O-lineman. Mahomes, first down. Is that Sammy again? My, Sammy!
Indeed. So Watkins up over 80 receiving yards in the first quarter alone, trending towards a 300-yard gain. I'm not certain he's going to get there, but great news if you invested in Watkins and Mahomes had that two-man stack going, because Mahomes up over 100 yards in only 8 minutes to play, 2 drives, and this has been just all passing offense from the Chiefs. I think, if I remember correctly, the only run Kansas City has called was the Edwards-Helaire touchdown run for 1 yard. So, you know what? 2 great quarterbacks in this one. No dropped passes, no incompletions. Locke 7 for 7 for 79. Mahomes even better, 7 for 7 for 114.
Very impressive start. There's no question. Edge 95, please never talk like that again, Glash. At least you said please. Mickey Meyer says, Kelsey on there, my captain. There you go. Naptown, yeah, Watkins has been good in the Sims. You never know with Kansas City. Someone said this earlier. It's a crapshoot with all the weapons they have.
Yeah, you kind of got to roll the dice and just hope for the best. As Edwards-Helaire with that perfect Jerome Bettis number, 1 run, 1 yard, 1 touchdown. You love to see it. And, oh, my God, Sammy Watkins, my goodness, 5 for 88 in 1 quarter. He's having that last week Tyreek Hill blow up, except not quite as end zone finding. If he can get in for 6, that would really cap off a very nice first half for the veteran, former number 4 overall pick.
Lineup Lizard DFS, the COVID hair, someone who grew locks of big hair during the shutdown.
Oh, yeah.
This guy.
Yeah. I was debating growing it out, and I was like, you know what? I can use that as an excuse for the rest of the winter and summer, however long this lasts. So pretty okay with that.
Great question from producer Drew. Who fumbled the ball? We need to figure out who fumbled for Denver. It was after a catch. We know Hitchens of Kansas City forced it. It must have been a receiver. Dustin Schmidt, hello. Good to see you.
Although it wasn't showing up in the receiving stats, so maybe it's in the running stats. Maybe it was a check down. Maybe it was.
We need to find out who fumbled. That impacts the score.
Oh, no fumbles? No fumbles on the. Okay, interesting.
Huh. For full transparency, we have the Madden stats here, as if you were pausing the game and looking at the stats. We're just trying to figure out who fumbled.
Yeah, because we obviously didn't get a chance to see it, and right now there may not be a stat for it at the moment, so we might have to go dig back into the broadcast, see if we can't pinpoint who it was that put the ball on the turf for the Broncos and led them to what will almost certainly be a big second quarter deficit.
That is a touchdown, Kansas City. Demarcus Robinson, way to get up and get it.
Wow, Robinson made some sense as a punt play. Well, not quite a punt play, but a bargain play, 4,400 in the flex, and capable of giving you some big performances, although it's been a while since he really blew up. Back in Sim, 73, 24 points. The Sim before that, 18.5. getting right around his season-long average of 7.8 points with that one touchdown catch there. So if you paid down to bring Demarcus Robinson into your lineup, you're pretty happy with how that one turned out.
Chauncey Wright says, work, Robinson, work. Yes, guys, we'll scroll back and figure out who fumbled the ball.
Yeah, we see you, Twitch chat. I know you're saying it's Sutton. We're not going to give him the negative points until we can confirm it. So we will make sure we can figure out who it is and make sure we get this right. Above all else, accuracy matters, not just to us, but to the world at large. So we're going to try real hard. Also, Zio, I don't know why you threw Finger 11 into the chat. Maybe you're just listening to Paralyzer or whether one thing. Paralyzer was an okay song. The rest of their catalog does nothing for me, Glash. Finger 11, trash band.
That's the only song I know by them.
Yeah.
Steven says, Glash's headband is kind of a Mayfield look, where Christian is rocking a young Mrs. Doubtfire look. Drew Lock, play action. Come on, Buck.
Oh, no. Oh, you knew as soon as he started spinning backwards and shuffling in the wrong direction, he was going to get nuked. And loses 14 yards on that one. So the Chiefs defense having a pretty good day so far. They got the fumble recovery. They have a pair of sacks, and they have yet to give up a touchdown. Let's see. The Broncos can respond. The passing game has been impeccable today. All right, so they get most of the yardage back there. Another 12-yard game like that, they're going to be in business.
Sutton, catch number 2, 32 yards. Robinson, by the way, the $500 free showdown, 26% owned. Also, if you missed it, we will have an announcement about an announcement at halftime. So be sure to tune in. Really excited to tell you. 3rd and 12. Lock. Complete. Shy of the first. It's the Hamler. Right? Yes. Right? No. That was not the Hamler, was it? I think that was Deshaun Hamilton.
Oh, we got the other ham in there. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, it was Deshaun Hamilton, 17. Crazy. So now, folks in the chat are telling us it was Hamilton, speaking of the devil, who fumbled the ball. Hamilton had the fumble. Deshaun Hamilton had the fumble earlier. So Derek and Frangelico will be hopping on the scoring for that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it was not Cortland Sutton. Yeah, we're looking at I can see the screenshot now. It was number 17, plain as day. So poor Cortland Sutton has been exonerated. He continues to be great. And you know what? Let's just give big thanks to the production crew for going back and making sure we got that one right.
Yeah, shout out. Producer Drew scrolled back, figured it out. 2nd and 8 for Mahomes. Bazooka X Factor remains lit. Chiefs from their own 6. Okay. We'll throw to the running back. Clyde Edwards-Helaire doing his thing in the passing game, his first catch. So Deshaun Hamilton is the wideout 4. Sutton's the 1, Judy's the 2, Hamler's the 3, Hamilton the 4. Tim Patrick, who has been really good in real life, is the wideout 5 on our Madden DraftKings depth charts.
Yeah, Patrick used to be a very reliable bargain pickup. I remember every time we'd see him be like, oh, they went to No, it's because Tim Patrick was kind of wide in these sims. He's a bulkier dude in the Maddenverse. So we would call his name a lot, but since he got demoted down to wide receiver 5, has not really had much of an impact, which is why he is so damn cheap. Let's see, where is he? Timmy Patrick? 1,400, and you're like, oh man, for a guy that's going to give you 7 fantasy points per game, that's a pretty good deal. No, since he is now the wideout 5, he has not scored a point since way back in sim number 57. So if you're wondering why you haven't seen Timmy P in this one, make sure before you go into these sims that you're checking out the Madden Streams info page hosted over at DK Nation. We will have those depth charts updated for you, X factors, everything you need to find your way into the money in these sims, always up to date, always proper, and hosted by the good people at SB Nation, and more specifically, David Fucillo and the crew over at DK Nation, who are always on top of things.
Wow. Way to shout him out. Justin Simmons on the tackle. 2nd and 7, Kansas City at the Denver 44. Brother Phil, that was me earlier saying if the Browns beat the Ravens, that would help the Patriots. It would. That is a catch for Tyreek Hill. First down. Bam. Mahomes is approaching 200 yards passing already. Guys, we're almost at 200 likes. If you love these Madden Sims, you're back on another Monday. We're living and breathing Sims. Holidays are coming up. You'll feel better about yourself. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe as well on YouTube. Also follow us on Twitch. Please. Here's Mahomes. Spin move. Throw on the back foot.
Oh, his first incompletion of the day. And it looked like one of those ones he would complete. And when you see Patrick Mahomes do that, either here in Simland or in real life, you kind of, once upon a time, you go like, oh my God, what's he doing? That's going to be picked. And now we all know better. You all know when he's spinning or throwing with his eyes closed or tossing left-handed, there's still like a 75% chance someone's going to come down with that ball. Speaking of coming down with that ball, Mahomes up near 200 yards with 3 minutes left in this one. And that was Tyreek Hill. So the Cheetah staying on the board. Not quite at his typical pace, but having a not bad first half as the Chiefs throwing the ball with impunity here.
Trips to the right, including Hill. Going to him. Gain of 7. So, guys, Castillo just hopped in. The fumble was Deshaun Hamilton. We found out it was Hamilton who fumbled. The wideout 4. He's got 2 catches in this sim. And he fumbled one of them, his first. Chiefs up by 11 at the Broncos 14. Tell us who you need in the chat. Mahomes remains red hot. He's looking. Clean pocket.
Oh, wow. Is it? He broke
for a touchdown.
Wow. So this one getting out of hand early on. About to be an 18-point lead here for the Chiefs. About what we expected, if we're being honest, as Mahomes up over 200 yards in the first half, a pair of passing touchdowns. Seems like unless the Chiefs drastically change up their game plan, and they might with a big lead, but unless things take a drastic turn here, Mahomes going to cruise into the bonus with 300-plus passing yards.
Well, there you go. The big 3 making an impact. Hill with a bunch of catches. Mahomes over 200 yards passing. I captained Kelsey in the DK Sim Fam Friends contest. He's got a touchdown. CEH has another. And Demarcus Robinson has the other touchdown for the Chiefs. Yeah, this is looking like a blowout. Sure does. So if you have Kelsey, smash the like. And tell us. We'll shout you out. I'm in 100th place now.
Oh, wow. Well, that is 12 spots ahead of me, my friend, as I got points pretty much everywhere, just not nearly enough of them. I made the mistake of throwing 2 different Broncos into my lineup. So Judy and Sutton not quite getting the job done. I did have Demarcus Robinson, so I got that going for me at least. But Hill in the captain spot, not really paying off. Mahomes, sure, doing great things, but everyone has Patty M. 85% in the flex, 17% captained. And then the guy I don't have, Travis Kelce, 73% owned, 27% captained, much more popular and absolutely crushing my lineup right now. And hopefully he's paying off for yours out there in the DK Sim Fam.
Dustin says, I have Kelsey captained, and I just slapped the like, Lash. Well, thank you, Dustin.
Hey. Hey.
Brother Phil. Look, Brother Phil. I know you're over on the Cape and you want to just separate yourself from this Patriots team this year. I'm just saying they've got a chance. They've got to win out. They've got a shot. And if Baltimore wins tonight, then it's pretty much over. But if Cleveland beats Baltimore, the Patriots still have a chance at the 7th seed.
Oh, Drew, you idiot. Like Okafor.
Meanwhile.
Yeah. Anyway, no. Did you know that with the Bills' win last night, Glash, we're going to have a non-Patriots AFC East champion for the first time since 2008?
Yeah. Who won it? No, wait. It was the Jets or the Dolphins?
It was the Dolphins. Yeah, 11 wins, but they had the head-to-head match in Castle. In possibly Bill Belichick's greatest work. A Matt Castle-led Patriots offense got to 11 wins that season and still missed the playoffs. I remember Week 17 sitting in a beer cellar in Indianapolis just cursing and muttering into the ether about how horrible it was the Patriots were not going to make the playoffs that season. And I realize now what a terrible, awful move that was. Because when you were a Patriots fan in the 2000s or the 2010s, you have no right to complain about anything.
You know who needs to show up? They're going to run the ball on 3rd and 23. Oh, my goodness. Melvin Gordon just said, yeah, we're going to run it on 3rd and 23 and take it to the crib. Touchdown, Denver.
Oh. Wow. You know what? The Broncos tried to wave the white flag, and Melvin Gordon ripped it down and wiped his face with it because that man just ate. He feasted on that weird 3rd and long run play, and Andy Reid furious because, yeah, at no point should 3rd and 23 be converted, but definitely shouldn't turn into a 70-plus yard touchdown run. Broncos not out of this one yet, but still time here for the Chiefs to mount a drive and get that 18-point lead back.
I was just about to slam Vic Fangio for deciding to run the football on 3rd and 23, and in the midst, Melvin Gordon goes 74 yards to the end zone. Wow.
So poor Melvin Gordon once looked like he was going to get paid, like he was going to be a featured back. And he's still having a decent season, Glash, but he's been kind of forgotten in Denver. You know, he's not having a bunch of big-time games, not scoring a lot, sharing time with Phillip Lindsay, obviously. But his 4.6 yards per carry in the real world are his second best over a full season. Not doing as much in the passing game as he used to, which has been the problem. Not really having that kind of fantasy impact. It will be interesting to see where the Broncos go next season, if they keep him around, if they keep him in that timeshare with Phillip Lindsay, if they maybe incorporate him more into that passing game so he can provide a little extra relief for Drew Lock. Should be very interesting to see. If Melvin was always kind of one of those borderline RB1 type guys, and he's kind of remained in limbo this season. So it'll be interesting to see if he can kind of shake that and fulfill his destiny, or if he'll remain kind of just a okay running back with limited upside for you in fantasy. As bang, Travis Kelce again, as Mahomes up over 232 in the first half, on pace, got a shot at 500 in this one if he keeps this up.
Braden says, need a Hamler touchdown. I took the big 3 and Edwards-Helaire, so Hamler would be big time. Braden, I'm with you. I've got you in there. Also, great point by producer Drew. Folks that are upset with the Gordon touchdown, if it's affecting you and you have the Chiefs DST, I get it. But that means the Chiefs offensively are going to remain aggressive now that it's a closer game. Melvin Gordon owned in the showdown 22.8%. Tyreek Hill, what a move.
I was about to trash him for not going out of bounds, but I forgot it was Tyreek Hill. So up over and into double fantasy point digits today, and not only picks up about 10 extra yards with that run, but also gets out of bounds, stops the clock. The Chiefs grinding towards another potential score here. 55 seconds, 2 timeouts remaining.
Look at this, folks. All these points here, 31 combined points in the first half. Smash the like if you like the offense. Here we go. Tyreek, left side of your screen. That is complete to guess who? The Freak. Watkins has already hit the bonus. Kelsey has scored a touchdown, and Tyreek Hill just keeps making catches here for Kansas City at the Denver 36. 50 seconds, one timeout. Tyreek Hill, I think I saw 87 yards receiving.
That seems maybe.
Well, I mean, Mahomes has thrown for 250, so it makes some sense. Kelsey with another catch, spun down at the 28.
Get on the line, run that next play, go no huddle.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Lots of offense on the KC side here in the first half. Tyreek on the right. So is Kelsey. Mahomes. Wide open Kelsey. Down at the 2.
That timeout. Take that timeout. Let's go. All right. We took it about 15, maybe 16 seconds left. So that suggests we're going to see the Chiefs run at least one play here. The pass rush has not really gotten anywhere near Mahomes today. So I feel like they feel pretty confident about his ability to stand in the pocket, throw the ball away if there's no one open, go quickly, maybe get 1 or 2 plays out of this before settling for a theoretical field goal. In fact, Mahomes might just be able to run to his right here and find the end zone. Didn't matter.
Touchdown, Tyreek Hill! Wow! CEH, Robinson, Kelsey, and Hill, all with touchdowns in the first half.
Wow. I mean, Patrick Mahomes having himself a full game in the first half here as 3 passing touchdowns, almost going to get the bonus just in the first half alone. What an absolute monster that guy has been. 291 in 2 quarters. He could put his name in the record books if the Chiefs keep their foot on the gas. We'll see. We got to hope for more Melvin Gordon 70-yard touchdown runs on 3rd and long, clearly, to convince the Chiefs that they need to keep throwing the ball. But I'm here for that.
What a first half for the Kansas City offense. Last week, they're playing the Chargers to kick off their season in the Madden holiday season here at DraftKings, and it did not go well. Mahomes was not great. Ended up with 285 passing in that game against the Chargers. In this one, he's already nearing the 300-yard bonus. We'll get the stats updated when we hit halftime. We also have an announcement about an announcement at the half. We'll see how aggressive Denver is, down by 18. 10 seconds. You like all this offense? Crush the like. Yes, I'm with you, Gucci. Where is Noah Fant? I put Fant in my lineup. He was awesome last sim. Melvin Gordon, nothing there. Timeout.
Going to take the timeout, though. They're going to keep churning Melvin Gordon out there, see if you can't do some more magic. I understand the impulse there. 5 seconds left, so maybe 2 more plays left here for the Broncos, but more than likely this will be the last play of the first half, which going by a little bit slowly because there have been so many damn touchdowns.
No kidding. Let's see if they let Drew Lock chuck it. Throw power, 88. Trips to the left from the 30. Lock up top. It's intercepted.
All right, the good day for the Chiefs defense continues. 2 turnovers in the first half. I mean, that one tough to really blame Drew Lock for that. Just going for it there, trying to make something out of nothing. But great news because 3 sacks, 1 fumble recovery, 1 interception. Yes, they have given up 10 points. Yes, there was that kind of nonsense Melvin Gordon 73-yard touchdown run. But other than that, everything going the Chiefs' way today. 294 yards of total offense in this one. And they've been, all but 3 of them have come from Patrick Mahomes. Oh, my God. 22 of 23, 291 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, and the perfect passer rating as a package gets delivered to my home. The dog not happy about that, but Melvin Gordon, although, he had that big run, so he is knocking on the door of a potential bonus. 3 carries, 90 yards, a robust 30 yards per carry and a touchdown. So if Melvin Gordon was your token Bronco today, you're having a good one.
All right, we'll go to the receiving stats, and then I'll show you all the big surprise, the announcement about the announcement. Tyreek Hill, 7 for 69. All right, I thought I saw an 8 there earlier.
Yeah.
Kelsey, 6 for 94. Watkins has hit the bonus. Wow, big day for KC, guys. Clyde Edwards-Helaire has a touchdown, and Demarcus Robinson has a touchdown. Okay, here we go. Can we get a drum roll? We are giving away one of these bad boys on the stream Wednesday. A DraftKings ugly sweater. This is what it looks like.
It's not even that ugly.
I actually think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's got some definite hockey jersey swag going to it, a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I just don't have you in high enough definition to see just how ugly it is. But you could do worse. Is it warm? That's what I want to know. Is it soft, warm, cozy? Because this is cozy weather right now.
So we're giving one of these suckers away Wednesday. For more details, you need to just keep watching the stream.
Yeah.
And we'll be giving one away on Wednesday. More details to come. I don't know how many exactly, but there will be a giveaway Wednesday night. One of these DraftKings ugly sweaters. So a couple of us just got ours in the mail this weekend. So we were told, put them on and tell the people that this is going to be a thing. So you'll find out how to win if you keep watching.
That FedEx package that just got left at my door is my very own DraftKings ugly sweater.
We were told to wear the sweaters whenever we want at this time, and the giveaway is happening on the stream Wednesday between 7 and 8 p.m. That's all I can tell you. You got to keep watching the stream to get more details. That's why I kind of said it's an announcement about an announcement. So keep that in mind, and 'tis the season to be merry. So we'll tell you, just keep following along on the stream, keep tuning in, making lineups, and we'll have more details. Luke Murphy says, I would never wear that. Well, Luke, you don't have to participate.
When you say that now, but what if there is an ugly sweater party in your future? Once the world resumes turning and we can have get-togethers without feeling horrible about them. You never know. You might need to go out there and find yourself a proper ugly. We might even do an ugly sweater stream here on DK Nation to make sure we get everyone in the spirit as we near even closer to Christmas and the end of Hanukkah and any other holiday you may be celebrating right now. Either way, have a very nice December. And thank you for joining us.
Kaufman's movie collection, Glash and Christian, good to see you guys. Christian, did you catch that Iowa-Wisconsin game where the receiver did a flip in the end zone on a touchdown and messed up his ankle?
Yeah, it was Wisconsin football right now is a bit of a problem, and I think I figured out what the source is. It's because Jonathan Taylor is no longer there. We got to see firsthand how damn good he can be in the pros. Yes, it came against the Raiders, but he finally looked like all caps Jonathan Taylor again. And we're actually going to be talking about him coming up at 5:30 Eastern time on The Sweat. Don't want to spoil things too much for you guys. Looking for rookie running back rankings. Well, we might just be bringing up Cam Akers and JTT. Anyway. Yeah,
3rd and 2 for Mahomes.
I am disappointed with Wisconsin football, but this year doesn't count. And for a minute there, we weren't going to get the battle for Paul Bunyan's axe. Instead, they are bringing back, they rescheduled Wisconsin-Minnesota. So the de facto bowl game for the Badgers right there. They got to keep the axe another year and make PJ Fleck. Give him something to really pop that forehead vein about.
Tim Lazard in the YouTube chat says, I want to win one to wear to my work party. It would help explain what I do all day. Yes. So stay locked in to the Dream Stream to find out how to win one of these. And that is a big pickup down the sideline to Marcus Robinson. Mahomes, bam, up over 300 yards passing. So I did title the DK Sim Fam Friends contest today after Patrick Mahomes because he was so disappointing last week. Mahomes needs to be better than last Sim. He has absolutely delivered on that front with 3 passing touchdowns, north of 300 yards passing. For perspective, the last Sim, meaning today, Emerson scored 110 points in the Sim Fam contest. He came in second place. The leading lineup had 105 at halftime. So we're getting points here.
Yeah, just absurd right now, the amount of scoring these Chiefs have done. Basically everyone but Ricky Seals-Jones and Anthony Sherman have come alive for this team in the passing game. So yeah, you gotta be pretty happy with this one if you got that Chiefs stack and maybe balance them out with Melvin Gordon. I mean, it's always tough to get as many of these guys into your roster and into your lineup as possible, but Tyreek Hill still feasting, Sammy Watkins feasting, Travis Kelce feasting, Demarcus Robinson having a nibble at the very least, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, well, he's got that touchdown, so it's not all bad.
It's a feasty day. You can feast if you're a beast in the Sim. Kansas City up by 18 points. In the $500 free showdown contest, we have a 7-way tie for first with Melvin Gordon in the captain spot, and then all Chiefs in the flex. That's Sammy Watkins, who was the go-to guy at the beginning of this Sim. He's at 111. Like, Sammy Watkins having a great day is like the 4th most important storyline of this one, it feels like. 4.5 to go, third quarter. Shout out to Derek and Frangelico. Updating the scores. The Shermanator is in. Would they give it to him from the 6?
6-yard fullback dive.
Nope.
Oh, is CH going to make it in? Oh, almost drives guys into the end zone. That is the one thing Edwards-Helaire is great at. He is not a large man. He's only like 5'6", but he still weighs in at about 205 because he is all lower body mass. Dude must squat Saquon Barkley type numbers and might get the call here out of the draw, or we could see another Mahomes passing touchdown. It's going to be the draw. It's going to be CEH Supermaning his way into the end zone as this game continues to be out of hand. I was going to say gets out of hand, but come on, man. 25 points. The Broncos are not going to win this one down 4 possessions with about 11 and a half minutes to play.
35-10, 5 extra points for Butker. What a day for the Chiefs offense. Still 340 left in the third quarter. B-Don, I would love to see Ricky Seals-Jones. I mean, even when you play the big 3, Mahomes, Kelce, Hill, no matter who you captain, I am still way behind in the contest. Jay Stever, by the way, first place in the DK Sim Fam Clash Holidays. Mahomes needs to be better than last Sim contest. Nice job so far. So yeah, we'll show you the sweater again at the end of the third. We are giving a sweater away Wednesday. And I don't know what else to tell you beyond that, but wanted to show you what it looked like. And like I said, stay tuned to the Dream Stream to find out more details. I'm sure over the next couple of days, you'll see Emerson, Koff, even Jesse Cofield. They'll be telling you about it as well. So, 'tis the season.
I mean, TV.
Yes, that same one. Correct. Tony Pagano, much appreciated. He says, I have to say it's a pleasure to have you guys calling the game here, best sim team. Well, thank you, Tony. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Here's a handoff to Jerry Jeudy. The jet sweep, gain of 4 yards. Shout out to the Drew Stack on production. Derek and Frangelico updating scores. Christian and I are together for the next sim. We will have more AFC West football. We've got the Chargers at the Raiders next in Vegas. Is that Noah Fant? Did Noah Fant finally decide to show up?
Fant sighting?
It was. There we go. Hi, Noah. Thank you.
1 for 11. Look at that. Big numbers.
Also, you will not be getting the sweater I am wearing. It'll be a fresh sweater. You will not get glass aroma on you, or Emerson, or anyone else. So it'll be a fresh sweater. Melvin Gordon nearing the bonus, 96 yards. As Rob Billen says, one worn sweater. Let's see. Robbie Dog on Twitch. Yogi Dead. Thanks, buddy. Can the Denver Broncos show that they have a pulse?
Yeah, that is the one downside for Gordon is that they may not be running the ball a lot down 25 late in the third quarter, but good news if you stacked up those targets, the Cortland Suttons, Jerry Judys, KJ Hamlers of the world, they may be able to provide you with some garbage points here that can get you rising up those leaderboards. Not me, however. I am currently 107th out of the 127 that joined the Glash Holidays free roll. Not my best day.
And guys, whether or not it is one sweater, if we're going to do more giveaways and such, one thing's for sure, as we'll watch Drew Lock here. Sit in the pocket. Don't take this out.
Oh, he actually got rid of it.
Oh, he got it. Nice pass to Jerry Jeudy. Guys, when we tell you to hit the like button, hit subscribe, these are all things that better these situations, meaning if you continue to show passion, the like button is a reflection of how much you enjoy The Sims, and it convinces other groups within the company to want to do giveaways. So that's why we tell you, hit the like, hit subscribe, because when you guys show how much you enjoy these things and you love coming in here and playing contests, that's why we ask so nicely and so we're so grateful when you guys come in here and watch and hit that like. It's a good reflection, so we can do more of these kinds of things. So thank you. That's the wind up in the pitch. Gordon has hit the bonus. There you go. And Reeties, did you know? Yes. You know, there's a lot of indicators, but when you guys play the contests, you show up in the chat, and you know, I know it's like, oh, neat, one sweater being given away, but yes, one could turn into several. So thank you. It's much appreciated, seriously. It's a great time of year to reflect on what you guys have meant to us for the last 9 months. Oh no, but a fumble! My God, the Chiefs have it.
Oh boy. This
Freaking club, I did not used to be a car salesman.
Wow.
That was Fance. Wasn't it Fance? It was Fance.
It was indeed. Wow, what an awful, awful day for the Broncos, but a great day for that Chiefs defense. Third turnover they've forced today, only giving up 10 points. And honestly, those 10 points, the one touchdown was a very fluky play. So these Chiefs looking very much like Super Bowl favorites.
Yes, and that's a great point you just brought up, because with the win, the Chiefs would improve to 2-0 in our Madden holiday season. Every team is playing its division opponents once. Chiefs beat the Chargers last week. That means they'd have the Raiders left. And here we are at the end of 3, 35-10. 800 of you watching on YouTube. Good to have you all here. About 100 on Twitch. Thanks for being here, guys.
God, Patrick Mahomes right now, and probably won't be throwing the ball a ton in the fourth quarter, but got a very real shot at 400 yards. 354, 3 touchdowns in this one. Only 1 incompletion in 29 passes. What more could you want from maybe that? What, 1 incompletion could be a complete pass when he was pirouetting out of a sack. At any rate, an absolute beatdown from the Chiefs here. The Broncos not playing terrible football between the 20s, but as soon as they get near the end zone, they have really fallen apart. A couple turnovers, and poor Drew Lock, passer rating not going to cover if he can't get a touchdown out of this one. Still plenty of time to get there. 8 minutes left, and there's going to be a Broncos team that's very intent on getting the ball in the air and stopping the clock and trying to make this a little bit more respectable on paper.
Kelsey, 6 yards from the bonus. Tyreek Hill, 9 yards from the bonus, 10 for 91. Watkins, 8 for 111. Kelsey, 6 for 94 and a touchdown. Jerry Jeudy has 3 for 61. He can get some garbage yards at some point down the stretch here. Terrence, no Jake Butt yet. We have not seen a Jake Butt sighting. Yes, guys, this is the sweater we're giving away Wednesday night between 7 and 8 p.m. on Wednesday night, right here on the Dream Stream. More details to come. And just keep watching. Keep watching. Keep making lineups. We're giving away this DraftKings ugly sweater on Wednesday night. Not this one. I mean, a newer one. It won't smell like me.
I mean, I think for some people that would have been the appeal. You know, you got collectors out there, not people you want to know or interact with, but I'm sure there's you can find anything on the internet. So I'm sure there's some kind of black market out there for Flash stream-worn clothing. I feel bad having said that. I feel worse about myself as a human being for speaking that into existence. As 3rd and inch is no problem.
Tyreek Hill!
100+ yards for Patrick Mahomes as Hill about to overcome Sammy Watkins as the captain guy in this one. That's 100+ for Hill, 2 receiving touchdowns for him. And wow, Vic Fangio just about to ask the refs if they can go running clock for the 4th quarter here, because this one is an embarrassment for the home team.
This is a steamroll effort by Kansas City. Tyreek Hill hits the bonus easily on that play. Man, Mahomes is going to be what, at 400 yards?
Over 420. According to our updated stat sheet, Tyreek Hill 11 catches now, 166, 2 touchdowns. I mean, just beastly numbers from both these guys. As the poor Broncos secondary just getting murdered.
And look who's in first place. Producer Drew. Producer Drew in the DK Sim Fam Friends contest, the Glash Holidays. Mahomes needs to be better. He has Hill in the captain. Mahomes, Watkins, Jeudy, Gordon, and Robinson in the flex. Wow. Nicely done.
Wow.
So you can have a winning lineup right now without Kelsey in it. That's phenomenal. It's been that kind of sim. Lots of offense.
Yeah, I was saying the Broncos were going to pass in the 4th quarter here, but now they might just keep it on the ground and try to grind out as much clock and get the hell away from this game. Run screaming in the opposite direction from the Chiefs and leave them as little time as possible to come back, because clearly Andy Reid furious today and taking out all his aggressions, all his frustrations out on Denver. He may have had a bad cheeseburger before this game. He said, you know what, Denver? You guys can go to hell. That was a terrible cheeseburger. I wanted it medium rare. You gave it to me well done. That's what dogs eat. And bang, I'm just going to turn loose my hounds and beat you guys by about 50.
There is a 7-way tie in the $500 free showdown. Drew Lock incomplete into a tight window there. Gordon in the captain spot in the $500 free showdown contest. Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, Watkins, and Chiefs DST in the flex. Adam says, I have Watkins captained with Hill, Mahomes, Kelsey, Chiefs D, and McManus. Was in 11th before the Gordon touchdown. Now winning my dime at 7:05. William, yeah, Fant fumbled. He caught a ball. He's caught 2 balls, but he fumbled on one. So, yes, he lost some points. Brother Phil, thank you, Christian, for informing us that there could be a demand for Glashworn's streamwear, assuring that my lunch does not stay where I put it.
No, I apologize for that. I don't know what happened there. I may have to go off into the woods and do some deep thinking about my status in life and where my brain is. That's the first thing. I'm not proud of it either, you guys.
6.5 to go, fourth quarter. 52 combined points, 42 belong to Kansas City. There's the Hamler. Drew Lock's hit 200 yards passing.
I love KJ Hamler in the real world. He's okay in these sims, but he has been very, very limited, not only by his own injuries, but how disappointing that Broncos pass offense has been. But he did have a very nice game against the Panthers. Only 3 targets, 2 catches, 86 yards, a pair of touchdowns, really showcasing what he can do. Came into the league, and he really had to answer questions about, he's a smaller guy, 5'9", 180. So he can be stuck in the slot. Is he going to do anything outside the numbers near the sideline? And I think he's been beginning to prove that he can be a very useful deep threat for an NFL team, even if that's not necessarily this version of the Broncos. Because, again, Drew Lock, oh, man, who knows what you're getting from that guy week in and week out.
He's Christian DeAndrea, Brendan Glasheen. We've got Derek and Frangelico updating scores. Drew Stack on production. We're looking at a situation here where Drew Lock could even hit the bonus when it's all said and done. Jerry Jeudy with another grab up to 76 yards. By the way, I'm not sure you're aware of this, Christian. Want to wish a very happy birthday to babysitter Billy Delaney.
Really?
His birthday today.
Wow.
So shout out to Billy. He's not here right now. I don't know where Billy is. I haven't talked to Billy in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But happy birthday, Billy.
I haven't broadcast with him in a long time. I haven't even seen him around. He's so busy doing other things. But I did notice that Rossi was shouting someone out as his partner in crime having a birthday over on Twitter. And now that makes sense that it was the Beard and the Beard. Those two guys theoretically interchangeable from a beard standpoint, so I guess it makes sense that it would be not only his best friend but also podcast co-host.
So if you guys want to make Billy feel great,
top song of 1990, and they left out a ton of good ones. Couldn't even be bothered to throw Wilson Phillips into the mix. So if you are like me and incredibly disturbed by this Wilson Phillips erasure, make sure you go on Twitter, find up the Pile Driver podcast, and let them know that you will not stand for this bull nonsense and that you will hold on for at least one more day in honor of Wilson Phillips.
3rd and 1, complete.
And
Jeudy short of the end zone.
Wow, that would have turned a good Jerry Jeudy day into a great one. Instead, we might see a Melvin Gordon run here. 1st and goal from inside the 1-yard line. Could be Gordon time. Could be Phillip Lindsay time. Let's see what the Broncos do here.
1st and goal, 1-yard line. There's no fullback out there. That's good news.
And it is Melgo up there, so this could be his second. Nope, they're going to pass it. Got him. Ding, ding, ding. Instead of a 25-point deficit, it's about to be instead of a 32-point deficit, rather, it's about to be a 25-point deficit. I'm sorry, I forgot how many damn points these Chiefs have rolled up there as Cortland gets the call. No.
Yeah, it was Sutton. You got it.
Yeah.
18% owned. Court is in session. Here's McManus to give the Broncos their 17th point of the day. That does not help the leading lineup in the free showdown because the leading lineup had the KC defense. So now there's just a 3-way tie for first place. The Chiefs D is still there. Maybe not. That's changing things now. The scores are being updated as I speak. Now we have a 39-way tie for first, and the Chiefs' defense is gone.
Oh, you hate to see it. They're having such a good day, but my guy Cortland turning a forgettable day into an okay one, up into 14.5 points in the flex from him. I'm very sad we don't get to see what he can do on the real field this year, especially since he's like my 4th-round pick in season-long fantasy. But happy he's still playing his greatest hits here in Simland.
Lisa Robinson having fun in the chat. Hello, Lisa. Good to see you. Oh, the Chiefs are going to be nice and run the ball. Still churning out lots of yards. Clyde Edwards-Helaire up to 32 yards rushing. He's got 2 touchdowns in the sim. I mean, you can't even... Clyde Edwards-Helaire in our free roll, the Glash Holidays DK Sim Fam Friends contest, producer Drew is still in first. And CEH with 2 touchdowns, nowhere to be found at the top. It's incredible. Here he is again.
Yeah, might change it and rip off a Melvin Gordon type run here as the Chiefs just try to burn some clock and allow Denver to retain some of its dignity.
Fellas, gals, we are 35 likes away from hitting 300 on this stream. So crush that like button if you're into the 42 points from KC. Lots of points. Hopefully, some of you guys, most of you guys and gals, rostered Chiefs in the $500 free classic for today. SG Stoner, what's up? Also, CEH 1300. Yeah, I'm with you. December birthdays, baby. Want to shout out CEH 1300. We did it last night on Leaderboard Live. I think it's worth doing again. CEH has been with us really since the get-go. Patrick Mahomes is he's gonna throw on third down. CEH 1300 finished in 17th place in the DraftKings Millie Maker contest yesterday.
Yeah.
So he raked in $6,000.
Not bad.
CEH coming in 17th place in the Millie Maker contest yesterday. Good stuff, dude. And his Colts won. His Colts beat the Raiders. So
the brakes off the Raiders as we're gonna have our first Chiefs punt of the day, and it goes into the end zone. Who cares? As Tommy Townsend there with the amazing flow, getting a little work in, gets to see the field. Chiefs emptying the bench, and that includes their punter. So you like to see that at least. Everyone gets to participate. Really throws a pick six, because of course.
John DeCano says, CEH, buy us all sweaters. It reminds me of the scene in Mr. Deeds at the end when Deeds buys all of Mandrake Falls red Corvettes. Deeds with his $1 million bought us all these sweet cars. CEH is now being asked to buy everyone sweaters with his winnings. Yeah, $6,000. Good stuff for a $20 entry contest. So that's great. It's great when we see someone from the Sim Fam that's engaging with us in the chat on a day-to-day basis, hourly basis, cashing in. So love that. Drew Lock, deep pass.
Did he get it? He did not. So
out of bounds. That was too deep. I think Christian froze. For the first time all day. We are actually together for the next sim. Christian's internet strikes at kind of the best time ever because there's only 90 seconds left and it's a blowout. So this is actually okay. Love you, mean it, Christian. If you can hear me. Drew Lock, take a chance, make it happen. That's caught for completion inbounds to Noah Fant. Just a casual 40-yard pickup Fant suddenly has 76 yards. One mine army, 2-1-1-2. Take that back. So Christian got locked out of our Zoom call. That's what happened. Rob Dog, I can confirm that is not the case. Clock stops with, oh, it's a booth review. We're both feet in. Jeremy says, I have Fant in Classic. Let's watch this again. I think that's a catch. Oh, his heel looks on the chalk. That view's not going to help. Yeah, I don't know. This one might be coming back. See if they give it to him. The suspense. Okay, the call stands. Lock, complete, slant route. Lock is now just 11 yards from the bonus. It's the Hamler, 5 for 50. The game might be lopsided. We know Kansas City is going to improve to 2-0 in the Madden holiday season, but the contest is always on the line, no matter what stage. Producer Drew holding on right now in the Sim Fam Friends contest. Off the back foot to the end zone. That is a touchdown for Jerry Jeudy.
All right, so while my laptop froze, it appears the Broncos decided to fight their way kind of sort of back into this one.
Holy cow. That's the bonus for Jeudy. Look at this throw by Drew Lock.
Wow, and suddenly my Sutton Jeudy stack doesn't look so bad. Although, I mean, it clearly was because they weren't playing for the Chiefs. But got me at least feeling a little bit better about my own prognostication skills.
It's going to change everything. Drew Lock, I think, has the bonus. Scores are being updated by Derek and Frangelico. They're on it, guys. So Jeudy has the bonus. Watkins has the bonus. Mahomes hit the bonus. Hill hit the bonus. Melvin Gordon hit the bonus. Kelsey. I don't know if Kelsey's got the bonus. There's a lot of bonuses in this one.
God, just a tremendous amount of points. And this one, what was that? That's 6. That is 9 touchdowns in this one. So even if you're like, oh, man, I got 4 guys who scored touchdowns on their own, that's not going to be enough to place in this one. You need, this is going to be a day where 200 points takes down the top spot. I'm sitting at 153 and not even in the top 15 of the Glash Holidays free roll.
Producer Drew is in first by 4 points.
Wow.
He's in a good spot. Right now in the $500 free showdown, 39-way tie for first place. Jeremy, thanks for pointing that out. Mahomes only has 2 incompletions.
And one was basically a throwaway, and the other was that third down play where he was getting crushed in the pocket. As it looks like Denver is accepting their fate here. They will not burn their final timeouts in an effort to get Drew Lock some more reps. I can appreciate that at the very least.
Bonuses are being handed out as if they're getting Jolly of the Month Club gift certificates. I'm reinstating the bonuses. Don't be cheap, mister. Wow. Well, we're going to have to read off the stats very carefully when this one's over. Patrick Mahomes is in the shotgun, up 18 points. With the X Factor lit. Talk about a troll job. All right, they're running it. All these yards are going to matter. CEH, 47 yards. That's the game. Wow.
A big-time performance from the Chiefs. You can't discount the garbage points there from the Broncos, making things interesting at the very least. knocking out what was previously a pretty solid performance from that Chiefs defense. They did get a ton of turnovers. I mean, 3 on the day, and for a minute there, it looked like they might escape with only 10 points. Instead, Drew Lock waking up, fighting his way into the bonus. Mitchell Trubisky himself, or Blake Bortlesing himself, through garbage time, padding those stats. So look at that. Lock, 321 and 2 touchdowns, and still wasn't even within 100 yards of Patrick Mahomes. Finishes his day with the perfect passer rating, 158.3. 4 tutties. He bundied himself, 429 yards.
So SG Stoner says, what is the highest scoring sim of all time? 66 points has to be up there. Now, we had a game. Jeff Ulrich and I did a Packers-Rams sim in the rain. The final score was like 45-41. It was insane. We've had games in the 80s and 90s. Melvin Gordon hit the bonus. I'm writing down everyone who hit the bonus. It's going to be hard to figure out who the player of the game is. You might have to go with Mahomes with the perfect passer rating.
Yeah, I think it's got to be. I mean, everyone else scored points, got touchdown. I mean, Tyreek Hill is a pretty solid comparison, but, I mean, Hill can't get it done without Mahomes launching passes.
Kelsey missed out, man.
Yeah. You know what? Hill, I think, ultimately had more fantasy points than Mahomes, but I'm still going to give it to Patrick Mahomes. Just unreal. Just a monster performance from him. Clearly going to be the crusty cough player of the game in this one. And as far as the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner, I don't even know, man. Everyone was pretty good. Even Clyde Edwards-Helaire had some touchdowns and didn't, I had packed on some yards late in that one. Noah Fant, he fumbled, sure, but still 5 for 75. No one was really bad in this one except, let's give it to Deshaun Hamilton, because why not? He fumbled. He only had 2 catches. Everyone else was great. No. Sorry. We got to give it to the Broncos D in this one. I thought in a best case scenario, they might be able to limit the Chiefs at the very least. Instead, they vomited all over the front of their shirts as if they had just drank some bad eggnog. So this one, the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award, goes to the Denver Broncos defense.
Very nice. TMWSITY. Tyreek Hill had 63.9 points in the captain spot. Producer Drew taking home first place in the free roll.
Wow.
Hill and the captain, Mahomes, Watkins, Judy, Gordon, and Robinson in the flex.
Nice. Very nice.
Nicely done. We only need 10 likes from 300, so crush that like before you go and take a break before the 4 p.m. sim. Want to shout out Frederick here in the chat. Says it's his highest finish since the Sims started. Nice job.
Oh, look at that. Cough came in and still placed 8th.
Oh, yeah, there is Cough. Adam Kaufman, 8th place. But not first.
Yeah. Still not bad as I'm happy with my 17th place finish, but a little bit less happy that I got laughed by Cough of all people.
Taking home first place in the free roll. I finished in 104th, and in the $500 free contest, the 39-way tie holds with Tyreek and the captain, Mahomes, Watkins, Judy, Gordon, and Robinson. Yes, another reminder, we'll be doing this the next couple days. We are giving away one of these sweaters Wednesday night between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern Time. DraftKings ugly holiday sweater. So stay tuned for more details. They are filtering in as I speak. So be sure to keep locked into the stream. This is what this sucker looks like. So wanted to tell you guys about that. We will also wrap up the free early classic and have a showdown. Raiders and Chargers is our next sim. Christian and I are back at 4 o'clock. Chiefs improved to 2-0. Denver is now 1-1 in the AFC West in this holiday season. And as for the 2 teams coming up, Vegas and LA are both 0-1. So someone is going to fall to 0-2, and another team will get to 1-1 on the year. So any parting thoughts, sir? We are back very soon.
Yeah, no, we're back in like 40 minutes, so we'll save him till then. I'm excited about a little Justin Herbert, though. Let's see if he can piece up this bad Raiders secondary. That's all I'm going to say until we do the pregame.
All right, good stuff. We'll be back in 40 minutes or so to give you a pregame for Chargers and Raiders. There is a contest in the DK Sim Fam Friends League if you want to get involved. We'll talk whatever you want to talk about. We'll get ready for Monday Night Football. We do have the sweat coming up later with Jesse and DraftKings contributors, including Christian. Christian's on the show tonight. And Kaufman and Jeff, a Crusty Moose for Leaderboard Live tonight following Ravens and Browns. So in the meantime, we're going to take a break. We'll be back for the 4 p.m. Sim. Thanks for tuning in. It was a blast. Good game today. We have another one coming. Okay, we're back. Chargers, Raiders coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Both teams are 0-1 in our DraftKings Madden holiday season, so it's a must-win scenario. One team goes to 0-2, the other will be tied at 1-1 with the Broncos. In the AFC West, Brendan Glasheen, Christian D'Andrea, who do you like? Tell me about your lineup.
Well, in this case, that Raiders secondary, we know it's butt in the real world and here in Simland. But the Chargers secondary, much less so because everyone's healthy. They have Casey Hayward. They have Derwin James. They have a bunch of guys who can actually contribute there. So I think it's going to be a lot tougher for the Raiders to move the ball, even though they have a leveled up Derek Carr, rather than the Chargers, who are going to be relying on a rookie who does not have great numbers here in Madden, but should be able to find a way to maybe not abuse the Raiders secondary, but at least find some openings downfield. I think a big part of that offense, though, is going to be Austin Eckler, who is the leading scorer in points per game in this sim, and at $15K in the captain spot. My guy at the top of my lineup. I got Eckler on top, but then also got Herbert in that stack, Keenan Allen, Hunter Henry, going heavy with the Chargers in this one. And then my token Raiders, of course, you got to have Darren Waller in there because he's awesome. But also going with the tight end too.
Ooh.
Paying down a little bit, saving a little bit. I feel like we're either going to get an Uncle Verge touchdown or a Witten touchdown. I'm going with Witten in this one. I've been wrong before, but it feels like the kind of game where something silly could happen and we could see a bargain guy find their way in the end zone.
Yes, my name is Jeff. We are ready for some football. A Monday afternoon party. Yeah. I put Tyrell Williams in the captain spot. He's out in real life with that shoulder. We did not see Tyrell this year, but he has always delivered in Simland. I've got Derek Carr in my lineup. Darren Waller now has superstar traits. The tight end apprentice, short out elite, part of the update. So I guess without really even realizing it, I went heavy Raiders, but I've got Eckler in there. I've got Hunter Henry and KJ Hill's my punt play.
Yeah, I see. Williams was a guy who's always #team always play before these updates, before the rosters churned over. He used to be a guy who would give you 100+ yards per game, but lately he's not been the same kind of juggernaut. He's still a very good play. He can still give you 30 points in a game. He's not doing it as often. In his last 4 sims, 11, 8, 11, about 6. So a little bit of a roll of the dice there, but definitely a guy who can really pay off your investment in a big way. Go out there, hit the bonus, get a couple touchdowns, and really just one play is all it takes when you have the speed like Tyrell Williams does.
G, what's going on? Congo Cab, good luck. I know you're a big Raiders fan. It looks like you lost a bet because your avatar is now a Colts logo. Jared, what's up? Decorating the tree, listening to the game. Love to see it. Here we go, guys. Chargers ball to start us off. Second sim in the holiday season for both of these teams. Both teams lost their first sim. Justin Herbert out there for the Chargers. 70 overall, hands it off to Eckler, and he loses a yard.
Yeah, not the start you want to see from that guy, immediately going the wrong direction, although the real world has been a little bit kinder to him. Has not been a touchdown-finding juggernaut lately. In fact, has not found the end zone since that Week 4 injury that cost about 8 weeks to play. But in his last 3 games, running the ball relatively well, but just doing work in the receiving game. 24 catches since returning from the IR. Just a PPR monster, exactly what you expected him to be early in the season when you drafted him. Still waiting on that first 100-yard game of the season, though, in either categories. Eckler definitely has potential to be a double bonus kind of guy here against the Raiders, but in real life hasn't hit either threshold in 2020.
Producer Drew won our Glash Holidays free roll in the 2 p.m. sim. Excellent, excellent sim. Kansas City dominated Denver, but the Broncos made it respectable at the end. Lots of fantasy points. That's all we care about. Ryan Shed says came in second in the contest earlier. What a game. Certainly was. Was fantastic. All the points.
Wow, yeah.
Keenan Allen makes the catch and breaks free to the Raiders 34.
Huge third down conversion. Third and long, picks up 41, and Allen very nearly broke that one all the way to the end zone. Very, very good to see him coming alive early, because he's been another one of those guys who's been a little bit trick or treaty, just like Tyrell Williams. 4.5 points in his last sim, but that was that weird game against the Chiefs where no one really played well. Before that, 9.3, 14.6, good, 34.9, monster. Then 3.7, 9.9. Keenan Allen not having the kind of sim year that you would expect from him, but might be back on his nonsense. Bang. Big connection downfield there, and it is Joe Hill.
Look who showed up. That is The Verge, my friend.
Oh.
The Verge. Virgil Green, the tight end 2, to put them inside the 5.
Now I feel foolish for going with Jason Witten over Uncle Verge. I'm sure if Koff were here, he would be lambasting me about that decision.
First and goal, a fullback handoff, and Verge is stopped.
Boo. I love it. I'm just booing that he got stopped anytime. Especially if it's a tight end filling in there. Not the Gabe Neighbors disrespect right now is palpable, because in the real world it would have been Gabe charging forward, but here it's Uncle Verge getting the carry out of the backfield instead. Oh, Eckler, too easy.
Austin Eckler, carry number 2 for him in the Sims, 72.7% owned in the $500 free showdown. Herbert, 60% owned. Allen, 48% owned. Eckler in the captain, 30%. Chargers score on the opening drive. Keenan Allen and Virgil Green making big catches on this first drive.
Uncle Verge, man. And just that, like I brought up before, this is not a very good Raiders secondary. It's porous. It's the limestone of secondaries. It looks good, but things filter through it, get by it, get into the end zone behind it. And we saw that on that opening drive. This is also a team that, no matter what it seems to do to address those problems, drafting Damon Arnett, throwing money at LaMarcus Joyner, picking up Jonathan Abram in the first round of the draft, Trayvon Mullen, these guys never really seem to hit on a true developing talent, a young guy who can really carry that secondary and set the tone. It's been one of the biggest weaknesses in the Gruden era, that inability to create havoc in the defensive backfield and stop opposing passing attacks.
Eileen Fleming says hello and go Raiders. What's up? Johnny Carrier, hello. Ryan M., when you drop 200 spots in 3 plays, LMAO. Derek Carr, 1 for 1. That's Hunter Renfrow, the slot receiver, gaining a quick 4 yards. Renfrow, the wideout 5, but the listed slot receiver for the Raiders. And no, as producer Drew points out, not the new Red Sox outfielder. There are 2 Hunter Renfrows in this world. Where is this guy going? Jalen Richard. 3rd and 6. Jason, who scored Austin Eckler? What's up, Jason?
3rd and intermediate coming here. Could be a nice check down play. You have Darren Waller. Just let him loose up the seam. You can see him there on the line. Let's see if they just go right over the middle to him. Instead, it's a check down even further to the running back out of the backfield. It is Jalen Richard. Gets the PPR point, but does not pick up anything more than a few yards on that one. Punt team coming out for Gruden, as the Chargers will get a chance to extend their lead here in the first quarter.
Sarah Privatera has chimed in. Austin Eckler, a preview of what's to come this weekend. So we have a 12-team fantasy family football league that I do with my cousins on my dad's side. Sarah is involved, and Sarah and I have met in the championship. We are facing each other this weekend in the championship. She was sweating out her lineup last night, facing my cousin Caitlin. Sarah had Big Ben. My cousin Caitlin had the Pittsburgh D and Juju Smith-Schuster. Sarah held on for a 4-point win. So we're meeting in the finals starting Thursday.
Nice, yeah. Juju had a very nice game, but that Pittsburgh D did not, which is uncharacteristic of them. They've been so good from a fantasy standpoint lately, but now Steelers kind of hitting that skid, and like we brought up in the last sim, the Bills did a really nice job of kind of diversifying their offense. Yes, Diggs is always going to be the bell cow there, but being able to throw Cole Beasley, Isaiah McKenzie, Gabriel Davis into the lineup is just so valuable and versatile for them. As Eckler gets the first down, he does indeed. So the Chargers out of the danger zone here, getting the first down. Probably not going to take a safety, although rookie quarterback, low awareness rating. Herbert could back his way into a terrible situation here if the Raiders blitzed. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I will lose my damn mind if he goes backward that hard. Oof. The Keenan Allen jet sweep does not pay off. Max with 2 X's. Crosby, best pass rusher on this Raiders defense, pulls him down for a loss of 3. So everything I just said about Herbert likely being out of the safety range might not apply now. He's going to have to throw it here on 2nd and long. Almost certainly will throw it here on 2nd and long. And if he drops back too far, the Raiders could get him for 2.
Got to get to the 24-yard line for a first. Herbert looking, spinning. He will tuck it and run, sliding short of the first. But a good effort. Okay, by the way, shout out to producer Drew and Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Drew Stack producing this one. Frangelico! And Derek updating the scores. Frangelico shared with me before we went live as the Verge takes another handoff. Oh my goodness, 2 carries, 5 yards for Virgil Green. Frangelico is a Chargers fan. So he's proud of his boys to win the choke bowl against the Falcons yesterday. He's really thrilled with the direction of the franchise, I think.
What a tremendous cluster of a game ending that was. Interception. At any point, either team looked primed to wrench victory from the jaws of defeat. Instead, decided to wrench defeat from the jaws of victory. And then the Chargers, needing a last-second field goal, actually got one? I mean, just everything about that game until the Chargers actually connected on a late field goal was extremely familiar. And then at the very last moment, LA flipped the script on us and made sure that Falcons fans would continue to spiral towards a nice draft pick.
Yogi Dead says he has Jacobson Classic. Yep, we wrap up the free Classic. After this sim, 15,695 entries in the free Classic. That is a contested catch for the Chargers, and up for a first down, Mike Williams, catch number 2. First down. Go Chargers, go. 20 seconds left in the first. In the $500 free showdown, we had 15,610 entries. Love it. Thank you all for partaking.
Oh.
Paul Barnes, what's up? Creature from the Glass Lagoon, hello. John Gruden, hello to you, sir. Smash the like on your way in, guys.
The good news is Eckler is getting plenty of opportunities, but a lot of bad plays there. The tossed sweep, sniffed out immediately, possibly because Eckler lined up a full 6 yards behind his quarterback, which is just an immediate indicator that things are going to get weird and stupid, and the Raiders right on top of it. Eckler, a ton of looks. That's good. He's got the touchdown, but otherwise a pretty forgettable first quarter from him. Although his Chargers are leading the total yardage battle 125-8.
Herbert 4 for 5, 95 yards. Carr 2 for 2, 7 yards. Both little dump offs to Jalen Richard. We'll get to the rushing stats. Kevin 17. Now Jacobs does start. Jacobs just has not done anything. He has not touched the ball.
Yeah.
It's very annoying.
Putting purgatory for trying to mislead fans by putting on Instagram that he wasn't playing today, and now John Gruden heard about it and decided to sit him for the first quarter. See if that pays off for him. Yeah, Jalen Richard. That's the only player in the Raiders lineup who has touched the ball other than quarterback Derek Carr and their center Rodney Hudson. He has all 8 of the Vegas yards so far.
And Renfro's got 1. Renfro's got a catch for 4 yards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's my fault.
Either way, not a great showing for this Vegas offense so far, and in danger of potentially giving up more points as this Chargers drive moving in the right direction, although second and long coming up.
We are giving away one of these sweaters. We'll show you again at halftime. But the sweater you are looking at is a DraftKings ugly sweater that was delivered over the weekend. And we will be giving one away Wednesday nights on the Dream Stream between 7 and 8 p.m. You don't need to do anything right now. There's no tweet or anything you need to do in particular. We will have more details on the stream. Just keep watching, keep making lineups, and we will give you the reasons and the directions that you need to take to win one of these DraftKings ugly sweaters.
Ooh, we might have a 4th and go for it situation here. Hunter Henry gets upfield for 13 on 3rd and 15 as that's the first positive play the Chargers have run here in the second quarter. Back-to-back plays to Eckler that lost yards, set up 3rd and long, didn't gain enough, but this can still pull off the first here and a run up the middle that would have plenty of space. Yes, easily. And Eckler even throws in an unnecessary juke spin move to pick up 6 on 4th and 2.
So I know you guys have questions about the sweater. How many are we giving away? What do I have to do? All I can tell you is just continue to watch the Dream Stream. Keep making lineups. This is what the sweater looks like. I don't actually find it very ugly. I think it's pretty fashionable. It's pretty cool. But as I said last sim, not to get too emotional here, but man, you guys keep coming back, watching the Dream Stream all the time. We tell you, we ask you to hit the like button. We want to do more giveaways like this. If it is indeed one sweater that's being given away on Wednesday between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern time, then so be it. But to convince folks that are in charge to continue to do giveaways, more swag, smash the like, hit the subscribe button. This is a good start. We're giving away a sweater on Wednesday, one of these ugly sweaters. I have one. Emerson, Kaufman, I think Jesse's got one. So they told us to start wearing these today, and to promote, we're giving one away. And who knows, one could turn into several very quickly. So that's all I can tell you. And no, it will not be the one I'm wearing that will be given away. You will get a fresh one. It will not smell like me, which is kind of gross. Keenan Allen with the catch. Sarah can confirm that.
Ooh, 1st and goal coming up for the 4 here. It could be more Uncle Verge time based on what we've seen. He's already got 2 carries. And the 4 might be the kind of place where you want to sneak something in. You know, the Raiders won't be expecting the backup tight end fullback dive. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Otherwise, the Chargers have been pretty transparent. They want to run the ball with Austin Eckler. Last time he lined up this far back, it was a toss sweep. We'll see if they go that way again. No, just a straight up hand up. But yeah, I don't know why they have him lined up in the single back so damn far behind his quarterback. But it's allowing the Raiders to get upfield and stop him behind the line of scrimmage. You'd think that would be something that Anthony Lynn would go over and practice, although I don't know what Anthony Lynn's doing anymore. He might not even show up to practice based on what I've seen from these Chargers in 2020.
Nathan Burris, will it be autographed? If you have someone you want to autograph it, we can maybe make that happen for you. You need to specify who you're talking about. 2nd and goal. Herbert from the 5. Oh, boy, he just got rid of it. Throws it away. 3rd and goal. That could have been bad.
Yeah. Very nearly a disaster, but gets rid of it in time.
David loves the sweaters. So does Travis. Eileen as well. Yeah, guys, like I said, I mean, we got details coming. Just keep watching the stream. Giving one away on Wednesday. One could turn into more. Who knows? The possibilities are endless. That is a touchdown for the Chargers.
Ooh.
Herbert to Mike Williams.
Mikey Dubs getting into the end zone. Williams, one of those guys, a high flyer, giving you more than 13 fantasy points per game. Pricey edition, the most expensive wideout out there, but already paying off, showing you why he's worth that 9,200 in the flex.
We ended up with 146 entries in the DK SimFam Friends contest. Eric wants a Christmas onesie.
Ooh.
Who knows? You never know. But yeah, the ugly sweater giveaway Wednesday. We can show it to you again at halftime. Other commentators have their hands on them, so we'll be talking about this not just today, but tomorrow, and then Wednesday during the day. So like I said, just continue to do what you normally do. Tune in, crush the like button, hit subscribe so you know when we are live. Will Emerson be delivering it to the winner personally? That'd be really cool. I would be confident in that if he sure delivers me Chick-fil-A this week, because he is supposed to.
Oh, you won the bet this week.
I did. So I am getting Chick-fil-A this week from Emerson.
Nice. Is he does he have an actual bike, or does he just have the Peloton? Because I could see him getting up his actual bike, pedaling his way through the Chick-fil-A drive-through.
Chris, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in and playing lineups. Paul says the headband guys are the best sim commentators.
Hey.
LOL. You know, I might have to put my headband back on. I kind of miss doing that. But I like the Christmas hat, too. It's decisions, man. Derek Carr. Over the middle and through the woods to Tyrell Williams we go. Wide out one with the catch to the 48. How about a matching hat? To ask David. You got so many requests here. Yeah. Start with the sweater, then we can work to a hat. You never know. Wes says, have any commentators brought up the Hard Knocks curse for the reasons the Chargers are having such a bad go? I've heard of the Madden curse. Never really gave it much thought, the Hard Knocks curse.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all knew this was going to be a challenging year for the Chargers. I definitely thought they were going to go 1-5 and then make a run to the playoffs, and they clearly have not. But it's tough to really blame any kind of curse on it. It's just the fact that Anthony Lynn does not seem to know what the hell he's doing. Like, he got his coaching acumen sapped by the Monstars. Like, he was a legit Coach of the Year candidate in 2018. Less than 2 years ago, we were looking at that guy go, oh, man, he's actually kind of great. The Chargers might have found a real one. And then this year, it seems like will almost certainly be fired because the Chargers have the talent. They are competitive, and they are melting down time and time again, capped off by that, I think it was the Bills game where they ran the ball without a timeout late, and then they tried to run a QB sneak up the middle when their offensive line was in pass protect. Everything about that finish was just absolutely nuts and bonkers and bananas. So, yeah, very little to like about what Anthony Lynn has brought to the table for this Chargers team this year. Ooh, big third down pickup there for the Raiders.
Richard again. Jacobs is vulturing. He's reverse vulturing all of you. He's not showing up. And Darren Waller Where's he at?
Yeah, this has been just a big day for running backs who wear the number 30. Obviously, Eckler on the other side. But here, Jalen Richard, the pass-catching back, getting his number dialed time and time again.
You've got about 700 of you on YouTube. Sean is now just trying to speak Waller into existence. Now it's Jacobs. 2-minute warning to the Chargers 31. Chargers leading 14-0. Mike Williams and Austin Eckler have the touchdowns. Mockingjay 2020 says, yes, sir. I took down the Millie Maker yesterday. CEH 1300 came in 17th place on $6,000. That is Waller. Hello.
Hey, on the board. Does not pick up the first, though, so another big third down coming. Clearly, the Raiders want to keep this drive going, not just because they are trailing, but because it allow them to grind some more clock down, keep the ball out of the Chargers' hands. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. We are beyond the 2-minute warning here. And if the Raiders can pick this one up, they will have a chance to score right before halftime, get a little momentum on their side, and instead, Carr throws it to no one. So his first incompletion comes at a terrible time. But maybe you think about going for this if you're Vegas, if you're John Gruden, you gamble a little bit instead of sending Carlson out there for a 43-yarder. You got some good running backs. You have an okay offensive line. Might be a good opportunity to go for it here and really, yes, like it. Good call, John Gruden. Don't overthink this. You're stacked to the left, run left. There's no one over there for the Chargers. No, come on.
Oh, and he cut the pass off just to tease us. Bosa in there to cause disruption. First down, Chargers at their own 26. What a shame.
Why? I mean, I get that yes, okay, the Chargers might have seen that coming, so they decided to go with some trickery, but just clearly they were not lined up like they were ready to stop a run, and as Justin Herbert zips one to no one. It's the 2nd and 10 coming up. There was a play that, yes, if the Chargers lined up ready to stop the run, then you audible to whatever that was that John Gruden actually called. Instead, they go out with the pass, they stick with the pass despite it not having a great probability, and they get roasted for it.
Acidic Potato is laughing and loves the Chargers D and what it just did. Eckler with a catch for a first down to the 36. Batman! Which one are you going after? Rachel. Hello, Batman. Good to see you. You must have looked to the sky, and the Sim fam called for you. 1 minute to go. Chargers ball, leading 14-0. Keenan Allen, the slot receiver, with the X under his feet. That is Hunter Henry, I believe, with the catch.
So moving the ball relatively effectively, not going to leave the Raiders with much of an opportunity to do anything if this drive does stall out. First timeout burned there for LA. Under a minute to play, about 56 seconds, and 2nd and 3 coming up. Passing game has been efficient. Run game has been okay for these Chargers. They can use every part of the field. They do have all those timeouts. Oh, no. Allen wide open up the middle, would have had the catch about 20 yards if all went well there. Instead, Herbert puts a little bit too much zip on it. Clock is stopped at 52 seconds. 3rd and 3 coming up. They might want to run it here just to force the Raiders into a timeout situation. Also, they got numbers up front. 6 in the box, 6 on the line. Eckler should be able to pick up the first. Nope, instead they're going to throw it. They're going to check down to Eckler. He can't make the catch. And just like that, a once promising drive is going to lead to a punt. And the Raiders, all 3 timeouts in their pocket, will have a chance once again to add some points before going into the locker room.
Love the chit-chat going on Twitch. Yogi Dead, and first time playing Fortnite, as well as Tag Is It. Yes, guys, we have the sweat coming up 5:30. Christian will be a guest giving analysis from yesterday's games in the NFL, also tonight's game, Ravens and Browns. Jesse Cofield will be hosting the show. Maybe Jesse will be wearing the holiday sweater. We're all given the go that we could, but yes, the sweat, fantasy advice on the real NFL games. 5:30 p.m. That's coming up after this. Sim, of course, and then Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich when you make your lineups for Showdown tonight on DK. Hang out with Koff and Ulrich. They'll be giving live analysis and look-ins on the leaderboard. DK Leaderboard Live. Emerson's forehead. Man, I really sucked today. Just picking everything wrong. Tomorrow is another day. That's the spirit. But good luck. On 2nd and 13, Williams makes the catch for a first down. First time playing Fortnite says Jeff was spot on for his captain call, like 4 weeks straight on the sweat. He made me a good amount of money the last couple weeks. There you go. I think Jeff's on the show too. I think Jeff's on tonight.
He'll be there. Moose is a regular and obviously a great fountain of fantasy knowledge. So by all means, tune in and take what he says as, well, maybe not gospel, something close.
Hunter Renfrow reels it in. Carr now a 7 of 9. Renfrow, the slot receiver for the Raiders, his second catch. Both of these teams are 0-1 in our holiday season. Kansas City improved to 2-0 with a beatdown of the Denver Broncos in the earlier sim. Denver now 1-1. So these two teams looking to tie for second in the AFC West in Madden Sim Land here at DraftKings. Johnny Carrier says yes, defense. What do you have a tease or a really hot take for tonight's game? I feel like tonight's a really tough one to figure out in terms of never mind who's going to win, but like who might do well, with the exception of like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, even Lamar has not been great lately, although he has been turning on the running quite a bit more. So if you're looking for some of those rush points, obviously Lamar's going to be a great source for that. That might be the last play of the half there. 14 seconds left, no timeouts remaining for the Raiders. Maybe they get off a Hail Mary here, but 8, 7, 6 does not look like it's going to happen. 4, 3, 2. Oh, very close, but no. Raiders going to go into the locker room scoreless on this one. Now, the one thing I'm very, very interested to see in tonight's game is whether or not Baker Mayfield can sustain this hot streak. Obviously, being able to go to Nashville and put it on the Titans was very impressive, but still a lot of work left to be done before he's in the circle of trust. And this is a Ravens team, that really made him look stupid back in week 1. We know what the Baker Mayfield hype cycle does. Traditionally, in a situation like this, when we're expecting something out of him, he lets us down. It's going to be a big-time prove-it game for him. And the Ravens are traditionally a team that he's thrown a lot against. So I expect him to be throwing the ball quite a bit, but also stretching the ball out to a bunch of different targets, not just Jarvis Landry, but also guys a little bit further down the depth chart, because that is what makes him tick. When you want a good Baker Mayfield game, you make sure he is spreading the ball out. That's what Freddie Kitchens did. That is what Kevin Stefanski is doing now as head coach of this Browns team.
Yeah, I mean, David's got a question. What do you guys expect from Baker Mayfield tonight? Just continuing to do what he's done all year. Protect the ball, trust the running game. Stefanski's got a pretty good system going on right now, and make the timely throws.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. I mean, I don't need Baker to torch the field. I mean, look, from a fantasy standpoint, we love when quarterbacks rack up points for us, but from a Cleveland Browns trying to win games standpoint, just keep doing what you're doing and make the timely throws. And again, this is against a legit opponent tonight. Tennessee was legit. This is another great test for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see a lot of as well is a designed rollouts, because one of Mayfield's biggest strengths is he can throw well on the run. He gets a little bit glitchy in the pocket. He tends to feel pressure before it's there. He gets happy feet. He throws off balance. I think in order to basically simplify that, get the yips out, We might see Stefanski get a lot more designed rollouts, get him moving, allowing him to throw on the run in his comfort zone from there. So expect maybe a few more rush yards from Baker Mayfield that you didn't expect, but expect him to do a lot outside the pocket this time around.
Rob M., you want to watch the game on Twitch, that's fine. You want to go to twitch.tv/DraftKings. What I am wearing is the sweater we are going to give away on Wednesday. Also want to let you guys know we have the big play payday for Ravens-Browns. You can opt in as a DraftKings player to the big play payday promotion. If there's a touchdown over 20 yards in the fourth quarter, all opt-ins get a free ticket to a $100K contest on Sunday. DFS users will opt in via the promotions page as Josh Jacobs takes it for a first down. Again, 20-plus yard touchdown fourth quarter. So the big play payday is available. If it hits, you get a free ticket into the 100K DFS free roll that Sunday. So get involved with the big play payday, Ravens-Browns, over on DraftKings. Go to DraftKings.com. You'll find it in the promotions section of the website. That is happening. David wants to captain Nick Chubb tonight. All right, go for it. Nick Chubb has been good.
Sure, yeah. We're at the point in his career where you never bet against Nick Chubb. When he does get on the field, he's averaging about 100 rushing yards per game this fall. Getting a little bit done in the passing game recently as well. Receiving touchdowns not receiving touchdowns, but 4 catches for about 58 yards each over the past 2 games combined. So not something that traditionally has been a strength for him, but we are seeing him work a little bit more effectively in the passing game. Typically that's a role that has fallen down to Kareem Hunt, but we could see even more of that as the season progresses. And yeah, Chubb on the ground, man. He's going to give you yards over his last 4 games since returning from injury. 116 average yards per game, 3 touchdowns in those 4 games. That's a lot of fantasy points. I totally understand if Nick Chubb is going to be your captain tonight.
He's Christian D'Andrea, Brendan Glasheen, Drew Stack on production, Frangelico, and Derek's here too. They're updating scores. Great job as always. Smash the like button for the entire crew. Smash the like for yourselves as well for being here on the Dream Stream. A chance to win one of these DK Holiday ugly sweaters Wednesday night between 7 and 8 o'clock. You don't need to do anything specific. Just continue to watch the streams. We'll reveal more details about the ugly sweater giveaway. Arthur says, need a shout out. It's been a tough weekend in DFS. Arthur, what's up? Thanks for tuning in, saying hello. We want to try and get to 400 likes before the Sim's over, because why the heck not? It shows your appreciation for the Sims. We can do more giveaways like the sweater down the road if you continue to show your love. As Jacobs takes it to the 21, up to 43 yards on the ground. Steven with the take. The loser of this game, Ravens and... Oh, he might be talking about the Sim. Because now that he says that, the Ravens, even if the Ravens lose tonight, they're still in a position to be in the postseason picture. But yes, Steven, the Madden holiday season, whoever loses this one will be 0-2 and probably done. That's fair. Yes. Sean McGurl, need a shout out. It's been a tough week. Oh. Jacobs has it though.
Wow. That ball was out for a while. Fortunately, no one near it. Jacobs able to pick it up and turn disaster into, well, not anything good, but at the very least, something a little bit less damaging. As 3rd and long coming up for this Raiders team. Big play coming up. And if you feel like if Vegas is forced to settle for a field goal here, it's ultimately not going to do them any good.
Luke Murphy just responded to you on YouTube. No, sir. Just got to opt in for the big play payday. Sarah Francois. What's up, Sarah? Sarah with an H. 3rd and 13. Wide open receiver. And the Raiders are down at the 1. Let's see who it is. It's Jalen Richard. 26-yard gain.
So Rashard, who else? Who else could it possibly be? Rashard, 4 for 49 through the air, a handful of yards on the ground as well. He has been the engine for Derek Carr's offense. And let's see if he gets the call here. First and goal coming up. Let's see if he gets the chance to finish what he started and punch this one into the end zone. Excuse me. Nope, it's Josh Jacobs. See if he can finish this drive off and get the Raiders on the board.
Darren Waller will. Touchdown.
Ooh, okay, then. All right. See, that was an interesting turn of events. Waller still not having a very good day by most measures, but his second catch goes for a touchdown there, and the Raiders cut this to a one-score lead for the Chargers.
Darren Waller delivers for your lineups. Third highest owned in the free showdown, 59.86%. Jalen Richard, only 11.8%. He's been very active in this sim. So good on you. Waller in the captain spot, 14.7%. Spencer says, yes, Barbs, Waller. Good stuff, guys. You love to see it. And the Raiders have made this competitive. 14-7. Favel says, my only Raider and captain. LOL.
Very nice.
Nice work. Charger stack with some Waller. HJD, yep, we've got a ball game. Raiders 0-1, Chargers 0-1. If you are new to our Madden holiday season, we are doing a tournament which takes us through the holidays to December 29th, which will be the date of the Madden DraftKings Holiday Madden Tournament Championship game. Each team will play its division opponents once. Kansas City is 2-0 with a win over the Broncos earlier this afternoon. And one of these teams will fall to 0-2 later today. 8 teams from each conference make the playoffs. So the top 2 from each division will get in. 8 teams in the AFC, 8 in the NFC, and then we dance. 21st, December 21st, the start of the
Eckler, what are you doing, buddy?
postseason.
Into traffic, and it doesn't look like it'll matter anyway because it's holding, it's coming back. But should have been a nice little gain for Austin. Instead, he runs in the wrong direction. His offensive line holds, and instead the Chargers will give up 8 yards but get another shot at first down.
Herbert, complete. Beyond the 40 to the 41. John Gruden's trying to talk some sense into his offense. Hunter Henry making the catch. Nomad Traveler, stand by. Can take a look for you. Standings for the rest of the teams in the tournament. Sorry. Let's see. That's incomplete. Oh, here we go. Producer Drew, right on it. Nomad Traveler. The top 2 in the NFC North right now are Green Bay and Chicago. Both teams are 1-0. So they've yet to play their second games. This is the second game for these 2 teams. Sean says, gonna need free football if I want to win this one. Herbert out of the gun, complete first down. Nice ball, Justin Herbert to Reid, Joe Reid.
You like to see that. Those are the types of crossing routes Herbert had been missing badly earlier in the game. Just zigging them over guys' heads. Those throws over the middle have been his anathema today. But getting one there, converting the first down, keeps this drive alive, and pushes the Chargers into the happy side of the field. Eckler with one good juke, but that is it, as he will go without a gain on that one. Obviously, Eckler once thought of solely as a passing down specialist, but last season really came into his own. Really made Melvin Gordon look kind of stupid, in fact. by having a breakthrough season, getting out there, playing very solid football as the Chargers lead back, and then maintaining that edge even after Melvin came back to the lineup as, oh, wow, nice play there. Another big pickup as Herbert throws off balance and finds Mike Williams for his 5th catch of the day.
Williams also has a touchdown. Eckler's got a touchdown, and Darren Waller has the Vegas touchdown. Solo leader in the free classic. Solo leader in the DK Sim Fam Friends contest. No guts, no glory. 85 in first. Wide open. Joe Reid again. Herbert's up over 200 yards passing. Read it and weep.
Joe Reid, one of those guys overlooked for sure because he was part of that very, very stacked group of 2020 rookie wideouts, but has been pretty useful for this Chargers team in limited use for the real world Chargers, getting a few touches out of the backfield and playing, well, some pretty useful special teams as well. So got to imagine that he's going to be a part of their long-term plans, even if he isn't getting targets downfield. Always liked watching him at Virginia as a member of the Who's. He's never really a standout guy, more of a role player, but you need guys like that, big-bodied possession-type receiver who can also stretch the field vertically when given a chance. I like you, Joe Reid. That's what I'm trying to say.
I like you in real life and video games.
Yeah, a little bit more effective here in Simland because he actually gets the targets, but a kind of player who makes your team better no matter where you stick him, if that's in the NFL, if it's here in the MFL, either way. As we take a look at our stats here, through 3 quarters, Herbert outside shot of the bonus, 217 through 3 quarters, 1 touchdown, and that was to Mike Williams, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And Derek Carr, 1 touchdown pass of his own. And the other touchdown belonging to Austin Eckler on the ground as no one trending toward the bonus, although poor Josh Jacobs, 43 yards, only 7 carries. So he's been pretty effective. We just haven't seen him too much in John Gruden's game plan. Instead, they're defaulting to Jalen Richard, who has been the be-all, end-all for that Raiders offense, really.
I can't say for sure if Jessie is going to be wearing her sweater, but this is what the sweater looks like. There it is. This is what we're giving away Wednesday, giving away one of these sweaters. So be sure to keep your eyes glued to this stream to figure out how exactly you are going to win one. Have confidence. And like I said, just continue to smash the like, hit subscribe, and we'll be doing more giveaways like this as time goes on. But yes, the ugly sweater giveaway Wednesday night. So yeah, get on that. By the way, CEH 1300. This guy won $6,000 yesterday. Now he's winning nothing, but is in first place in the DK Sim Fam Friends contest.
Dude is good. Guy has some pretty.
He's got momentum.
He has some great lineups going. So much better than my 63rd place lineup right now. As we see my Darren Waller play failing to pay off. He does have a touchdown catch, but other than that, basically nothing. 2 catches, 5 receiving yards. You got to imagine that any Raiders comeback is going to start with that guy, maybe some Tyrell Williams too. But if you're looking for one player to stretch the field and you're John Gruden, it's got to be the Murder Hornet, the former Georgia Tech wide receiver turned NFL Pro Bowl tight end. And they might need him, especially if the Chargers can turn this red zone opportunity into 7 points.
Oh. Now, Vince Stevenson, they ought to give us all, the founding fathers, since March 28th, a sweater because of our loyalty. Vince, while I love your idea, that's just not possible. There's too many of you. There's too many of you that have been here since the beginning. That's why they call it a giveaway. Williams in for his 2nd touchdown of the sim.
We brought up no receiver was more expensive than that guy right there, but at more than 13 points per game, he could pay off immensely, and that's exactly what he has done today. Mike Williams trending towards that Krusty Koff Player of the Game award, even though he's gotten like a fraction of the usage Austin Eckler has gotten. He has been the most valuable player in this Chargers offense so far.
Producer Drew says, there's my captain. I'm hot. Might have to go play Keno later. I am in 139th place out of 146. I have been bad lately on these. I'm coming first twice in the Sim Fam Friends contest, but I've been on a major cold streak here. Oy, oy, oy. Hey, guys, we're only 40 likes. We have 700 watching. We'd love to try and get to 400. So those of you who have not hit the like button yet, make your day better. Turn it blue. Smash the like. You'll feel better about yourself. Edmund says, come on, Alan. Spencer, I need Renfro. Follow us on Twitch also. Sean Griffin is in second place in the free roll. There you are, Griffish, but CEH 1300 has a 5-point lead for first. He put Williams in the captain spot, Herbert, Eckler, Allen, Renfro, and Reed. Stacked up the Chargers and played Hunter Renfro.
All right, getting a little bit more Waller involved. That 8-yard catch is his longest of the day so far. More than doubled his yardage on the afternoon. Clock ticking, though. Down 14, only about 7.5 minutes to go. Raiders need to think bigger than short dump down passes. And they aren't. Although, I mean, again, Waller into the lineup. So if you threw down on him, and nearly 60% of you did in the $500 free showdown, you're happy to see him at least get some run, as those 4 catches now put him into double digits on the day.
Tied for second with Sean Griffin is the mayor of Simland, Greg Coffin. Tyrell Williams making the grab to the Chargers 38. Third reception for Williams. Raiders as a team up over 200 yards. Chargers up 2 scores, but the Raiders are grooving here. Greg Coffin, hello. Ryan says, Glass, shout out the Chargers DST. Need them to score a touchdown. Hey, Chargers DST. Ryan Renaboom needs you to score a touchdown. Let's see if it works. If it happens here, I'll lose my mind. Oh, not quite. That's a catch for a first. Henry Ruggs. Smooth dance.
Yes, the savior. What may have almost been the Jets' only win of the season. Ruggs burning coverage deep and allowing the Jets in their cover 0 blitz to mercifully lose that game and keep them beating towards Trevor Lawrence in the top pick of the 2021 NFL draft. Ruggs, though, I mean, that play doesn't happen unless he is A, fast as hell, and B, have some reliable hands. Looks like a key cog in the Raiders machine going forward. As we get a Hunter Renfro? No, Tyrell Williams, I'm sorry. Picking up 9 there on 1st and 10. Again, clock is still ticking, but could be a situation where the Raiders give their wideouts a break here. They've been running a lot of vertical routes. They keep things close to the best run. Josh Jacobs up the middle. Never mind. It's an empty backfield. Let's see if the Chargers secondary can shut it down.
Aaron Waller gains 6. Yeah, you know, that play for the Raiders to top the Jets, then we saw Greg Williams lose his job. I mean, you can't make it up. Crazy finish a couple weeks ago. But then the Raiders, didn't take advantage of it and ride the momentum. They got smoked by the Colts at home. Jacobs is in, dots the I from the 9. There he goes, having the time of his life. Touchdown, Raiders!
Look at that. Vegas still in this one, but they need a stop coming up here 7-point deficit for the home team with 5 to play. So even if they just give up not even a touchdown drive, not even a field goal drive, but if they give up like a 9-play drive here to the Chargers, it's going to make their life much more difficult.
And even 5 minutes to go. Daniel Carlson in for the extra point. Emerson's forehead needed rugs. Sorry to hear that. Lawrence Hendrick is not happy. All right, one-score game, everybody. Just reminding all of you, at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, we will have The Sweat with host Jesse Cofield. She'll be with several DraftKings contributors giving you advice for tonight's showdown between the Ravens and Browns. Also recapping yesterday's action in the NFL. Chargers have the ball up by 7. We'll check out the leaderboard. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Producer Drew is back in first.
Come on, get that guy out of here.
You kidding me?
I hate it.
He's up by .02. This guy. Hunter Henry makes the catch for a first down. Wow, producer Drew won the free roll at 2 p.m. And now he's in first place.
I mean, he's going to have to go out there. No quick picks for producer Drew tonight. He's playing those Powerball numbers that he knows deep in his heart. You don't leave it up to the machines when you're producer Drew and you run the heater like this.
Okay, but the Hunter Henry points don't help him. He's down to third.
All right. Well, maybe you go two birthday tickets and a quick pick then.
Shout out to Derek and Frangelico.
Angelico.
Updating scores. Andrew's on the 1s and 2s. Drew's stack. 2nd and 9. Less than 4 to play. It's caught by Henry. First down. There you go. All right, producer Drew is now falling. Bye-bye. Down to 9th. You never know, though.
Healing.
You never know. Fun while it lasted, says producer Drew. You never know, though. You just kind of snuck up on us there, the way you popped into first place moments ago. In the $500 free contest, Wad 73 is the solo leader. Williams in the captain. Herbert, Waller, Jacobs, Henry, and Renfro in the flex. That's a very balanced lineup. I like that one. I'm into it. 2nd and 10. Owen says Henry needs to chill.
Yeah. I mean, coming alive late. He's up over very near 11 points in this one, and now that might...
There he is again.
Yeah, that's going to take him over 11, near 12 now. 3rd and 2 coming up, and a huge 3rd down for the Raiders. If they can't get the stop here, they're looking at not getting the ball back until the 2-minute warning or later. If they can, then they're going to have the opportunity to mount a meaningful comeback, a significant comeback at least. Let's see what the Chargers dialed up here. They're showing run. They are rolling out against their... Wow.
Keenan Allen.
I don't know how he got so wide open. It looked like Herbert rolled out to the wrong side. He didn't have much help over there, but the pass rush was not there to make him pay for it. And clearly that was part of the design play because Allen was rolling with him. If you played high school football, those are the basic tenets of waggle. Get your quarterback running and get his wideouts rolling alongside with him. My dad thought it was unstoppable. Former high school coach in the great state of Rhode Island, and clearly Anthony Lynn did as well. And that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning here with the Chargers threatening to make this one a 2-possession game late in the 4th quarter here. And hey, wow, we got a minute. Clash.
Yeah.
Post route went out not too long ago, and if you are looking for a breakdown of Jalen Hurts' first start in which he did something no other quarterback but Lamar Jackson has ever done in his first NFL start, you can check that out at the Post Route postroute.substack.com. We are breaking down just how optimistic Philly fans should feel about their rookie quarterback, whether it means he can fix anything, and what this means for Doug Peterson's offense. Here's a hint. It's going to be pretty damn great for their RPO offense, but that might be it. Check it out, postroute.substack.com.
Looking at Christian DeAndrea's Twitter, at Train Island. He posted this 1 hour ago. Now, I haven't read this yet. I'm going to trust it's very good, and I'm going to retweet it. So
what a guy.
Go to my Twitter, at BJ_Glash. Go to Christian's Twitter, at Train Island, for everything you need to know about the Jalen Hurts era in Philadelphia. Sean Griffin says post route is great. There you go.
Guys, we appreciate all of you who read it. Even if you're not subscribed, you're clicking through. We're just happy to have you there. As Austin Eckler putting a stamp on this game with his second touchdown of the day. Not having a great game, but finding the end zone twice will make him worth the investment. Came in averaging 19 per. That's going to put him over 20 on the day in the flex.
There are a lot of you that own Austin Eckler. Smash that like if you have Eckler. Lisa, Scott, Nathan, you didn't get the Virgil vulture. Criminal Bob. Hey, the Iceman says he or she, it's a man, I suppose it's a he, sitting in first place in the Glash free roll. Nice.
I mean, whatever gets producer Drew the hell out of there, right? Right, guys? Right?
He's in 7th, by the way. He's still right in it. He's got Jacobs, Renfro, Waller. Okay. There's still hope. Mockingjay 2020, thank you for bringing this up. Keontae Johnson from the Florida Gators men's basketball team is in a medically induced coma. If you did not see what happened, it was really, really tough watch. But the Florida men's basketball player is in a medically induced coma. Took a nasty fall in the game over the weekend for the Gators against Florida State. It was a morning game. It's like 11 a.m. tip-off Eastern, so you might have missed it. Prayers up to him, his family, the Gators family. It was tough. That was a tough one. So hopefully Mr. Johnson is doing much better. But Mockingjay, good on you to bring that up.
Yeah, and prayers go out to him. Just scary to see, and just a tremendously talented young man. Hopefully, the medically induced coma is going to help get him back on track, stabilize things, but remaining in critical condition. Just very hopeful that a guy with just so much potential in the world can get better and return to form. And it's just brutal to watch and brutal to scary to think about, really, for a guy in the prime of his life can be cut down like that. Kind of terrifying.
Tyrell Williams, catch number 5. 80 yards plus for him on the day. 40 seconds. Raiders have 1 timeout. Spencer needs Renfro. All right, Spencer. Keeping my eyes on Renfro. I don't see him.
Oh, how new and original, a Jalen Richard pass.
There's a timeout. Raiders are done with the timeouts. Dean Murray, good to see you. Thanks so much. Guys, this sim is wrapping up. We have about 700 of you here. We only need 22 more likes for 400. So if you enjoyed the sims today, even if you didn't do well, guess what? We've got 6 of them coming tomorrow. So if you're into good vibes, crush the like. Only 22 away from 400. Trips to the right side for Carr. Play action. Fires, completes, Renfro! And he got out of bounds to stop the clock. Wow. Okay, there you go, Spencer. Owen says, great stream today. Thanks. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys tuning in no matter where you are. We had one blowout, but an exciting one at 2 p.m. And then this one, I mean, at the very least, giving us the garbage points we crave. As 15 seconds left, the Raiders could be a quick play and a recovered onside kick away from Hail Mary time.
Rob Dog says he's in first. Trips left. Carr looks.
Oh, he's taking so much time. No.
Complete to Renfro, but no, he went the wrong way.
What the hell was that?
Oh, what a tease. That's another catch, though. PPR points. Producer Drew moving back up. He's in fifth.
Oh, terrible. All right. Well, right after we talked up all the garbage points everyone likes, we got one play everyone hated except maybe all of you out there that started the Chargers defense. But the only thing that could have been worse for the Raiders is if maybe Derek Carr dove for the end zone and fumbled out the back end and turned the ball over that way, because that was just a handful of nothing there. Justin Herbert, tantalizingly close to the bonus, 287 through the air for him, 2 passing touchdowns. It's not too bad. Derek Carr, 260, only the 1 passing touchdown because, and this is true, with the game on the line, kind of, he decided to throw a check down pass with no timeouts left and nearly got Hunter Renfrow murdered.
Jason Mack, these sims are great for 30 of 32 minutes. Final minute of both halves is such nonsense.
You're not wrong, man. The clock management is always an adventure. Let's just leave it at that. Sometimes it's great. Sometimes it is frustrating.
Steven Cabrera, daily viewer, just had to finally show some love. You guys are great. Thank you. Wow, we're at 408 on the like button. Good stuff. Love to see it.
It's like 101 sim. Like that.
Great stuff, guys. Love to see it. Look, this wasn't as great. This wasn't as fun as the Kansas City-Denver one, unless, of course, you won.
Yeah.
Your contests, your classic contest, or the free roll, or a showdown that you paid, or you won free dollars. So Allen had 87 yards receiving. Williams had 83 yards receiving. Who do you got for the Krusty Koff player of the game?
I'm kind of a tough call there, but I think it's got to go to let's give it to Mike Williams, who went above and beyond his average today. The most expensive wideout paid off. Was a little bit more efficient at a point per dollar standpoint than Austin Eckler, although Eckler had a good day as well. And for the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today. Ooh, who really let us down? I mean, for me personally, it was Jason Witten because he did nothing compared to Uncle Verge, who at least had a handful of fantasy points. So I picked the wrong tight end too, but I'm going to go Josh Jacobs. Even though he had the touchdown, he got overshadowed in his own backfield by Jalen Richard, a guy who you can typically rely on for some big points. Really didn't get too much done, although he did have that one rushing touchdown. He's still going to be the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner tonight.
All right. There you go. I'm into it. Punishing someone who even scored a touchdown. There was a reason behind it. Pat Thompson, next time, Glash, don't mention me being in first during the game.
Really?
Because when I did, he was no longer in first. So, producer Drew comes in 5th place after a first place finish last sim. Nice job, Drew. CEH 1300 after a big day yesterday. He's in 10th. Good stuff. I came in 114th. Not good.
57th here, so not my worst showing, but not my best.
There you go. Oh, ReidT's Did You Know came in 2nd place.
Ooh, very nice.
2-ton Suns. That's ReidT's Did You Know. Okay, good stuff. Love it. Twitch fam, thanks so much for tuning in. Twitch, where are we at? We're at 1.6K followers now on Twitch. You love to see it.
Not bad at all. Keep them coming.
So some other notes real quick here. Braden Brown. Is that the same Braden that's been hanging out in here? I don't know. Could be. Braden? If it's you, Braden, say something. Braden Brown, first place in the $500 free classic. Just a 3-game slate today because of the NFL coverage coming up. And in the $500 free showdown, 8-way tie for first place with Mike Williams and the captain, Reid, Henry, Richard, Eckler, and Herbert in the flex. Okay, a couple things here. Number one, well, three things. This sweater that I'm wearing, we are giving away a sweater on Wednesday. All I can tell you is that you need to keep watching the stream to figure out exactly how you're going to win a sweater. It will not be the one I am wearing. You will get a fresh one in the package. It won't have glass smell and sweat all over it. Ugh. Or like stains, like mustard stains or anything. It is being given away on Wednesday between 7 and 8 p.m. That I can tell you. But I would stay tuned to the Dream Stream to figure out exactly how you can win one. That's order of business number one. Number two, tonight, Ravens and Browns, they're playing a game. There is also the Big Play Payday promotion on DraftKings. When you're watching Leaderboard Live with Koff and Jeff later tonight, get involved with the Big Play Payday by the end of the third quarter. If there is a touchdown of 20 yards or more in the fourth quarter, all opt-ins get a free ticket to a $100K contest on Sunday. You just have to opt in. That's all you have to do. You go to the promotions page on the DraftKings website, opt in to the Big Play Payday. If there's a 20-plus yard touchdown scored, it can be offensive, it can be defensive. You get a free entry into the 100K contest on Sunday here at DraftKings. Get involved. You should do it. And then, last thing is the schedule. Coming up, 5:30, 20 minutes from now, Jesse Cofield, this guy, Christian DeAndrea, he'll be on there as a contributor, giving analysis for tonight's game and also a reaction to yesterday's games. And last but not least, the schedule for Sims tomorrow. Here we go. Noon Eastern tomorrow. The Nooner, Giants at the Eagles. Emerson is going to kickstart the day with Jason Rossi. Those two come back at 2 p.m. tomorrow for Cowboys at the Washington football team. At 4, Christian is here with Kaufman for Packers at the Bears. Then us two are together for Lions at the Vikings at 6. At 8 p.m., the primetime sim, Saints at the Falcons. You get Koff and Tom Carroll. Tommy Freeze pops. And then Panthers at Bucks, Madden After Dark. Tomorrow night, I'm here with Tom Carroll. That's the schedule for tomorrow. So check it out. That's all available on the Madden Streams info page as well. Okay, I'm done. Christian, anything else you'd like to add?
Nah, man, I'll be back for the sweat. I'll see you guys then. And then you and I, of course, will be back tomorrow. So I don't even really have to say goodbye. Just so long.
That's so long. Christian's back in 20 minutes. He'll be a contributor on the sweat with Jesse. Jesse will be here very soon to deliver the show. Shout out to Frangelico and Derek from the Game Ops team. The Drew Stack producing this one. Producer Drew had a great day in the Sims. He might go play the lottery right now and never work at DraftKings ever again because he's riding that much momentum.
Real heater for him.
Yeah. So you this might be the last time you get to say anything to Producer Drew. So say something now or forever hold your peace. And that's it. Christian's back in 20 minutes. I'm back tomorrow in Simland at 6 p.m. So I'll leave the portal now and then re-enter tomorrow. You all have a great night. Good luck with your lineups. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for playing. If you didn't do well, remember, better luck next time. 6 Sims tomorrow. Everything will be fine. Have a great rest of your Monday. See you back here in 20, Christian, for the sweat. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. I was going to say happy Monday, but that seems kind of like an oxymoron. At least we have football today. Am I right, guys? And this show, The Sweat, which is 60 minutes of DFS and betting analysis. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey, Reid Fowler, and NFL writer for the Post Route, Christian D'Andrea. Gentlemen, we're going to kick things off with NFL Hangover. So a delightful segment where we overreact to some of the biggest storylines of Week 14 in the NFL. Let's overthink. So how do we not start with Jalen Hurts, guys? He may have saved the Eagles season with an upset win over the Saints thanks to 106 yards on the ground. After initially saying he's undecided on whether Hurts or Wentz will start on Sunday versus Arizona, Eagles coach Doug Peterson is sticking with Hurts because like he has to start him. Does he really have another option? The question is, Kenny, do you have to start him in your lineups next week?
Yeah, I think you absolutely do. I think that we have been waiting for a guy that had the consistent rushing upside that a Kyler Murray has. I mean, we know that Jalen Hurts is going to run the football. He ran it 5 times in 2 drives against the Packers, maybe 3 for 30 yards. Last week he explodes for 100 yards on the ground. So just the fact alone that he's going to be running the football makes him a must play in my eyes. And then you look at the matchup against the Cardinals, and yeah, their defense is okay, but look at what's happened on the ground with running quarterbacks. I mean, 46 yards to Cam Newton, 42 to Russell Wilson, 84 to Russell Wilson the other time they played him. They have given up a lot of yards on the ground to quarterbacks, I'm sure the other guys will touch on. And this just makes it a juicy matchup for Jalen Hurts to get the legs moving. This offense looks so much better with him in the lineup. They're giving him designed runs. That's the beauty of this, right? There's already packages. There's already plays in place for Jalen Hurts to run the football because he's been part of that offense all season long. Now they just get to deploy them while he's throwing. And it's like if Taysom Hill could throw and Kyler Murray's shoulder didn't hurt him all of a sudden. That's what you get with Jalen Hurts. I love him this week. I love him every week. I'm playing Jalen Hurts.
Reid, are you playing Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, 1 start, and Kenny has already anointed Jalen Hurts the love child of Kyler Murray and Taysom Hill. High praise for that. It depends on the context of the question, right? I think in season long, what is he going to be? $5,900, or excuse me, on DFS, he's $5,900. He's going to be extremely highly rostered at that price because of what Kenny just laid out. In season long, if you picked him up off the waiver last week, you probably have a choice between maybe it's him and Taysom Hill, maybe it's him and or Justin Herbert. You had a starting quarterback unless you were, down in the dumps and you didn't have a quarterback coming up into the playoffs. And that's an interesting question, right? Is do you have him in his second start going up against, like what Kenny was saying, an advantageous matchup? I would lean that you probably have to, just because the floor is safe. Look at Taysom Hill, for instance, last week, a guy that Kenny touched on, is that even though it was a bad game, right, by all metrics, it wasn't a good game for Taysom, he still finished as like QB9 or QB7. He was still in the top 10. That rushing upside kind of gives you this matchup-proof type of veil that even though a lot of those passes and the design by Doug Peterson was short, they were to Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, the RPOs, you get this guy single coverage with the Saints with his receivers and their higher success rate, he's still going to have to pass the ball against this Arizona team. The pressure is there for Arizona's defense against Daniel Jones, who was a little bit banged up, but they still brought a ton of pressure. So I'd say yes for season long, but I would think about it twice for DFS.
Christian, what's your take on Jalen Hurts? Do you feel like you got to start him?
I am right in between these two guys. The good news is the run game will be there. He averaged almost 100 rushing yards per game at Oklahoma. He added a boatload of touchdowns on the ground, and he plays in a RPO-heavy system where Doug Peterson's going to give him those quick passes and or run options. So I think he's still going to rack up a whole bunch of rushing yards, but you need the passing game to back that up, and we didn't really see that from him on Sunday. There were some good throws for sure, but only one pass went more than 15 yards through the air. The receiving game, the talent isn't there to really help him out in spots where he needs it. I don't think I'm going to buy into the Jalen Hurts hype until he proves he can do it week in and week out. Yes, he's got an easier defensive matchup coming up, but the Cardinals now have some game film they can share, and they can devise a game plan where the Saints really couldn't. I think that he is still very much a wait-and-see candidate.
All right, guys. Well, in Chicago, Mitch is back. Mitchell Trubisky puts up 3 touchdowns, 24.98 fantasy points in a Bears blowout win over the Texans. Now, Reid, that's the most fantasy points he scored this season. So, I mean, are you hopping on the Trubisky train here?
I mean, no. I'm surprised Jeff wasn't in this segment because he did call the Jalen Hurts on the sweat, and so he wanted to, he should deserve to take a little victory lap. I'm sure we'll hear from him. And then we talk about his, I guess his other favorite quarterback, not named Nick Foles, Mitch Trubisky. No, he doesn't like Mitch. I don't think I am. And look, I get it. He's down there in price again this week, only $5,500 against Minnesota. I lean more towards playing David Montgomery. That's a square play. Everyone's playing probably David Montgomery against the Minnesota Vikings. And if you look at the last 3 quarterbacks against Minnesota, Teddy Bridgewater in the revenge game, QB 18, Mike Glennon, QB 23, and Brady, QB 18. So it's not necessarily a great spot for quarterbacks in this. And look, Trubisky put up 3 touchdowns. We've seen this from him. The only thing is, right, Jesse, is that if you're putting Mitch in there, there's a better than average chance that he's going to sink your entire lineup if he doesn't play like this. And we've seen more of that than we've seen of last week. So I'm going to stay off of it. If I'm going down here, there's other guys I'd rather play over Mitch Trubisky because he might be the chalk that you want to avoid.
Christian, Trubisky just too risky for you?
You know what? Mitch is showing us what Blake Bortles could have been with a full head of hair. Mitch, he tore up the 27th ranked defense by DVOA. He did his best work in a blowout, which is a very Mitch Trubisky way to do things. And now he's going up against a much tougher Vikings defense. These Vikings, since their bye week, have not given up 300-plus passing yards to anyone. That same unit held Nick Foles and the Bears without an offensive touchdown last time they met. This game is going to be a rock fight. It's going to be just as ugly as the rest of the Mitch era. And honestly, if you're a Bears fan right now, you are basically enacting every scene from Memento. You're like, don't believe his lies. And instead of the Polaroid of Joe Pantoliano, it's a Polaroid with Mitch Trubisky smiling and waving from his mom's Toyota Camry.
Kenny, are you getting on the Trubisky train, or are you with these guys just like, I can't?
Well, I know this segment is to talk about just Mitch Trubisky, but look at what's happened to the Bears receivers since Trubisky came to town or came back to town or came back on the field or was reignited or was revitalized. I don't know what the word you want to use is, but Allen Robinson has 23 catches on 33 targets, 3 touchdowns, almost 300 yards over 3 games. He's making Allen Robinson and Darnell Mooney, these guys that were, Allen Robinson, one of the best receivers in the league. Darnell Mooney, one of these guys that had great potential coming into the season from a fantasy perspective. He's making these guys into what they should be. He's giving them the football to make plays. So I actually am buying into this Bears offense a little bit now. Like David Montgomery, he was a guy that they just tried to get going like painfully. Like it was painful to watch Matt Nagy just run David Montgomery into a wall of defenders like 25 times a game for the entire season. And now with Mitch Trubisky, at least like he's not going to run the football like the other guys we were just talking about, Hurts and Kyler Murray. But, the fact that he can get out of the pocket, he is a threat to run, and the fact that he's thrown the ball the way he has actually opens things up for David Montgomery. So I actually love this Bears offense. And Christian's talking about matchups, blowouts. Look, man, these matchups are terrible coming up for these defenses, I should say, are terrible coming up for the Bears. You look at the Jaguars, the Green Bay Packers, and the Minnesota Vikings. These are all defenses that, the Bears can certainly feast on. So I think Mitch is actually a decent quarterback going forward. I don't know what it is about these cheap guys, man. I love playing the cheap quarterbacks. Like I could see great upside here with Trubisky. So I could see playing him, but more so Allen Robinson.
It's the Drew Lock syndrome.
All right. Kenny's on the Trubisky train. All right. This one is super straightforward, guys. Christian, can you give us a reason not to play Derrick Henry every week for the rest of the year?
Yes, because you hate points and you hate fun. Derrick Henry, since 2018 in games 13 through 16 of the regular season, averaging 150 rushing yards per game, 6.5 yards per carry, 14 touchdowns in those 8 games. Man is a beast. The one knock on him, he's not going to get you a ton of PPR points. So maybe you pay down a little bit for a guy like Austin Eckler who can backfill and maybe get to the same total points. But there is no surer thing late in the season at running back than El Tractorcito. I'm 1,000% on board.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny, like, can you give us any reason here?
Well, if you're fishing for reasons, I mean, there were 5 times this year he didn't run for 100 yards. There were 3 times he ran for 75 yards or fewer. He just ran for 60 yards 2 weeks ago. He's only on the field for like 60% of snaps. I mean, those are like the only reasons you come up with right at this point to not play Derrick Henry. And the fact that maybe you're just like me and you just want to be contrarian, every week. I think you're taking a big risk not playing this guy, especially as Christian said, these are the weeks that he feasts. 5 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks. He has fantastic matchups coming up. He should be able to shred all these defenses. The Packers, we just talked about, a bad defense against the run. He'll get them. He'll get the Texans. So I think that this is set up perfectly for another great close of the season for Derrick Henry. Those are the only reasons I could really think of. I don't know what other reason you could possibly come up with not to play this guy at this point.
Reid, do you agree? I mean, he's just got some insane matchups coming up and he's going to feast.
Yeah, it's Detroit. I mean, you play every running back not named Derrick Henry against Detroit as well. I'd rather talk more about the festive attire that all of us are wearing. I'm in green. Kenny's got his vineyard vines. I think it's salmon, but it's a little bit red. It's still Christmas. And let's talk about Christian DeAndrea's setup here. The headband matches the blazer, right? And I'm sure that's a festive shirt underneath there. At least it's red. And Jesse with the sweater. Let's talk about those things, because if you're not playing Derrick Henry and figuring out a way to get him in your lineup, or you didn't try and trade for him in season long 6 weeks ago, and he's not going to be in your lineup every single week until this guy retires, then yeah, you shouldn't be watching this show, because there's no way I'm talking you out of it.
And you don't get to celebrate Christmas. We'll take that from you too.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If I asked you going into the weekend, like who would lead quarterbacks in fantasy points scored, how many of you would have picked Tua? I'm going to guess not a lot of you. That is what happened. 31.04 fantasy points on 316 yards passing, 3 total touchdowns. Kenny, is Tua the real deal in DFS right now, or is he just like 2 hit or miss here?
I don't think so. I mean, look, this Kansas City defense is sneaky bad. We talked about it last week, but they give up a lot of extra yards. They allow a lot of completions that they shouldn't. And I think that we get caught up in like some of these players making great interceptions and coming off the edge to look at the full picture here, that this defense allows yards and points. So I'm not surprised that a quarterback that was sort of in the bottom half of the league managed to rise up and have a good game against this defense. The thing about Tua is, even watching him on Sunday, like a lot of these deep balls, he just doesn't have enough zip on them. He threw some interceptions that were bad. Like his shots, he's taking shots, which you like to see, like when you're playing fantasy, you want to see a guy go for 40, 50-yard passes when you have a quarterback, but they're missing the mark. Like there's no velocity on these throws. I think that he has a little work to do here, developing a rapport with these receivers. And speaking of those receivers, he really doesn't have too many that are quality to work with. And now Mike Gesicki, he gets hurt again last week. Like who knows if he's going to be healthy for this week. So without Gesicki, I think things get even tougher for Tua. He's also not running the football a lot. Like that's a thing that I think a lot of people figured coming out of Alabama, a mobile quarterback, he can run. He hasn't really run that many times a game. So you don't have a bunch of upside there. You don't have the floor that a Hurts gives you. And now you're relying on his arm, and his arm just hasn't really been spectacular. He throws these noodle footballs. He's got talent. I like him. I think he's got great leadership capabilities. He came back in that game, but not right now. I think he's got to get a little bit of time under him to get a little bit better.
Come on, Reid. Is it Tua time?
It's always Tua time. It's always Tua time. I love him. I just appreciate Kenny getting on the back of a cheap quarterback like Mitch Trubisky, and then in the same vein saying that Tua throws noodle balls like it's some sort of a bad mark. Look, what he's saying is true.
Drew Lock out there.
It's no
Top 5
Drew
quarterback
Lock
this week.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other weeks, he's like dead last. The rushing upside is not there, right? The one rushing touchdown that he got was a goal line. It was a goal line. I think he just jumped over there and he got it. 6 for 24. And that's the one thing that worries me, is that Tua right now is not going to have a ton of pass catchers. Devontae Parker, notoriously just always banged up. He had to leave that game. I think at some point, like the top 8 guys I saw, I think Gary tweeted this out, the top 8 guys in terms of production from line of scrimmage were all out at one point in the game. You didn't have any person who's like, essentially what that's saying is people who produce the skill players. You didn't have anybody, so he had to do it. At the same time, you look at New England, what have they just done to a rookie quarterback that we've praised all season long in Justin Herbert? Held him to a goose egg. That scares me as well. So if he doesn't have players, if running backs are getting healthy, like Myles Gaskin, Salvon Ahmed are coming back, a lot of it is probably going to be run-centric. Let's make sure we're hiding the fact that we don't have any pass catchers, and that Tua might not be the one, but it's not all arrows pointing down for Tua. I think he's making some pretty good passes, and you see that when he needs to get mobile, he can.
Christian, is Tua the real deal in DFS, or is this guy just too hit or miss for you?
Oh, he definitely is this week because he's a rookie quarterback preparing for his first date with Bill Belichick. He's about to get thrown into a wood chipper. It's going to be ugly. But other than that, like Reid said, the running game value isn't really there. That's what pushed him. Those extra running game points, the rushing touchdown. But this is a guy whose career high for passing touchdowns in a game is only 2. He's not there yet. He can get there for sure. The arm talent, I think, is a little bit better than Kenny's putting out there. He's got a little bit of zip. He's still solid enough. You can talk yourself into him, but he is not inside the circle of trust just yet.
Velocity isn't the same as Chad Pennington. Sorry, Jesse.
No, Reid, go ahead. Always.
Hey, his velocity isn't the same as Chad Pennington's, though. We know Kenny likes that.
Chad Pennington led the league. He had the all-time lead in completion percentage for a long time until Drew Brees took it.
Well, I'm not surprised that Kenny knows.
Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. Fowler football focus. Well, all right. Thanks, guys. As Reid pointed out, as you can see, I've got a very special sweater on. And the good news for you guys watching, we're going to be giving away DraftKings ugly sweaters all week, including right here on the Dream Stream on Wednesday. So tune in on Wednesday. I'm going to tell you how you can win a DK ugly sweater and celebrate the holidays in style. You can also follow along on all the DK social channels for other ways to win. But hang tight, you guys, getting those primetime picks after we see what our guys Emerson Latzia and Ross Tucker got up to earlier.
All right, joining us now as he does every Monday, we have former NFL lineman, all-star broadcaster, all-star podcaster. What's going on, Ross Tucker? How was your weekend?
Emerson, was awesome, man. I love the vaunted double dip. I did Army, Navy, and Steelers versus the Bills for Westwood 1. This week I've got Army Air Force on the TV side for CBS Sports Network, and then Browns Giants Sunday night on the radio. So I love double dipping, man. I dip and then I dip again. It's awesome.
Yeah, that was your old stomping grounds too there in Buffalo, my friend. And right now the Buffalo and Steelers right behind the Chiefs as favorites in the AFC to win the conference. So who was the better bet right now in your opinion? You have Steelers at plus 525 or you got Buffalo at plus 575. Talk to me.
Oh, man. That is a tough one because I still think the Steelers have a lot of the pieces in place, especially defensively, to turn over the Kansas City Chiefs and be able to win that matchup. But it's hard to unsee what I saw last night. So I'll take the Bills. I'll take the better odds. They're trending in the right direction. I think all these injuries for the Steelers at linebacker and Joe Hayden, although they'll get him back, I just think it's been a little bit too much for them. So I will go with my beloved Buffalo Bills.
All right, that was a good one last night. We have a good one tonight. We have the Ravens and the Browns, division rivals. A big one here in terms of like potential playoff seeding as well. I know that you've liked the Browns in an underdog spot before, and I'm looking at the money line plus 142. How do you feel about that bet? Because this doesn't feel like the Browns team of week 1 when these two teams last met.
Not at all. And I'm going with another one of my former teams. The Browns have been very good to me this year, man. Very good to me. I've been buying them more than a lot of other people do. I think they win the game tonight. I think they win the game outright. I've thought the line was wrong from the start. I was not overly impressed by the Ravens against the Cowboys. I think much like the Bills, I think the Browns rise to the occasion, national TV audience, prime time in a big spot. I think we got a new world order in the AFC a little bit, bro.
It feels like, too, this is going to be like a heavy, like, ground game attack with these two. And I know the total's, like, set currently on the DraftKings Sportsbook, 45.5. Which side are you feeling the under here?
I would lean under. You know, Dallas moved the ball pretty well against the Ravens Tuesday night. Andy Dalton missed Michael Gallup wide open for a touchdown. Zerline missed several field goals. My brother from another mother, Justin Tucker, missed a chip shot field goal. So I'm a little bit nervous just in the fact that Dallas was able to move the ball against Baltimore. I think Cleveland will as well, but I think it stays under. I really do. I think both teams run the ball a lot. So It's not a strong play for me, but my lean would be under.
What about like a prop bet in this one?
Yeah, I like Gus Edwards. He had over 100 yards on 7 carries against Dallas. He looks like he's lost some weight. I don't think he's the Gus bus anymore. He's like the Gus minivan, the Gus whatever.
like a hybrid or something,
Yeah,
like
he's something. But I'm telling you, I think I like the Gus Edwards over rushing yardage. I'd like to think Greg Roman, the Ravens offensive coordinator, realizes they need to get him the ball more often. He looks good.
Welcome back to The Sweat, everybody. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, joined now by DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, Jeff Ulrich, and NFL writer for the Post Group, Christian D'Andrea. And now we are getting those primetime picks, people. So your favorite DFS plays for tonight's Monday Night Football showdown between Baltimore and Cleveland. Let's start with your captain's pick. Who's it going to be, Pierce?
I'll go a little unconventional, take Jarvis Landry. Typically the Browns are always losing to the Ravens, so playing from behind, you could get some garbage points. But even if this game is close, I could still see Landry playing well against a depleted Ravens secondary. I know Marvin Humphrey has been healthy, and he's been good, but he hasn't been great. CeeDee Lamb got 13 fantasy points. Landry's better, more volume. Deontay Johnson had 14 points against him. Landry's better, gets more volume. I don't trust this Baltimore secondary, and Landry has been getting tons of targets in the red zone. So I'll go a little unconventional here and take Landry.
All right, Pierce is going unconventional. Where are you going, Jeff?
I don't know what he doesn't trust about the Baltimore secondary. It's great. I would not want to be on the Cleveland pass game today. I would rather go to the Baltimore pass game, actually, with Mark Andrews. So I think if you're going to go with a non-stud, and by non-stud, I mean not Lamar or Nick Chubb, I think I'd put Andrews in there. I mean, Cleveland's second most fantasy points allowed to the tight end position this year, 9 touchdowns. They basically give up almost a touchdown per game to this position. They're horrible at covering it. Even with Greg Williams not there, they're still horrible at covering it. So I think this is a game too. Realistically, a little bit bad weather. You're probably going to see, Lamar target Andrews a little bit more. So realistically, I don't know if you want to get off the studs here. It seems like I feel almost bad, like not recommending Chubb or Lamar. But for me, I would much rather go to Andrews than Landry.
All right, Christian, where are you going for your captain's pick?
I'm on board with both these guys. Jarvis has been on a heater lately, but part of the reclamation project for Baker Mayfield has been kind of diversifying his targets. It's what they did back in 2018 with him to get him on that rookie of the year type pace. And they've been doing a little bit more lately. So there's a chance Jarvis only plays about 60% of the snaps. So with that in mind, I actually went with Mandrews myself, coming off that COVID list, and he was on a bit of a heater before that, played about 85% of the Ravens snaps, 7 targets, 95 yards, and a touchdown. And you really got to see just how badly Baltimore needed his field stretching ability up the seam in the games that he missed. So I think Lamar Jackson's going to come out and try to make an example out of that, prove that his team still has it when they're at full strength. I like the Mandrews play.
All right, Jeff, are you stacking with him?
Well, I mean, stacking with them. I mean, look, obviously you're going to play, Lamar Jackson with them. But again, people really don't need me to hear that, you're going to play Lamar Jackson. So realistically, I think on the other side, I think an interesting stacking target with Andrews might be Kareem Hunt, because again, one scenario, if Mark Andrews having a big game, Cleveland might just be passing a little bit more, which means maybe we see a little bit less Nick Chubb in this game. I mean, obviously that scenario worked out in week 2. Or 3, whatever it was, the week when Baltimore just destroyed Cleveland. It would have been week 1, actually. But either way, I think if Mark Andrews is having a big game for you in the captain spot, it probably means Cleveland's behind. It probably means Kareem Hunt's getting a little bit more field. So obviously you're going to put Lamar in there, but maybe put Kareem Hunt in there and get off Nick Chubb in those lineups.
Yeah, Christian, what do you think?
Yeah, obviously Lamar is going to be a must play in any stack with the Ravens in it, but Willie Snead fits this theme as well. Another guy coming off the COVID list who had a big game in his last appearance. His last 2 games, 14 targets, about 70% of the snaps for that Ravens offense. And Hollywood Brown in that same span only had about 10 targets in the same amount of games, a little bit more snaps actually. So at 5,800 in the flex, Snead is a guy who can really come out and give you above and beyond what you're paying him for. I would put him in there along with Lamar and Mark Andrews in this one.
All right, Pierce, who are you stacking with your captain Jarvis Landry?
Well, it's got to be Baker Mayfield. Let's pretend that Jeff is right and that Baltimore's defense is good, although I disagree. I think they're dealing with a lot of injuries in the secondary and up front. They're not 100%. But let's say that they are good and it's garbage time. Well, Andy Dalton had 285 passing yards in garbage time against Baltimore, and I'll definitely take that with Baker Mayfield. But I think the run game is going to work. And as the run game opens up, that's going to open up Baker Mayfield, and he should get his 8th multi-touchdown game. You look at what Tennessee did. Tennessee dared Cleveland to pass, and Baker Mayfield absolutely destroyed them. So we'll see what happens if they try to stuff the box against Nick Chubb. We could have a big game from Baker Mayfield.
All right, well, obviously, we got to find some value somewhere in there. So, Christian, where are you looking?
Yeah, Snead at 5,800 for sure, but the Browns tight ends are an interesting case as well. We know Austin Hooper is not going to be, or not expected to play tonight, so it's going to turn into which guy is going to get the call for the Browns, especially if Baker Mayfield is in fact diversifying his targets. And for me, I will forever stand David Njoku, one of my favorite players out there, the athleticism. Everything really works out well for him. And this is his opportunity to convince Cleveland to keep him around for a 5th year, that non-guaranteed rookie contract year. This could be his big breakthrough game. When Mayfield was exploding over the back end of his rookie season, he was turned to Njoku for about 5 targets, 43 yards, roughly a touchdown every 3 games. If Njoku at 1K in the flex can provide those kind of numbers, he's going to be a tremendous value for you.
All right, Pierce, where are you looking for the value?
Well, it's going to be Snead, and I know Christian already mentioned a lot of the stats, but you look at red zone work, and Snead leads the team, even though he's playing in 10 or 12 games. Last game we saw him 3 red zone targets. The game before that, 2 red zone targets, 2 touchdowns. With Denzel Ward out for Cleveland, that means, typically you would see Denzel Ward locking down Hollywood Brown. They're going to have to use multiple defenders on him, possibly on Andrews. Snead's probably going to have the easiest or softest coverage of any of them, and he's already getting the targets. If he gets a touchdown, you're good to go.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, I like attacking this this Cleveland secondary as well, but I think for my money, I'd rather go to just a guy like Devin Duvernay at 1,600. He's so cheap. He's playing over 80% of the snaps. I know he's getting 1 or 2 targets, but I mean, we saw what happened in the last Baltimore Showdown game when Miles Boykin scored. The thing I like about Duvernay is you can pair him with the Baltimore D too. He's returning some kicks, so he's out there. He's a speed guy. It's a complete boomer bust. You're either going to get like the long touchdown pass or you're not, but you could also get the return touchdown. So I kind of like playing, if you were asking me which side I would rather be heavier on, I'd rather be on the Baltimore side here. I'd rather stack maybe their defense with like Lamar and Duvernay. You play for that double dip. I think at 1,600, he's a pretty solid value down there.
All right, guys, we're going to move into NFL over-under. So, are you going to go over or under the listed total on the DK Sportsbook for these next ones? So the game total for this one is set at 45.5. It opened at 48 earlier in the week. Pierce, do you want to go over or under here? The under's currently at 3-0 in Baltimore's last 3 road contests.
I would take the over. Cleveland has gone over in 7 of 12, and 3 of those games that have gone under were those terrible weather games. So basically, during regular weather, the Cleveland Browns are have covered 7 out of 9 games, or gone over in 7 out of 9. Then you look at Baltimore, their offense is playing a lot better lately. I know Dallas is not really a good team to measure them against, but they're moving in the right direction. And as I mentioned before, Baltimore's defense is not the Baltimore defense we've seen in the past. Cleveland should be able to put some points up on the board. I like the over. Jeff,
do you like the over in this one?
Oh, I'm going to agree with Pierce just barely here because I've been struggling with this one since the start of the segment, but I'm going to lean over here too. The weather here is a little bit of a concern, but it's really not bad enough that we should even be bringing it up, in my opinion. I do think that Lamar is going to have a good game. And if I think if the Ravens are going to put up points, it probably means Cleveland's going to play a little bit quicker as well. We've seen Cleveland get in shootouts like Pierce alluded to. Their over-under record really isn't that bad. Just in terms of leaning towards the over. And I feel like in this situation, I don't think Baltimore's in a place where they're going to blow teams out. Even if I like them to win this game, I don't think they're going to blow anyone out at this point. So at least not a team as good as Cleveland. So yeah, I think Cleveland will be able to score points. And yeah, I would lean over here slightly.
Christian, where are you going to go?
3 for 3 on this one. I like the over. We know the Browns defense is a little bit suspect. They've given up 30 plus in half their games so far. And like Jeff mentioned, the ones that weren't did have some outside influences like the weather affecting them. So there's a good chance they're going to give up a lot of points. And we know this offense is playing much better than it was earlier in the season. So this is going to be a 38-6 type blowout. They're going to give up a lot of points, sure, but they have the horses now to sustain drives against a defense like the Ravens. The closest comparison that we've seen really from a top 10 DVOA standpoint would be the Colts, and this Browns team won that game 32-23. I would expect something similar like that, something in the 50-point range to 60-point range for this game.
All right, guys. Well, Baker Mayfield's passing yards has gone way down. It was at 224.5. It's now 210.5. So, Jeff, would you go over or under that mark?
I mean, at 210, it's just too tempting to take the over. It really is. I think at 224, I was probably coming in as an under, but I mean, I don't really love this spot for Baker Mayfield. I know Pierce is alluding to, like, Baltimore hasn't been as good against the pass lately, and he is right. I mean, they've given up more garbage time than usual, but they're still a really good secondary, and like this Cleveland team will kind of do whatever they can not to pass. I know he went off, but that was against Tennessee early in the game. They just caught them off guard. Tennessee's got a terrible secondary. So I'm still going to lean over. I'm still going to lean over at 210. I think it's too low, but I don't really like it.
Christian, is that 210.5 number just too enticing for you?
It's a really tough one because Baker's been trending upwards. This number is really low. It's really tantalizing. But then you realize Baker Mayfield, whenever you start hyping him up in either direction, whether you're going, he's amazing or he sucks, he takes that into consideration, then runs screaming in the opposite direction from it. So when you think he sucks, he's awesome. When you think he's great, he's terrible. So it's weird. Like, how do you place any kind of expectations on Baker Mayfield other than he's going to make a pretty decent progressive car? I don't know. You know what? He's averaged nearly 290 per game against this Ravens offense, and that includes the 39 pass, 189 performance earlier in this 189-yard performance earlier in the season. So yes, go with the over on this one. 210 is just too low to pass up, but Baker Mayfield, if you're looking for a way to disappoint us, he will always find it.
Fierce, you want to go over this, Mark?
Well, of course I'm going to go over this. Even if it's garbage time, even if they're playing from behind, the number's way too low. But I think this game's going to be close. And as the run game goes, so does the pass game. It's going to open up. It's going to be fine. Tennessee's pass defense, not the greatest, but they do have Adoree Jackson. They've got King back there. They're not really just complete bums. It's a decent defense. So Baker Mayfield has looked really good over the last 2 games, 258 yards passing, 330 in the last game, a 117 quarterback rating, a 147 quarterback rating. That's a pretty good number by quarterback, regardless of what team you're playing. I think a lot of it has to do with Odell Beckham being gone. We don't really think about it much, but the first 3 games that Beckham was gone, it was bad weather. So we get 2 games without Beckham, and Baker Mayfield has looked really good. I will take the over here.
All right, how about Nick Chubb, guys? His rushing yards total set at 78.5. Pierce, do you like him to go over or under that?
He'll go over this. Baltimore is not the same team that we've seen in the past. 111 rushing yards per game, 4.4 yards per game. Here's what you do. Just forget that the team is Baltimore and say Nick Chubb is facing a defense that allows 4.4 yards per carry. You got to play Chubb in this spot. He's been awesome since he came back. The last week he didn't have big numbers, but that's because he didn't play in the second half barely, and that's where he wears the other team down and gets most of his yards.
Jeff, easy over for you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm taking all the overs in a Baltimore-Cleveland game. I feel like a huge fish. But yeah, but this is just disrespectful to Nick Chubb. 78.5. He's the best rusher in the NFL. I mean, legitimately. I mean, you can make a case to him or Derrick Henry, but this is too low. You should take the over on this regardless of opponent. And Baltimore's been susceptible. I mean, I think their weakness is in the rush, not in the secondary. And I think Nick Chubb could easily get free here. And I agree with Pierce in the fact that it's going to be a close game, which means more Nick Chubb. So yeah, you got to lean over with Chubb props that are this low.
Christian, I mean, you with the guys just got to lean over here.
Yeah, no, there's no way I'm going to bet against Nick Chubb. Man has been a revelation, and every time I see him, I get more and more furious that the Patriots selected Sony Michel over him. It's a terrible, terrible waste, but Nick Chubb is Cleveland's best hope to win this game.
All right, guys, good stuff. Do not forget, everybody who's watching, follow along with us on Leaderboard Live starting at kickoff of the Ravens and Browns game. Adam Kaufman and our guy, Jeff Ulrich, will break down the fantasy impact of all the key plays. They're also going to keep you updated on the biggest DraftKings contest for this game, including our $2.25 million Monday Night Millionaire Showdown contest that has a $2.25 million prize pool and is paying out $1 million to first. So stick right here on the Dream Stream to follow the Monday Night Football action. All right, guys, I will be talking NBA MVP futures odds in a bit here with our NBA panel. But right now, let's hear from Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow as they discuss tonight's Monday Night Football game with special guest Joe Murray on the Unreasonable Odds podcast.
I think Baltimore beats Cleveland this week. Cleveland's at home. We saw them have that great outing in the first half last week. Let's not forget what they did what they did in that second half there. I'm going Baltimore over Cleveland as a 1-point favorite. Yep. I just think Baltimore has to get it going. They're on the cusp of being a playoff team. Cleveland, listen, they've had a good run, right? They've looked good. I think Baker Mayfield comes back down. And not to mention they're on like national television here. I'm going to fade Baker Mayfield at home, and I like Baltimore. A low number. Give me Baltimore -1 as my play of the week.
So here's the thing, too, that you look at, too, especially with the Browns. I mean, you want to talk about recency bias. Like, look at the teams that they have faced over the past 4 weeks. It's just bad secondary after bad secondary after bad secondary. The Texans, the Eagles, the Jaguars, and the Titans, like all teams that you can throw on. And we know the Browns like to run because they have that unbelievable tandem with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. But if they've needed to throw, they are not facing teams that are going to resist them from throwing. So I agree with you. This line is kind of crazy to me that Baltimore's only favored by 1. You know, they came out of the gate from all their COVID issues. Wasn't really much of an issue, I don't think. Lamar Jackson looked great when he ran in for that touchdown. Obviously, COVID affects people differently, but Jackson looked like he was ready to go. I do agree with you, Joe. I think that's an excellent line as well.
I'll just say one more thing, too. The line. Cleveland should be favored. Right? Yeah. They after what happened, both teams won, both teams covered, but like Cleveland should be a legit favor here. So Vegas obviously is looking at it as good run defense versus a good running team. So just looking at the line alone, that's what I'm looking at.
And I'm still not totally convinced. I mean, Baltimore still could be the better overall team here. They've had plenty of hiccups this season, but they're favored slightly on the road here, and that tells us something. Just from a DK Sportsbook perspective, as we shoot this on Thursday, the -1 is -112 for Baltimore, and the money line's -114. So I don't know, too close there, but
bet them both.
Avoid the push, avoid the 1-point push, lay the 2 cents of juice, and let's take the money line here. But yeah, we're 3 for 3 on this one. It's Baltimore. Baltimore is more desperate. Baltimore needs this one more. I'm sure the Ravens feel like I had that Thanksgiving game circled for a while. Give me Baltimore plus 170 on the money line or whatever it was in Pittsburgh at the time when it was a 3.5, 4-point spread. And then the game's played almost a week later, and Baltimore's missing 25% of its roster, including the quarterback. And that one was just doomed from the start, even though Baltimore did pull out the cover. So the Ravens need to make up some ground here, solidify a wild card spot, and bring some momentum into the postseason, because they're going to be playing some tough games, probably on the road, if they're going to get to where they want to get in the AFC. So Cleveland is, skating on a little bit of a high, and they have not been higher this season than they are now. There's not a better time to say that the Browns are going to regress than right now when they're red hot and coming off a massive victory, which, even though they were never in, jeopardy of losing that game, they stalled in the second half. They were up huge, and Tennessee came all the way back to the point that they were never going to win, but they made it like a one-possession game. So the Browns can certainly, puke all over themselves, as we're used to the Cleveland Browns doing in their history. So this is a huge game. We know what happened the first time around in this matchup. Baltimore absolutely beat them down in week 1. I do like the Ravens on Monday Night Football here.
We're turning our attention to the NBA right now, everybody. So this is The Sweat. You're watching The Sweat. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey is here with me for NBA High or Low. So are these NBA MVP futures odds set too high, aka too long, or too low, aka too short? So Kenny, we talked LeBron's odds on the show last week. So now looking at some of the other guys, let's start at the top. How about that? Not so much high or low for this one, but like Luka Doncic is the favorite at plus 400. Should he be the favorite over Giannis?
Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing that we've learned about the MVP race over the last 15 years. And the important thing to remember is that it's voted on by the writers. Now, LeBron James, you can make a legitimate argument, should have 7, 8 MVPs, right? He was clearly the best player in the league for most of his career, but there's such thing as voter fatigue. And I think that there is absolutely going to be voter fatigue this year with Giannis Antetokounmpo, even if he winds up being, arguably the best player in the league. I don't think it's going to be clear cut this year, especially not with Giannis. But if he does, just for argument's sake, I don't know if voters are going to vote him for a third straight year. The thing to consider with Giannis as well is there's risks here. Like there's a risk that maybe, the Bucks aren't so good. I mean, does Drew Holiday fix all the Bucks' problems? I don't think so. I think that they have legitimate concerns there. Their bench isn't that great. Is Dante DiVincenzo going to take a big step this year? I think he might. I like Dante DiVincenzo, but that's a risk. There's a lot of question marks here with the Bucks, especially coming off the way that they've looked in the postseason last year. So I like Luka Doncic in this spot. I like him as the favorite over Giannis at least. Also, I mean, who knows? Maybe Giannis checks out mentally, wants to, go play for another team. That's a real thing the Bucks are concerned about as well. They want to make sure they can convince him that they're good enough to keep him around. So I'm not really so sure what's going to happen this season in Milwaukee. Meanwhile, Porzingis should be healthy for the most part of the season. For Doncic, who's gotten better every year that he's been in the NBA. Josh Richardson, I think, is a fantastic fit there in Dallas. So we'll see what happens. But I certainly think the pieces are in place for Doncic to have an MVP season. While the Bucks, the last time we saw them didn't look so great on the court, and I don't think are going to magically get better. They're going to need to work on some things. So it could be a tough year for Giannis in terms of Giannis standards.
All right, Kenny, I mean, Steph Curry, this guy's sitting at plus 800. What do you think? Too high or too low?
I think this is too high. I think that Steph Curry has a pretty good chance to win this award when you consider the fact that he is going to, be without Klay Thompson. So he should be taking all the shots that he wants here, right? And the thing that I like about the Warriors is that, they have pieces there. One of my favorites, Eric Paschall. You look at Green, obviously going to be back. They add Kelly Oubre. James Wiseman averaged over 25 rebounds per 100 possessions in college the short time that we saw him. So, you could come up with the narrative here. There's also Brolic, Andrew Wiggins, that, these pieces around Steph Curry actually make him better or at least fit him pretty well. I mean, if he would have walked on the court with the Warriors lineup that wound up playing at the end of last season, it would have been trouble. I don't know if he would have been able to elevate his game to a championship level. I mean, it's just, he doesn't have the guys to pass to get the assists. He's getting double teamed all the time. I think there's going to be enough attention away from the ball to give Steph Curry a little space to work. And I do think that the Warriors could be sneaky good this year. Brad Wanamaker, great bench guy for them. I think this is actually a pretty deep team. They've done a good job here maintaining or retaining some pieces, some young pieces. So yeah, I think that this could be a good season for Steph Curry. I think plus 800 on a former MVP is a little too high.
All right, how about KD? First season with the Nets. His odds are sitting at plus 1,200. What do you make of those?
This one I think actually might be a little too low, just because, again, I just said that a former MVP coming off an injury, those are good odds. Durant has to play with a really ball dominant guard in Kyrie Irving, and there's obviously all these questions right now about whether or not Irving will even be there with the Harden trade rumors. Probably not going to happen, right? But that's not a good sign. I think that we want to take a wait and see approach with Durant. We don't know what his minutes are going to be like. They could certainly have him play half the season, especially considering the Nets last year without Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant almost made the playoffs. That core is good enough that they can maintain a level of play. They can win enough games to put themselves in a playoff picture with only, half a season of Durant. So I do think that just the way that the Nets have played this Kevin Durant thing, they've taken extreme caution, way too much caution, honestly. I mean, just way too much, way more than they need to. So what reason do you have to believe they won't do that this year? So I don't want to bet on a guy who's going to be playing, 60% of the games, as good as he may be, and next to a guy that needs a lot of the ball at plus 1,200.
All right, a guy you just mentioned, James Harden, he's at plus 2,000. How do you feel about that number?
I don't mind taking a stab on this. I mean, obviously the risk here is evident. I mean, you don't know where he's going to be playing. He requested a trade. Steven Silas, the new coach there in Houston, apparently had a good conversation with him. That's according to Steven Silas. So that's exactly what Steven Silas would say if he didn't have a good conversation with James Harden, I guess, right? He'd just try to play it off like he did. But, if you trust Steven Silas, take him at his word. I do think that this relationship is mendable here, and I do think that John Wall adds an exciting element to this Houston team. But ultimately, it comes down to how good you think they're going to be, right? I mean, this is the same reason why I like taking a shot at Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray, because you think that team could be number one in the West. The odds justify taking it at plus 2,000. I don't know if Houston's going to be flirting with the number one seed the way that they're constructed right now, as good as James Harden is. But, again, this is where you start to enter the conversation of a guy you might want to take a shot at who could, he is legitimately one of the three best scorers in the NBA, one of the three best players even every season. So I actually do like these odds. So I don't know whether to say too high or too low. I guess just right. If I had to pick, maybe they're a little too low, though.
It's the Goldilocks pick, just right. All right, how about Paul George, plus 8,000, too high or too low?
Oh, Pandemic P? Come on, these are way too high. I'm not touching these odds on Paul George. He shot under 40% in the postseason, 20 points per game. However you want to slice it, okay, he didn't do well in the bubble. Now, they're not going to have fans in the stands for the NBA season. It's going to be a little bit of a different season as well. So, whether it's missing the crowd, I don't know what it is, but I don't expect him to turn things around quite like he has in the past. And you look at him getting the new contract, there's no incentive really here for him to have a fantastic regular season. He got paid. He's sitting comfortable. He only played 29 minutes a game last season too, which brought him down to 21 points a game. So I don't really even know if the Los Angeles Clippers need to use him that much. Obviously they're missing Montrezl Harrell now, but that team's still good, right? That team's still probably going to be one of the 4 best in the West. So I don't know if, again, this is sort of like along the lines with Durant. I don't know if he's going to play a lot, considering his injury history, considering last year what he did, only playing 21 minutes a game. And the fact that he just has looked pretty bad for the last calendar year that we watched this guy play basketball. I don't know. I mean, I guess you could find crazier odds, but if you're going to take long odds, just take Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray. Again, take a bet on a team finishing one in the West, an improving player, not a guy who's on the wrong side of his career arc.
All right, Kenny, good stuff. You carried that segment all by your lonesome, but you crushed it, man. Thank you. One more segment to go on the show. It'll be NFL Price Check for Week 15. That's coming up next. Final block of the show, everybody. You've been watching The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. They're DraftKings contributors Reid Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, and Pierce Dietrich. And the segment that will wrap up our show, is NFL Price Check. So what are your favorite salaries for Week 15 at the following positions? We're going to start, as we always do, at quarterback. Reid, who is it?
I think you just play everyone against Detroit. So I think Ryan Tannehill is definitely in play. He was someone that was very efficient last week. Didn't have to do much because Derrick Henry carried that entire team. I think he's in play. Someone else, Taysom Hill, is such a nice floor at $6,000. And so he's someone else I'm looking at. But probably those two guys. Watson is interesting. He's got no one as a risk. Like everyone is hurt. I know I'm mentioning 3 guys here, just doing the Jeff Ulrich. Yeah. But Deshaun Watson, he's someone that I'm interested in because no one's going to be on him. He played. He looked like he was disgruntled, and rightfully so last week. They didn't look good at all. He comes against Indy, and Indy has not been good against quarterbacks. Granted, he's probably not going to have a ton of people to pass to, but I don't mind stacking it with someone else I'm going to talk about in a little bit.
All right, Jeffrey, just took all the quarterbacks. Are you going to take one of the ones he just mentioned?
I mean, this sounds weird, but I actually kind of to me, the real decision here is Jalen Hurts or Taysom Hill. These are the two guys I talked about last week. I said Taysom Hill was overpriced. You play Jalen Hurts, he's going to outscore Taysom Hill. He's a better version. But now Taysom Hill gets Kansas City. And we saw what Kansas City did to Tua last week. It turned him into a fantasy stud. I think there's a very good chance that the similar thing will happen here to Taysom Hill. He's going to get put in a high-pressure situation where it's move the ball quick. He's going to be running more than he did last week against a good Philly front. There's not really a good front there in Kansas City. They haven't been good at rushing the pass a lot of the year. So I think Taysom Hill at 6K is actually very, very tempting here. Obviously, we're going to have to wait on like some Drew Brees news. I don't think that's going to happen this week, but it could. So I really do like Jalen Hurts still for all the same reasons. But I think the matchup with KC and Taysom Hill, it might actually lean towards him being better. So both those guys, Hill and Hurts, got to be on your radar.
All right, Pierce, who do you like for the price at quarterback?
Jalen Hurts. I've got to admit, I was wrong.
Eat it, buddy.
Humble pie.
Okay, well, look, Jeff was right, and you've got to be willing to admit when you're wrong. Hurts looked really good. He was making good reads, good decisions, and he was executing. I mean, if he plays like that and he runs the ball 18 times, I don't care what the matchup is. You're going to have to play him, especially at this price. Arizona has a middle-of-the-road defense. They've allowed the 5th most rushing yards to quarterbacks. And really, you just look at one play in particular, that 82-yard rush by Miles Sanders. And it was an RPO that was completely set up by Jalen Hurts, holding that ball and playing the defense. The defenses around the league need to be frightened right now. This is very scary what he can do to you. Everyone needs to play Hurts.
Pierce is a big man admitting when he's wrong. All right.
Look, I've done shows with Pierce for 5 years now. I think that's the first time he's ever admitted that I was right or something. So
5 years.
It's a big moment here.
A lot in
Big
5
Mark
years.
the tape. Mark the tape.
Yep.
All right, Jeff, running back position. Who are you looking at?
Okay, I mean, I'm going to stick with Jonathan Taylor here. I really feel like we're getting just an onslaught of great matchups here for Jonathan Taylor, and I don't really care that his price is up to 7,200. This guy is playing unreal. 7 yards per carry the week before against whoever. It was against Houston. Now he gets Houston again in the same matchup. He's playing out of his mind, and Indianapolis has finally realized this. They're getting all these weak matchups, but now they're giving him the touches. 22 touches last week after 16 the week before that, and he's produced in both those situations. The bottom line here is it's Houston. They are absolutely terrible at covering the running back position. They just flood points to it. They made David Montgomery look like Adrian Peterson last week. Jonathan Taylor might actually be like an Adrian Peterson type talent. Maybe not that good, but you get my point. He's real good, and I think you should play him.
All right, Pierce, who do you think the people should be playing at running back?
Derrick Henry. Reid already mentioned it earlier in the show. Hopefully people last week didn't overthink it and they just jammed him in. And it's a very similar matchup. Last week, Jacksonville struggles in the second level. They give up big runs. Well, guess what Detroit does? They've allowed 72 rushes over 20 yards. And we saw Derrick Henry bust a couple loose last week. He'll probably do the same thing. Detroit also allows the most rushing touchdowns. And they don't give up very many touchdowns to receivers. They funnel to the running back, as if Tennessee didn't already need that. It's just a no-brainer. Jam him in.
All right, Reid, who's it going to be?
Yeah, it's a guy that Jeff just mentioned in passing there, David Montgomery. Of his last 3 games, he's second to only Derrick Henry in terms of his efficiencies. I mean, he's got 83 fantasy points over those 3 games. He's just being used so much. And like the one thing that I would say about Jonathan Taylor, and it's not even a knock because he did it last week, is that he 56 or 54% of the snaps, Nyheim Hines was still used at 38%. He got a little banged up in that first play. But that's the only thing that scares me a touch, but that shouldn't, right? Jonathan Taylor looks like he's got the talent to take this home. But David Montgomery, he's just being used a ton. And he gets Minnesota. He's at 7K. I don't mind that at all.
All right, wide receivers. Who do you like for the price, Pierce?
T.Y. Hilton has found the fountain of youth. The last 3 games, 18 fantasy points, 28 fantasy points, 26 fantasy points, at least 4 catches, 80 yards, and a touchdown in every one of those games. And this week, he might have his best matchup. We've already talked about Bradley Roby being out and how that's hurt Houston's secondary. They were also without 2 other quarterbacks last week, and that allowed Mitch Trubisky to have a 127 quarterback rating. T.Y. Hilton should have a monster week this week, and he's really cheap.
Reid, who do you like?
Yeah, it's crazy. Ty against Houston. Like, that's what you need to get right for T.Y. Hilton is go up against Houston, destroys them. He's only third to Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams in DraftKings scoring over the last 3 weeks. That is crazy because he was on a milk box for the first 10 weeks. I really like Brandon Ayuk, $6,300. No Deebo Samuel. We're still not seeing George Kittle. And look at the target share that Brandon Ayuk got just against Dallas at $6,300. I think that's a great spot. He's a guy that is essentially going to fulfill that Deebo Samuel role or that tight end type role in a Shanahan offense. Yeah, $6,300. I'll take it.
Jeff, whose price tag is enticing you at wide receiver?
Hey, look, it's a positive Monday, Pierce. I like both those guys that they mentioned. I like the TY. He's really coming on. Love Ayuk. I'm going to go with a guy who's probably going to be more of like a pivot play in GPPs, but Marvin Jones Jr. going up against Tennessee. You have to start your wide receivers against Tennessee. You just have to. They have been terrible at giving up points in the passing game and to wide receivers specifically. And Marvin Jones Jr., he's getting that kind of Brandon Ayuk-like targeting, right? I mean, he's getting double digits almost every week. And yeah, maybe he didn't do much last week, but I mean, this is just a different scenario. Again, Tennessee, they sieve points. I know it's Chase Daniels, but Chase Daniels can at least play a little bit, and he should be targeting Marvin Jones a ton here because that's pretty much going to be the only guy out there. So I think that's going to be a really interesting play for tournaments. That Detroit's going to be down that entire game. I think Jones could end up with 15 targets here and something crazy.
All right, let's talk tight ends. Reid, who do you like for the price?
Yeah, Stafford's X-rays were negative, Jeff, but I mean, still, Stafford will play with one rib. He's crazy tough. I don't know how he does it, but tight ends, I kind of mentioned it with Deshaun Watson, Jordan Akins. He's I know a ball hit him directly in the middle of the numbers last week, and he dropped it in the end zone. I think the sun was in his eyes. But look, $2,800. If Brandon Cooks isn't able to go or he's banged up, we know all the other receivers that aren't there. He saw 6 targets last week. And, if you're not paying up, which is going to be hard this week to pay up for Travis Kelce because he's $8K. I don't really like those mid-range guys. I'd rather punt the position, go down on Jordan Akins, who should get the lion's share of the targets. He's running a ton of routes. And who else is Watson going to throw to? And at $2,800, if we're getting a specific target tree to him and probably the running backs, I'll take it.
All right, Jeff, who are you taking?
I think Jared Cook at $3,400, just too cheap. In a matchup against Kansas City, it's just too tantalizing. I know, maybe Drew Brees isn't going to start or whatever, but again, this is just going to be a situation much like we saw with Tua last week where it's got to be chucking it late. And look what happened to Mike Gesicki. Cook is the big body down there Hill will probably be chucking it too. It certainly worked out late in that Philly game when they were behind there. They're probably going to be behind late to Kansas City too. I think Jared Cook at $3,400 makes a lot of sense.
Here's who you liking.
Gerald Everett. The Jets have allowed the most points to tight ends, 9th most receptions, 3rd most yards, and the most touchdowns, 12. At his price, a touchdown will pretty much seal the deal. The Rams are running a lot of double tight end sets. He played 80% of the snaps last week because they're doubling down here on Cam Akers. So you're going to see the double tight end set. You'll see him with opportunities in the red zone against the Jets team that seems like year after year they're just terrible against tight ends. And also you can always consider Cole Kmet. Not a lot of upside, but he's shown a lot of floor over the last 2 weeks.
Pierce loves Cole Kmet.
Let Cole eat.
He looks good.
Guys, we don't always get to DST, but here we are. Look at us. Who would have thought? Jeff, who are you going to take?
I'm going to take the Bucs. Atlanta hasn't done anything. They've looked terrible. Julio is perpetually banged up. Matt Ryan is not looking good. They blew it against the Chargers. Big shock. I mean, that game looked like it was going to go for a tie, but the Bucs played really good on defense. They limited Dalvin Cook. They limited Justin Jefferson well too, which I think is the bigger factor. Their secondary showed up a little bit. I think the Bucs are a team that I just expect kind of to get rolling here late in the season. I think at $3K, they could be in an interesting spot here against an Atlanta team that is just ready for the season to end.
Pierce?
It's early in the week, but I'm going to go with the Rams. They're 17-point favorites. 17-point favorites at home with a very low over and under. They've got a good pass rush. They're facing a bad Jets offensive line. I know it's paying up, but that might give me lower ownership, and I just see it as the best opportunity to get a defensive touchdown.
Reid.
Choked up there, Pierce. That 16 and a half, so moved a little bit down. One actually, Jeff, you reminded me, I think from the receiver position, Mike Evans at 6,500 might be a nice tournament play. He's getting, I think, second in red zone targets inside the 10. But I'm actually going to Arizona's defense, $2,900 going against the Jalen Hurts Philadelphia Eagles. Look at what Hassan Reddick did and this defensive line. They had 8 sacks last week, and that's Daniel Jones. I get it. He's banged up, but kind of like what Kyler does, right? He's a mobile quarterback that still gives up a lot of sacks. I think this Cardinals team can get to the quarterback. And Jalen Hurts, we saw that he did have some issues in the pocket.
I don't know. Pierce learned the hard way.
I'm just saying,
careful, buddy.
The price check, Jeff, early in the week, buddy. I'm just saying, just look out, Arizona.
All right, guys, legends, all 3 of you, good stuff. Before we let you go, got to tell you guys about a special bit of programming we have coming up this week. Sunday is the DraftKings Fantasy Football World Championships. 200 qualifiers going to battle for $12.5 million in prizes. It's the biggest DFS contest of the year. We're going to preview all the action on Friday morning at 11:25 a.m. Eastern time, just before we kick off our Madden holiday season slate at noon. So our DK analyst is going to look ahead to Sunday's slate, introduce you to some of the competitors for Sunday's championship. That's live on Friday at 11:25 a.m. Eastern on Twitch, YouTube, and anywhere else you watch us. But stick right here for Leaderboard Live. Jeff is sticking around. He's going to be joined by Adam Kaufman. And of course, the Sweat will be back Thursday at 5:30. So see you then. Of week 14 in the NFL. Let's overthink. So how do we not start with Jalen Hurts, guys? He may have saved the Eagles season with an upset win over the Saints thanks to 106 yards on the ground. After initially saying he's undecided on whether Hurts or Wentz will start on Sunday versus Arizona, Eagles coach Doug Peterson is sticking with Hurts because, you know, like he has to start him. Does he really have another option? The question is, Kenny, do you have to start him in your lineups next week?
Yeah, I think you absolutely do. I think that we have been waiting for a guy that had the consistent rushing upside that a Kyler Murray has. I mean, we know that Jalen Hurts is going to run the football. He ran it 5 times in 2 drives against the Packers, maybe 3 for 30 yards. You know, last week he explodes for 100 yards on the ground. So just the fact alone that he's going to be running the football makes him a must play in my eyes. And then you look at the matchup against the Cardinals, and yeah, their defense is okay, but look at what's happened on the ground with running quarterbacks. I mean, 46 yards to Cam Newton, 42 to Russell Wilson, 84 to Russell Wilson the other time they played him. They have given up a lot of yards on the ground to quarterbacks, I'm sure the other guys will touch on. And this just makes it a juicy matchup for Jalen Hurts to get the legs moving. This offense looks so much better with him in the lineup. They're giving him designed runs. That's the beauty of this, right? There's already packages. There's already plays in place for Jalen Hurts to run the football because he's been part of that offense all season long. Now they just get to deploy them while he's throwing. And it's like if Taysom Hill could throw and Kyler Murray's shoulder didn't hurt him all of a sudden. That's what you get with Jalen Hurts. I love him this week. I love him every week. I'm playing Jalen Hurts.
Reid, are you playing Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, 1 start, and Kenny's already anointed Jalen Hurts the love child of Kyler Murray and Taysom Hill. High praise for that. It depends on the context of the question, right? I think in season long, what is he going to be? $5,900, or excuse me, on DFS, he's $5,900. He's going to be extremely highly rostered at that price because of what Kenny just laid out. In season long, if you picked him up off the waiver last week, you probably have a choice between maybe it's him and Taysom Hill, maybe it's him and or Justin Herbert. You had a starting quarterback unless you were, down in the dumps and you didn't have a quarterback coming up into the playoffs. And that's an interesting question, right? Is do you have him in his second start going up against, like what Kenny was saying, an advantageous matchup? I would lean that you probably have to, just because the floor is safe. Look at Taysom Hill, for instance, last week, a guy that Kenny touched on. is that even though it was a bad game, right, by all metrics, it wasn't a good game for Taysom, he still finished as like QB9 or QB7. He was still in the top 10. That rushing upside kind of gives you this matchup proof type of veil that even though a lot of those passes and the design by Doug Peterson was short, they were to Miles Sanders, Boston Scott, the RPOs, you get this guy single coverage with the Saints with his receivers, and they're higher success rate. He's still going to have to pass the ball against this Arizona team. The pressure was there for Arizona's defense against Daniel Jones, who was a little bit banged up, but they still brought a ton of pressure. So I'd say yes for season long, but I would think about it twice for DFS.
Christian, what's your take on Jalen Hurts? Do you feel like you got to start him?
I am right in between these two guys. The good news is the run game will be there. He averaged almost 100 rushing yards per game in Oklahoma. He added a boatload of touchdowns on the ground, and he plays in a RPO-heavy system where Doug Peterson's going to give him those quick passes and or run options. So I think he's still going to rack up a whole bunch of rushing yards, but you need the passing game to back that up, and we didn't really see that from him on Sunday. There were some good throws for sure, but only one pass went more than 15 yards through the air. The receiving game, the talent isn't there to really help him out in spots where he needs it. I don't think I'm going to buy into the Jalen Hurts hype until he proves he can do it week in and week out. Yes, he's got an easier defensive matchup coming up, but the Cardinals now have some game film they can share, and they can devise a game plan where the Saints really couldn't. I think that he is still very much a wait-and-see candidate.
All right, guys. Well, in Chicago, Mitch is back. Mitchell Trubisky puts up 3 touchdowns, 24.98 fantasy points in a Bears blowout win over the Texans. Now, Reid, that's the most fantasy points he scored this season. So, are you hopping on the Trubisky train here?
No. I'm surprised Jeff wasn't in this segment because he did call the Jalen Hurts on the sweat, and so he wanted to, he should deserve to take a little victory lap. I'm sure we'll hear from him. And then we talk about his other favorite quarterback, not named Nick Foles, Mitch Trubisky. No, he doesn't like Mitch. I don't think I am. And look, I get it. He's down there in price again this week, only $5,500 against Minnesota. I lean more towards playing David Montgomery. That's a square play. Everyone's playing probably David Montgomery against the Minnesota Vikings. And if you look at the last 3 quarterbacks against Minnesota, Teddy Bridgewater in the revenge game, QB 18, Mike Glennon, QB 23, and Brady, QB 18. So it's not necessarily a great spot for quarterbacks in this. And look, Trubisky put up 3 touchdowns. We've seen this from him. The only thing is, right, Jesse, is that if you're putting Mitch in there, there's a better than average chance that he's going to sink your entire lineup if he doesn't play like this. And we've seen more of that than we've seen of last week. So I'm going to stay off of it. If I'm going down here, there's other guys I'd rather play over Mitch Trubisky because he might be the chalk that you want to avoid.
Christian, Trubisky just too risky for you?
You know what? Mitch is showing us what Blake Bortles could have been with a full head of hair. Mitch, he tore up the 27th ranked defense by DVOA. He did his best work in a blowout, which is a very Mitch Trubisky way to do things. And now he's going up against a much tougher Vikings defense. These Vikings, since their bye week, have not given up 300-plus passing yards to anyone. That same unit held Nick Foles and the Bears without an offensive touchdown last time they met. This game is going to be a rock fight. It's going to be just as ugly as the rest of the Mitch era. And honestly, if you're a Bears fan right now, you are basically enacting every scene from Memento. You're like, don't believe his lies. And instead of the Polaroid of Joe Pantoliano, it's a Polaroid with Mitch Trubisky smiling and waving from his mom's Toyota Camry.
Kenny, are you getting on the Trubisky train, or are you with these guys just like, I can't?
Well, I know this segment is to talk about just Mitch Trubisky, but look at what's happened to the Bears receivers since Trubisky came to town or came back to town or came back on the field or was reignited or was revitalized. I don't know what the word you want to use is, but Allen Robinson has 23 catches on 33 targets, 3 touchdowns, almost 300 yards over 3 games. He's making Allen Robinson and Darnell Mooney, these guys that were, Allen Robinson, one of the best receivers in the league. Darnell Mooney, one of these guys that had great potential coming into the season from a fantasy perspective. he's making these guys into what they should be. He's giving them the football to make plays. So I actually am buying into this Bears offense a little bit now. Like David Montgomery, he was a guy that they just tried to get going like painfully. Like it was painful to watch Matt Nagy just run David Montgomery into a wall of defenders like 25 times a game for the entire season. And now with Mitch Trubisky, at least like he's not going to run the football like the other guys we were just talking about, Hurts and Kyler Murray. But, you know, the fact that he can get out of the pocket, he is a threat to run, and the fact that he's thrown the ball the way he has actually opens things up for David Montgomery. So I actually love this Bears offense. And Christian's talking about matchups, blowouts. Look, man, these matchups are terrible coming up for you know, these defenses, I should say, are terrible coming up for the Bears. You look at the Jaguars, the Green Bay Packers, and the Minnesota Vikings. These are all defenses that, you know, the Bears can certainly feast on. So I think Mitch is actually a decent quarterback going forward. I don't know what it is about these cheap guys, man. I love playing the cheap quarterbacks. Like I could see great upside here with Trubisky. So I could see playing him, but more so Allen Robinson.
It's the Drew Lock syndrome.
All right. Kenny's on the Trubisky train. All right. This one is super straightforward, guys. Christian, can you give us a reason not to play Derrick Henry every week for the rest of the year?
Yes, because you hate points and you hate fun. Derrick Henry, since 2018 in games 13 through 16 of the regular season, averaging 150 rushing yards per game, 6.5 yards per carry, 14 touchdowns in those 8 games. Man is a beast. The one knock on him, he's not going to get you a ton of PPR points, so maybe you pay down a little bit for a guy like Austin Eckler who could backfill and maybe get to the same total points. But there is no surer thing late in the season at running back than El Tractorcito. I'm 1,000% on board.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny, like, can you give us any reason here?
Well, if you're fishing for reasons, I mean, there were 5 times this year he's done for 100 yards. So he's only on the field for like 60% of snaps. I mean, those are like the only reasons you come up with right at this point to not play Derrick Henry, and the fact that maybe you're just like me and you just want to be contrarian, you know, every week. I think you're taking a big risk not playing this guy, especially as Christian said, these are the weeks that he feasts. 5 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks. He has fantastic matchups coming up. He should be able to shred all these defenses. The Packers, we just talked about, a bad defense against the run. He'll get them. He'll get the Texans. So I think that this is set up perfectly for another great close of the season for Derrick Henry. Those are the only reasons I could really think of. I don't know what other reason you could possibly come up with not to play this guy at this point.
Reid, do you agree? I mean, he's just got some insane matchups coming up and he's going to feast.
Yeah, it's Detroit. I mean, you play every running back not named Derrick Henry against Detroit as well. I'd rather talk more about the festive attire that all of us are wearing. I'm in green. Kenny's got his vineyard vines. I think it's salmon, but it's a little bit red. It's still Christmas. And let's talk about Christian DeAndrea's setup here. The headband matches the blazer, right? And I'm sure that's a festive shirt underneath there. At least it's red. And Jesse with the sweater. Let's talk about those things, because if you're not playing Derrick Henry and figuring out a way to get him in your lineup, or you didn't try and trade for him in season long 6 weeks ago, and he's not going to be in your lineup every single week until this guy retires, then yeah, you shouldn't be watching this show, because there's no way I'm talking you out of it.
And you don't get to celebrate Christmas. We'll take that from you too. Mm-hmm. All right. If I asked you going into the weekend, like who would lead quarterbacks in fantasy points scored, you know, how many of you would have picked Tua? I'm going to guess not a lot of you. That is what happened. 31.04 fantasy points on 316 yards passing, 3 total touchdowns. Kenny, is Tua the real deal in DFS right now, or is he just like 2 hit or miss here?
I don't think so. I mean, look, this Kansas City defense is sneaky bad. We talked about it last week, but they give up a lot of extra yards. They allow a lot of completions that they shouldn't. And I think that we get caught up in like some of these players making great interceptions and like, you know, coming off the edge to look at the full picture here, that this defense allows yards and points. So I'm not surprised that a quarterback that was sort of in the bottom half of the league managed to rise up and have a good game against this defense. The thing about Tua is, even watching him on Sunday, like a lot of these deep balls, he just doesn't have enough zip on them. He threw some interceptions that were bad. Like his shots, he's taking shots, which you like to see, you know, like when you're playing fantasy, you want to see a guy go for 40, 50 yard passes when you have a quarterback, but you know, they're missing the mark. Like there's no velocity on these throws. I think that he has a little work to do here, developing a rapport with these receivers. And speaking of those receivers, he really doesn't have too many that are quality to work with. And now Mike Gesicki, he gets hurt again last week. Like, who knows if he's going to be healthy for this week. So without Gesicki, I think things get even tougher for Tua. He's also not running the football a lot. Like, that's a thing that I think a lot of people figured coming out of Alabama, a mobile quarterback, he can run. He hasn't really run that many times a game. So you don't have a bunch of upside there. You don't have the floor that a Hurts gives you. And now you're relying on his arm, and his arm just hasn't really been spectacular. He throws these noodle footballs. He's got talent. I like him. I think he's got great leadership capabilities. He came back in that game, but not right now. I think he's got to get a little bit of time under him to get a little bit better.
Come on, Reid. Is it Tua time?
It's always Tua time. It's always Tua time. I love him. I just appreciate Kenny getting on the back of a cheap quarterback like Mitch Trubisky, and then in the same vein saying that Tua throws noodle balls. Like it's some sort of a bad mark. Look, what he's saying is true.
No Drew Lock out there.
He's no
Top 5
Drew
quarterback
Lock
this week.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other weeks, he's like dead last. Like the rushing upside is not there, right? The one rushing touchdown that he got was a goal line. It was a goal line. I think he just jumped over there and he got it. 6 for 24. And that's the one thing that worries me is that Tua right now is not going to have a ton of pass catchers. Devontae Parker notoriously just always banged up. He had to leave that game. I think at some point, like the top 8 guys I saw, so I think Gary tweeted this out, the top 8 guys in terms of production from line of scrimmage were all out at one point in the game. You didn't have any person who's like essentially what that's saying is people who produce the skill players. You didn't have anybody, so he had to do it. At the same time, you look at New England. What have they just done to a rookie quarterback that we've praised all season long in Justin Herbert? Held him to a goose egg. That scares me as well. So if he doesn't have players, if running backs are getting healthy, like Myles Gaskin, Salman Ahmed are coming back, a lot of it is probably going to be run-centric. Let's make sure we're hiding the fact that we don't have any pass catchers and that Tua might not be the one, but it's not all arrows pointing down for Tua. I think he's making some pretty good passes, and you see that when he needs to get mobile, he can.
Christian, is Tua the real deal in DFS, or is this guy just too hit or miss for you?
He definitely is this week because he's a rookie quarterback preparing for his first date with Bill Belichick. He's about to get thrown into a wood chipper. It's going to be ugly. But other than that, like Reid said, the running game value isn't really there. That's what pushed him. Those extra running game points, the rushing touchdown. But this is a guy whose career high for passing touchdowns in a game is only 2. He's not there yet. He can get there for sure. The arm talent, I think, is a little bit better than Kenny's putting out there. He's got a little bit of zip. He's still solid enough. You can talk yourself into him, but he is not inside the circle of trust just yet.
Velocity isn't the same as Chad Pennington. Sorry, Jesse.
No, Reid, go ahead. Always.
Hey, his velocity isn't the same as Chad Pennington's, though. We know Kenny likes that.
Chad Pennington led the league. He had the all-time lead in completion percentage for a long time until Drew Brees took it.
Well, I'm not surprised that Kenny knows.
Yeah, I bet you didn't know that. Fowler football focus. Well, all right. Thanks, guys. As Reid pointed out, as you can see, I've got a very special sweater on. And the good news for you guys watching, we're going to be giving away DraftKings ugly sweaters all week, including right here on the Dream Stream on Wednesday. So tune in on Wednesday. I'm going to tell you how you can win a DK ugly sweater and celebrate the holidays in style. You can also follow along on all the DK social channels for other ways to win. But hang tight, you guys, getting those primetime picks after we see what our guys Emerson Latzia and Ross Tucker got up to earlier.
All right, joining us now as he does every Monday, we have former NFL lineman, all-star broadcaster, all-star podcaster. What's going on, Ross Tucker? How was your weekend?
Emerson, it was awesome, man. I love the vaunted double dip. I did Army, Navy, and Steelers versus the Bills for Westwood 1. This week I've got Army Air Force on the TV side for CBS Sports Network, and then Browns Giants Sunday night on the radio. So I love double dipping, man. I dip and then I dip again. It's awesome.
Yeah, that was your old stomping grounds too there in Buffalo, my friend. And right now the Buffalo and Steelers right behind the Chiefs as favorites in the AFC to win the conference. So who is the better bet right now in your opinion? You have Steelers at plus 525 or you got Buffalo at plus 575. Talk to me.
Oh, man. That is a tough one because I still think the Steelers have a lot of the pieces in place, especially defensively, to turn over the Kansas City Chiefs and be able to win that matchup. But it's hard to unsee what I saw last night. So I'll take the Bills. I'll take the better odds. They're trending in the right direction. I think all these injuries for the Steelers at linebacker and Joe Hayden, although they'll get him back, I just think it's been a little bit too much for them. So I will go with my beloved Buffalo Bills.
All right, that was a good one last night. We have a good one tonight. We have the Ravens and the Browns, division rivals. A big one here in terms of like potential playoff seeding as well. I know that you've liked the Browns in an underdog spot before, and I'm looking at the money line plus 142. How do you feel about that bet? Because this doesn't feel like the Browns team of week one when these two teams last met.
Not at all. And I'm going with another one of my former teams. The Browns have been very good to me this year, man. Very good to me. I've been buying them more than a lot of other people do. I think they win the game tonight. I think they win the game outright. I've thought the line was wrong from the start. I was not overly impressed by the Ravens against the Cowboys. I think much like the Bills, I think the Browns rise to the occasion, national TV audience, prime time in a big spot. I think we got a new world order in the AFC a little bit, bro.
It feels like, too, this is going to be like a heavy, like, ground game attack with these two. And I know the total's, like, set currently on the DraftKings Sportsbook, 45.5. Which side are you feeling the under here?
I would lean under. You know, Dallas moved the ball pretty well against the Ravens Tuesday night. Andy Dalton missed Michael Gallup wide open for a touchdown. Zerline missed several field goals. My brother from another mother, Justin Tucker, missed a chip shot field goal. So I'm a little bit nervous just in the fact that Dallas was able to move the ball against Baltimore. I think Cleveland will as well, but I think it stays under. I really do. I think both teams run the ball a lot. So it's not a strong play for me, but my lean would be under.
What about like a prop bet in this one?
Yeah, I like Gus Edwards. You know, he had over 100 yards on 7 carries against Dallas. He looks like he's lost some weight. I don't think he's the Gus bus anymore. He's like the Gus minivan, the Gus whatever.
like a hybrid or something, you know?
Yeah,
like
he's something. But I'm telling you, I think I like the Gus Edwards over rushing yardage. I'd like to think Greg Roman, the Ravens offensive coordinator, realizes they need to get him the ball more often. He looks good.
Welcome back to The Sweat, everybody. I'm your host, Jesse Cofield, joined now by DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, Jeff Ulrich, and NFL writer for the Post Group, Christian D'Andrea. And now we are getting those primetime picks, people. So your favorite DFS plays for tonight's Monday Night Football showdown between Baltimore and Cleveland. Let's start with your captain's pick. Who's it going to be, Pierce?
I'll go a little unconventional, take Jarvis Landry. You know, typically the Browns are always losing to the Ravens, so playing from behind, you could get some garbage points. But even if this game is close, I could still see Landry playing well against a depleted Ravens secondary. I know Marvin Humphrey has been healthy, and he's been good, but he hasn't been great. CeeDee Lamb got 13 fantasy points. Landry's better, more volume. Deontay Johnson had 14 points against him. Landry's better, gets more volume. I don't trust this Baltimore secondary, and Landry has been getting tons of targets in the red zone. So I'll go a little unconventional here and take Landry.
All right, Pierce is going unconventional. Where are you going, Jeff?
I don't know what he doesn't trust about the Baltimore secondary. It's great. I would not want to be on the Cleveland pass game today. I would rather go to the Baltimore pass game, actually, with Mark Andrews. So I think if you're going to go with a non-stud, and by non-stud, I mean not Lamar or Nick Chubb, I think I'd put Andrews in there. I mean, Cleveland's second most fantasy points allowed to the tight end position this year, 9 touchdowns. They basically give up almost a touchdown per game to this position. They're horrible at covering it. Even with Greg Williams not there, they're still horrible at covering it. So I think this is a game too. Realistically, a little bit bad weather. You're probably going to see, Lamar target Andrews a little bit more. So realistically, I don't know if you want to get off the studs here. It seems like I feel almost bad, like not recommending Chubb or Lamar. But for me, I would much rather go to Andrews than Landry.
All right, Christian, where are you going for your captain's pick?
I'm on board with both these guys. Jarvis has been on a heater lately, but part of the reclamation project for Baker Mayfield has been kind of diversifying his targets. It's what they did back in 2018 with him to get him on that rookie of the year type pace. And they've been doing a little bit more lately. So there's a chance Jarvis only plays about 60% of the snaps. So with that in mind, I actually went with Mandrews myself, coming off that COVID list, and he was on a bit of a heater before that, played about 85% of the Ravens snaps, 7 targets, 95 yards, and a touchdown. And you really got to see just how badly Baltimore needed his field stretching ability up the seam in the games that he missed. So I think Lamar Jackson's going to come out and try to make an example out of that, prove that his team still has it when they're at full strength. I like the Mandrews play.
All right, Jeff, are you stacking with him?
Well, I mean, stacking with them. I mean, look, obviously you're going to play, Lamar Jackson with them. I mean, but again, people really don't need me to hear that, you're going to play Lamar Jackson. So realistically, I think on the other side, I think an interesting stacking target with Mandrews might be Kareem Hunt, because again, one scenario, if Mark Andrews having a big game, Cleveland might just be passing a little bit more, which means maybe we see a little bit less Nick Chubb in this game. I mean, obviously that scenario worked out in week 2. Or 3, whatever it was, the week when Baltimore just destroyed Cleveland. In week 1, actually. But either way, I think if Mark Andrews is having a big game for you in the captain spot, it probably means Cleveland's behind. It probably means Kareem Hunt's getting a little bit more field. So obviously you're going to put Lamar in there, but maybe put Kareem Hunt in there and get off Nick Chubb in those lineups.
Yeah, Christian, what do you think?
Yeah, obviously Lamar is going to be a must play in any stack with the Ravens in it, but Willie Snead fits this theme as well. Another guy coming off the COVID list who had a big game in his last appearance. His last 2 games, 14 targets, about 70% of the snaps for that Ravens offense. And Hollywood Brown in that same span only had about 10 targets in the same amount of games, a little bit more snaps actually. So at 5,800 in the flex, Snead is a guy who can really come out and give you above and beyond what you're paying him for. I would put him in there along with Lamar and Mark Andrews in this one.
All right, Pierce, who are you stacking with your captain Jarvis Landry?
Well, it's got to be Baker Mayfield. Let's pretend that Jeff is right and that Baltimore's defense is good, although I disagree. I think they're dealing with a lot of injuries in the secondary and up front. They're not 100%. But let's say that they are good and it's garbage time. Well, Andy Dalton had 285 passing yards in garbage time against Baltimore, and I'll definitely take that with Baker Mayfield. But I think the run game is going to work. And as the run game opens up, that's going to open up Baker Mayfield, and he should get his 8th multi-touchdown game. You look at what Tennessee did. Tennessee dared Cleveland to pass, and Baker Mayfield absolutely destroyed them. So we'll see what happens if they try to stuff the box against Nick Chubb. We could have a big game from Baker Mayfield.
All right, well, obviously, we got to find some value somewhere in there. So, Christian, where are you looking?
Yeah, Snead at 5,800 for sure, but the Browns tight ends are an interesting case as well. We know Austin Hooper is not expected to play tonight, so it's going to turn into which guy is going to get the call for the Browns, especially if Baker Mayfield is in fact diversifying his targets. And for me, I will forever stand David Njoku, one of my favorite players out there, the athleticism. Everything really works out well for him. And this is his opportunity to convince Cleveland to keep him around for a 5th year, that non-guaranteed rookie contract year. This could be his big breakthrough game. When Mayfield was exploding over the back end of his rookie season, he was turning to Njoku for about 5 targets, 43 yards, roughly a touchdown every 3 games. If Njoku at 1K in the flex can provide those kind of numbers, he's going to be a tremendous value for you.
All right, Pierce, where are you looking for the value?
Well, it's going to be Snead, and I know Christian already mentioned a lot of the stats, but you look at red zone work, and Snead leads the team, even though he's playing in 10 or 12 games. Last game we saw him 3 red zone targets. The game before that, 2 red zone targets, 2 touchdowns. With Denzel Ward out for Cleveland, that means, typically you would see Denzel Ward locking down Hollywood Brown. They're going to have to use multiple defenders on him, possibly on Andrews. Snead's probably going to have the easiest or softest coverage of any of them, and he's already getting the targets. If he gets a touchdown, you're good to go.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, I like attacking this this Cleveland secondary as well, but I think for my money, I'd rather go to just a guy like Devin Duvernay at 1,600. He's so cheap. He's playing over 80% of the snaps. I know he's getting 1 or 2 targets, but I mean, we saw what happened in the last Baltimore Showdown game when Miles Boykin scored. The thing I like about Duvernay is you can pair him with the Baltimore D too. He's returning some kicks, so he's out there. He's a speed guy. It's a complete boomer bust. You're either going to get like the long touchdown pass or you're not, but you could also get the return touchdown. So I kind of like playing, if you were asking me which side I would rather be heavier on, I'd rather be on the Baltimore side here. I'd rather stack maybe their defense with like Lamar and Duvernay. You play for that double dip. I think at 1,600, he's a pretty solid value down there.
All right, guys, we're going to move into NFL over-under. So, are you going to go over or under the listed total on the DK Sportsbook for these next ones? So the game total for this one is set at 45.5. It opened at 48 earlier in the week. Pierce, do you want to go over or under here? The under's currently at 3-0 in Baltimore's last 3 road contests.
I'm going to take the over. Cleveland has gone over in 7 of 12, and 3 of those games that have gone under were those terrible weather games. So basically, during regular weather, the Cleveland Browns are have covered 7 out of 9 games, or gone over in 7 out of 9. Then you look at Baltimore, their offense is playing a lot better lately. I know Dallas is not really a good team to measure them against, but they're moving in the right direction. And as I mentioned before, Baltimore's defense is not the Baltimore defense we've seen in the past. Cleveland should be able to put some points up on the board. I like the over.
Jeff, do you like the over in this one?
Oh, I'm going to agree with Pierce just barely here because I've been struggling with this one since the start of the segment, but I'm going to lean over here too. The weather here is a little bit of a concern, but like it's really not bad enough that we should even be bringing it up, in my opinion. I do think that that Lamar is going to have a good game, and if I think if the Ravens are going to put up points, it probably means Cleveland's going to play a little bit quicker as well. We've seen Cleveland get in shootouts like Pierce alluded to. Their over-under record really isn't that bad, just in terms of like leaning towards the over. And I feel like in this situation, I don't think Baltimore's in a place where they're going to blow teams out. Even if I like them to win this game, I don't think they're going to blow anyone out at this point. So at least not a team as good as Cleveland. So yeah, I think Cleveland will be able to score points. And yeah, I would lean over here slightly.
Christian, where are you going to go?
3 for 3 on this one. I like the over. We know the Browns defense is a little bit suspect. They've given up 30 plus in half their games so far. And like Jeff mentioned, the ones that weren't did have some outside influences like the weather affecting them. So there's a good chance they're going to give up a lot of points. And we know this offense is playing much better than it was earlier in the season. So this is going to be a 38-6 type blowout. They're going to give up a lot of points, sure, but they have the horses now to sustain drives against a defense like the Ravens. The closest comparison that we've seen really from a top 10 DVOA standpoint would be the Colts, and this Browns team won that game 32-23. I would expect something similar like that, something in the 50-point range to 60-point range for this game.
All right, guys. Well, Baker Mayfield's passing yards has gone way down. It was at 224.5. It's now 210.5. So, Jeff, would you go over or under that mark?
I mean, at 210, it's just too tempting to take the over. It really is. I think at 224, I was probably coming in as an under, but I mean, I don't really love this spot for Baker Mayfield. I know Pierce is alluding to like Baltimore hasn't been as good against the pass lately, and he is right. I mean, they've given up more garbage time than usual, but they're still a really good secondary, and like this Cleveland team will kind of do whatever they can not to pass. I know he went off, but that was against Tennessee early in the game. They just caught them off guard, and Tennessee's got a terrible secondary. So I'm still going to lean over. I'm still going to lean over at 210. I think it's too low, but I don't really like it.
Christian, is that 210.5 number just too enticing for you?
It's a really tough one because Baker's been trending upwards. This number is really low. It's really tantalizing. But then you realize Baker Mayfield, whenever you start hyping him up in either direction, whether you're going, he's amazing or he sucks, he takes that into consideration, then runs screaming in the opposite direction from it. So when you think he sucks, he's awesome. When you think he's great, he's terrible. So it's weird. Like, how do you place any kind of expectations on Baker Mayfield other than he's going to make a pretty decent progressive car? I don't know. You know what? He's averaged nearly 290 per game against this Ravens offense, and that includes the 39 pass, 189 performance earlier in this 189-yard performance earlier in the season. So yes, go with the over on this one. 210 is just too low to pass up, but Baker Mayfield, if you're looking for a way to disappoint us, he will always find it.
Pierce, you want to go over this mark?
Well, of course I'm going to go over this. Even if it's garbage time, even if they're playing from behind, the number's way too low. But I think this game's going to be close. And as the run game goes, so does the pass game. It's going to open up. It's going to be fine. Tennessee's pass defense, not the greatest, but they do have Adoree Jackson. They've got King back there. They're not really just complete bums. It's a decent defense. So Baker Mayfield has looked really good over the last 2 games, 258 yards passing, 330 in the last game, a 117 quarterback rating, a 147 quarterback rating. That's a pretty good number by quarterback, regardless of what team you're playing. I think a lot of it has to do with Odell Beckham being gone. We don't really think about it much, but the first 3 games that Beckham was gone, it was bad weather. So we get 2 games without Beckham, and Baker Mayfield has looked really good. I will take the over here.
All right, how about Nick Chubb, guys? His rushing yards total is set at 78.5. Pierce, do you like him to go over or under that?
He'll go over this. Baltimore is not the same team that we've seen in the past. 111 rushing yards per game, 4.4 yards per game. Here's what you do. Just forget that the team is Baltimore and say Nick Chubb is facing a defense that allows 4.4 yards per carry. You got to play Chubb in this spot. He's been awesome since he came back. The last week he didn't have big numbers, but that's because he didn't play in the second half barely, and that's where he wears the other team down and gets most of his yards.
Jeff, easy over for you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm taking all the overs in a Baltimore-Cleveland game. I feel like a huge fish. But yeah, but this is just disrespectful to Nick Chubb. 78.5. He's the best rusher in the NFL. I mean, legitimately. I mean, you can make a case to him or Derrick Henry, but this is too low. You should take the over on this regardless of opponent. And Baltimore's been susceptible. I mean, I think their weakness is in the rush, not in the secondary. And I think Nick Chubb could easily get free here. And I agree with Pierce in the fact that it's going to be a close game, which means more Nick Chubb. So yeah, you got to lean over with Chubb props that are this low.
Christian, I mean, you with the guys just got to lean over here.
Yeah, no, there is no way I'm going to bet against Nick Chubb. Man has been a revelation, and every time I see him, I get more and more furious that the Patriots selected Sony Michel over him. It's a terrible, terrible waste, but Nick Chubb is Cleveland's best hope to win this game.
All right, guys, good stuff. Do not forget, everybody who's watching, follow along with us on Leaderboard Live starting at kickoff of the Ravens and Browns game. Adam Kaufman and our guy, Jeff Ulrich, will break down the fantasy impact of all the key plays. They're also going to keep you updated on the biggest DraftKings contest for this game, including our $2.25 million Monday Night Millionaire Showdown contest that has a $2.25 million prize pool and is paying out $1 million.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to DraftKings Leaderboard Live with Jeff Ulrich. I am Adam Kaufman. Happy to be with you here for what should, Jeff, be a pretty good Monday night game to wrap up Week 14. I know, at least on paper, we're excited about it, and there are certainly the implications with regard to the standings. We can get into all that a little bit later on as well. But you got the Ravens visiting Cleveland here, and it's hard to know which team. Clearly, it's more important for Baltimore. We know that, but I don't know. In a lot of ways, this is a pretty important game for the Browns as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the division title is back in play for the Browns. I mean, and just I feel like from a legitimacy standpoint, the Browns would like this. I mean, we saw what the Bills did to Pittsburgh last week, kind of launched themselves in the conversation, I think, for one of the top teams in the AFC. I feel like the Browns are in kind of a similar spot here. I mean, I know they beat the Titans, beat up on the Titans last week, but beating a big division opponent, the team that everyone's darling coming into this year and last year, that would be a big move. So yeah, I think it's a really big, obviously, divisional matchup. It's massive for Baltimore just for the playoffs, but man, this would be a real big win for Cleveland.
Lamar Jackson has really had his way with Baker Mayfield in their head-to-head matchups, going 3-1 at this point in their careers. On the other side of things, though, you can't ignore the fact this has not been MVP Lamar Jackson, Madden cover boy Lamar Jackson that obviously we were celebrating regularly, weekly last year. This is a guy who's had a little bit of trouble this season by comparison. He's only 1-4 against winning teams. So what do you expect from him in this one?
I do think this is a spot where he could potentially get a little bit right in the passing game. I mean, we've just seen him he just looked uncomfortable as a passer this year. And look, it's not all his fault. Their O-line isn't playing as well. Some of the receivers just have not, quite frankly, helped him out in any kind of fashion at all. So, they brought in Des Bryant kind of as a desperation move. Des has actually looked okay, but then obviously now he's out for 2 games with the COVID testing, and who knows what's going on there. So, that was a nice idea, I think, but it hasn't really worked out either. So now we're left here. The nice thing is, Denzel Ward is out for Cleveland. This is a Cleveland team also who just gives up a lot of points to tight end. And realistically, Lamar Jackson's best weapon is still Mark Andrews. So I feel like this is a spot where you could see Lamar Jackson throw the ball a little bit more. The only thing that might stop that too is a little bit of a weather concern. It's not too bad. The wind is up there, like over 15 miles per hour, but should only lead to like more targets for Andrews over the middle, a little bit easier throw to make generally than out to the sidelines when you have a little bit of wind to deal with. So I think Lamar can hopefully, maybe crack that 200-yard barrier, which he actually hasn't done that often lately, and get right as a passer. I think this game will be close. I think we might see a little bit more points than people expect to.
Obviously, it wasn't close when these teams matched up the last time around. It was back in week 1, obviously, to begin the season, a 38-6 win for Baltimore. So you don't think it's going to be anything close to that?
I really don't. I mean, look, these two teams are, Baltimore may still be like the long-term better team, although I'm not even sure if you can safely say that anymore. But, when was the last time we really saw a dominant Baltimore performance against a good team? I mean, you have to go back to week 9 against Indy, and I mean, it wasn't like a dominant blowout win. It was a good win, but it wasn't a solid one. So, with Cleveland coming in here, Baker Mayfield playing better. And I think the biggest thing is Nick Chubb is back, and he's the best rusher, one of the top 2 rushers in the NFL, just from a pure running the ball standpoint. I just don't think that Baltimore has the personnel necessarily to just shut down Nick Chubb altogether and put this all on Baker Mayfield, potentially make this an ugly game again for Cleveland. I don't think that's on the table anymore. I think if Baltimore wants to win this game, like I said, Lamar's going to have to throw a little bit. I think they're going to have to, keep up in the points and just hope to limit Nick Chubb as much as possible. So realistically, no, I don't see this game going anything like week 1. If anything, if any team is going to, blow the doors off, it could be Cleveland if Nick Chubb gets off to a good start. So that's kind of, I think, where we're at with these two teams. I'm not suggesting that, Cleveland is going to blow them out or anything. I think it'll be close, like I said, but I do think Cleveland is a team coming in with momentum, and they've got their flaws, but, for right now, their offense is way more efficient.
This is a weird game as far as a showdown and attempting to set a lineup. And I know everyone had to do that by now. Lineups have locked, but we were talking about this a little bit before we came on, just trying to anticipate those backfields. Clearly the top running back on either side, you just said it, it's Nick Chubb, but you have to account for a timeshare with Kareem Hunt. Obviously on the other side, J.K. Dobbins has, Mark Ingram, Gus Edwards, guys like that to worry about, or at least be concerned with regard to his volume. How many of these running backs do you actually want to put in a lineup?
Well, you can put up to 3, I think. I mean, legitimately, these are two teams who are like top 10, top 5 in terms of rush attempts per game. Both these teams want to run the ball. Ideally, they would run the ball on, like 60%, over 60% of their plays, run clock out, shorten the game, and they got there with like a 14-point win. That's Baltimore's MO over the last 2 years, and Cleveland has really played that to perfection this year. With Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. I mean, like I said, both of these teams are run first teams, so I don't think you can necessarily go wrong by just going heavy on RBs today. The one area where you might get into trouble there if you do go with 3 RBs or something, then if Cleveland and Nick Chubb, like I said, do get off to a good start, then where does that leave Dobbins? Because Lamar Jackson doesn't throw to the running back position much. He just doesn't. I mean, he'll check off every now and then, but most of the time he's looking downfield or he's taking off on his own. So I think Dobbins is probably the biggest boomer bust play of those guys. He's looked good, and I certainly think that he can have a decent game, but I would almost say, if I'm going to take two of those running backs, I would take both of the Cleveland guys because, Baker Mayfield more likely to make Kareem Hunt a little bit more of a target. And look, Kareem Hunt can get off on his own just from 15 touches. So I do like the Cleveland backfield much more from a showdown perspective.
$2.25 million contest that we'll be watching tonight. The top ownership in that one, obviously, that is the biggie. Lamar Jackson, no surprise, about 87% owned, 30% in the captain spot. After that, you got a serious drop off to Nick Chubb, guy we just talked about 57% owned. Mark Andrews, 52% owned. Again, no surprises. I think Baker Mayfield may be a little higher owned than I anticipated. He's about 45%. Jarvis Landry maybe a little lower than I would have thought, considering he is the clear number 1 on that Cleveland side. He is about 41%. You have Kareem Hunt there, who you just talked about 34. So is Marquise Brown. So not a lot of people trusting in him. Justin Tucker is in a quarter of lineups, as is Rashard Higgins and J.K. Dobbins. Just talking about that Mayfield Landry element of things in terms of ownership. Surprise you at all?
Not really. I mean, I think a lot of people are obviously kind of buying into the Jarvis Landry thing right now, just because of, how consistent his targeting has been. And again, I did kind of allude to this a couple weeks ago. I mean, we're getting to see Jarvis Landry without Odell Beckham, and it's definitely going to be more consistent targeting. I'm a little bit, I don't want to say skeptical. I just feel like this matchup is a tough one for Jarvis Landry. So if he's ever going to slow down, it's probably going to be tonight. Ravens have a really good secondary, and speedy guys too, guys who can keep up with a shifty guy like Jarvis Landry. So it could be a spot where he slows down a bit. I think long term, he's really good high volume play for PPR points, but we'll see. We'll see how this one works out. I'm not shocked at all with the ownership, though. I knew he was going to be at least a little popular.
We'll have time for live betting odds, obviously, throughout the night, but the lines coming into this one, Baltimore by 3.5, over under 46. How do you feel about those totals?
Yeah, like I said, I kind of like the over here. I wasn't a big fan of betting this total, but if I was going to lean the over here. I just feel Baltimore's defense has given up a few more yards than usual. They are a little bit banged up, and Cleveland out without Denzel Ward. They're just not good at defending against the pass. And I know Lamar Jackson hasn't been passing well, but I do feel like I said, Andrews, maybe one of these speedy receivers. I think it'll probably, if I had to predict, like I said, inch at least towards the over. So.
Well, Browns are moving the ball early. We'll let you know, obviously, what happens. Already 30 passing yards for Baker Mayfield. Njoku has himself a 20-yard pickup. Kareem Hunt, 10. A dozen for Chubb in the air. He's got 6 on the ground. And that's where we stand a few minutes into this one. Still scoreless for now, but Baker and the boys, obviously something to say about that. So stay with us here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live throughout the night. We will check in at the first quarter break and many more times after that, see how this thing goes. And hopefully it is a bountiful night for points and for all your lineups as well. He is Jeff. I'm Adam. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Through one quarter in Cleveland, it is 7-7 Ravens and Browns right now. And Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman here with you. Jeff, it's been a fun one.
It's been a good first quarter. I mean, both teams obviously marching down for a touchdown, kind of looking good in spurts. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I thought this would be a close game with a little bit more score than people thought. And so far, it's worked out like that.
Couple touchdowns on the ground. Lamar Jackson took one in himself. And then on the other side, you had Nick Chubb. So a couple of running backs, in a matter of speaking. We may as well call Lamar that because he has 31 rushing yards, which is considerably more than either Dobbins or Edwards combined for that matter. They only have a total of 10. Chubb is the guy on the other side, 5 for 17. Baker Mayfield, though, he has been good. He is 7 of 11 for 60 yards. Jarvis Landry has a 12-yard completion to this point, although he only has one catch for 4 yards. He's been targeted 3 times, which is a game high. Let's dive in here, though, to the larger contest that we are tracking tonight, the $2.25 million Monday Night Millionaire contest with $1 million going to first place if, in fact, we have a solo leader. Right now, fresh off a missed field goal by the Browns, by the way, we have a 4-way tie for first currently. Lamar in the captain spot with about 14 points. He's got that fire emoji. Nick Chubb, who is, again, about 56% owned. Baker Mayfield only has about 3 points. The Ravens DST and the Browns DST, both of those in this lineup. And then David Njoku, who is certainly returning value on his salary, only $1,000, 24% owned, 5 points to his credit. Now, are you surprised that a leading lineup has both DSTs?
Not really, for just because of the way this game is going. I mean, it's obviously going to be a sort of a run-heavy approach from both teams. Cleveland's thrown a little bit more than we thought, but when you get a run heavy approach, the value receivers aren't really going to do much. And, neither one of these defenses has really done anything. I think we have 1 sack in the game, no turnovers, but the thing is none of this receivers, the value receivers, like the Duvernay guys I was talking about pregame, they haven't done anything either because it's been mostly running, especially on the Baltimore side. Right. So until those guys do something, the defenses, because they're so cheap, they're going to keep factoring in. And if we see some field goals, I mean, those guys will factor in too.
Statistically speaking, anybody surprising you at this point? The fact that, for instance, and I know this is game script, obviously, it's, we've had 7 rushes to 1 throw for Lamar Jackson. So it's easy to say, well, why doesn't Mark Andrews have any targets yet? Well, again, Lamar Jackson, he's thrown the ball 1 time. But I guess, are you surprised by that fact and that the passing game isn't more prevalent?
I mean, not really. I mean, again, this is what these teams want to do, right? And if they're going to have success with running the ball early in the game, like Baltimore is definitely going to run the ball as much as possible, right? So I think, if anything, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Cleveland is out there, trying to chuck it up, these kind of back shoulder fades to guys like Harrison Bryant and Jarvis Landry against a couple of them, the most elite corners in the game, quite frankly, that Baltimore has. Well, these two very good corners. So I'm actually a little bit surprised Cleveland hasn't just kept trying to feed Chubb, especially since they got an early touchdown. But we'll see if that flows out. I mean, look, Lamar could definitely end up tossing a couple nice ones to Andrews because he's got a really good matchup. But again, if the rush is still going to keep working, Baltimore's going to keep running the ball a lot. They don't really care about like passing stats there. They just want to run the ball, and if it's effective, then they're going to keep doing it.
What do you expect from the second quarter?
I mean, look, Baltimore's defense made a nice stop. Like I said, Cleveland trying to maybe get a little bit too fancy with these throws. And if Baltimore can march down the field again, I mean, could put Cleveland in a tougher spot where, again, now they're behind. They might have to get away from the run just because of the game flow. So this will be interesting. At the same time, I think both these offenses will look pretty good. I think you're just going to see a close game throughout. Both teams kind of inching in front. But I don't think you're necessarily going to see a team get up by more than, 2 scores necessarily much in this game. So I'm expecting a little bit more offense and to be pretty close at halftime.
You got to love Choker in the Chat Kings conference room here. Says that upper lip cough has gone buck naked, yet in 6 hours, it's already fighting back. You got to love the people. I appreciate everyone hanging out with us here for Leaderboard Live. It's a wild bunch for sure. We're looking forward to Simland tomorrow. But for now, we have got Leaderboard Live, so stay with us. We'll return at the half. He's Jeff. I'm Adam. You know who you are, so stay with us. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. We have reached halftime in Cleveland, and it's not been dull, man. A lot of offense. 21-14. The Ravens are leading the Browns right now. Lamar Jackson, who is 12-0 in games in his regular season career that he has rushed for at least 85 yards, well on his way. 78 on the ground and a couple of scores as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think he's thrown the ball, 4 or 5 times already?
6. 3 out of 6.
Three for 6, but it doesn't matter, right? I mean, look, Baltimore is doing what they want to do. They want to run the ball. This is a great game scenario for Baltimore. They're effective. They're getting play action open, like the announcers were saying. Cleveland's starting to play some man. It's opening up lanes for Lamar. We've seen a couple big runs from him. So this is really all playing into Baltimore's hands. And I know the game has been tied, and it's been a 1-score game the entire way here. But the longer this goes on, you've got to feel like the Ravens here could take this one over, because this looks a little bit closer to what we saw last season with the Ravens. Maybe they're not quite playing as good on defense, but their offense is starting to move the ball with the same kind of velocity, which is rough, because they were a very dominant regular season team last year. The Browns are keeping it close, but the more they rely on Baker Mayfield to hold on to the ball there. Again, it's not that Baker's playing bad. It's just he's going up against a good defense. I'm not sure if that's going to work out for him.
I asked you pregame about lineup construction strategy and how you felt about the running backs in particular, and you said you could realistically see a winning lineup that has maybe 3 running backs in it. I mean, obviously, and I'm sure they're among the thousands upon thousands of entries that are out there, and we'll review some of them here. I'm sure there are some lineups that have Nick Chubb, Lamar Jackson, who kind of doubles as a running back in a lot of ways. But even if we're to not include him, J.K. Dobbins hasn't been bad. Gus Edwards has himself a touchdown and limited opportunity. It really has been both sides, the rushing game.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Cleveland wants to run the ball too. They're not quite doing it as much as I figured they would. They are dropping Baker back. But I mean, look, Nick Chubb, obviously, he's still got, over 50 total yards, like just all purpose yards, and then the 2 rushing touchdowns. He's looked good. I mean, they still want to move him. They want to give him as many opportunities, as possible, right? So these are 2 teams that, again, if the score is close, they're going to keep running the ball, right? And that's going to bring all the running backs into play, regardless of it's PPR or not. The one guy that I haven't seen too much from is probably Kareem Hunt. He is more of like an explosive player, though. I mean, he only needs like sometimes 8 or 9 touches to go off. So we could even see something from him in the second half. You mentioned Edwards got the touchdown, but Dobbins has actually probably seen more touches. So it wouldn't shock me if Hunt or Dobbins still ended up in the winning lineups, just because they're the more explosive players. Chubb's going to get his. It's pretty much a must play at this point, but the other guys are still live. And from a receiver standpoint, I mean, it's not much to say about the guys on Baltimore outside of that one crazy play by Mark Andrews towards the half.
Does it? I know I asked you this in a matter of speaking at the first quarter break, but I'll ask it again, and fully recognizing again, Lamar Jackson's only thrown the ball a half dozen times, but Mark Andrews has only 1 target. Yes, he has the catch for 39 yards, but 1 target. And this again is something we spoke about earlier. He has such a good matchup in this game. Does it surprise you at all Lamar Jackson isn't looking his way or anyone's way, obviously, in the air?
Again, if Baltimore's running the ball with good efficiency and they're successful, like they're not going to stop, right? So that's ultimately what they want to do. And there's so many ways that Baltimore can run the ball. Like it's not just the running backs. It's obviously Lamar. They can even give it to their wide receivers a little bit. So, it very, very much reminds me right now of when they're running it this effectively of San Francisco last year when Jimmy Garoppolo would throw the ball 10 times in a game, right? It's just that Baltimore even has more options than San Francisco did because they have Lamar Jackson. So, I'm not that surprised just because of the way this game is going. If they had struggled at the start and say got behind 10-0, then I would have been surprised, but I'm not really that surprised. Now, Mark Andrews, you can get downfield against this Cleveland secondary. I mean, they will break down. So, Mark Andrews might only get 3 or 4 targets tonight, but who knows? I mean, if he finds the end zone and gets like one more decent chunk here, he's still going to have an okay game. So it's not all hope lost there, but it's not going to be a high volume passing night for the Ravens.
$2.25 million Monday Night Millionaire contest with $1 million going to first place if we get a solo leader. And right now, among the roughly 177,000 entries, we have a 3-way tie for first. It is Corey James 06, Jay Vitt 507, and MJ Diggeronimo, however that's pronounced. Either way, 78 and a third points, basically a 1 point lead over the next lineup. And of course, the many to follow. But you got Lamar Jackson, the captain spot, about 33 points. Popular play there, 30% owned and 87% owned overall. You also have Nick Chubb, who has the couple of touchdowns, almost 20 points in the flex now. Baker Mayfield, quiet night for him, just the 6 points. Gus Edwards, who is paying off his salary, he's got a fire emoji with almost 10 points. Donovan Peoples-Jones, who has snuck into this lineup at about 11% owned, similar to Edwards. He has 6.5. And then David Njoku, we talked about him earlier, just $1,000 already with 5 points.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think one of the biggest decisions people had tonight was like, which Cleveland tight end do you take? Njoku's up at 24% owned in the winning lineup right now. And look, he's $1,000. I mean, there's a big difference between him and Harrison Bryant in price, over $3,000. Bryant was up around 4,400, I believe. So I'm not shocked that, Njoku's just not going to have to do much. I mean, to pay off this salary. I mean, realistically, he probably only needed about 5 points to really pay off at that price. So, unless Bryant does something crazy, obviously going with the cheaper play looked like the right move. Both QBs in there again, but Baker's only got 6 points, but it just speaks to the lack of receiving plays we have here. Chubb, Jackson, obviously must plays, but I think we knew these were the two fantasy studs you wanted to target anyways. It's just who are the rest of the guys? I mean, right now, Donovan Peoples-Jones looks like leading Cleveland in receiving yards. He was only 4,800 as well. So 11.3% owned. We'll see if that holds up, but there just hasn't been much to come by, obviously, with big plays. So you're going to see players with some like lower point totals that you maybe even have like, snowflake emojis by them at the end of the night still pop up unless we get some passing, injected into this game, which I'm not really anticipating. I think you're going to still see grinding it out and maybe the odd big play here or there. But for right now, this is why quarterbacks can be valuable in Showdown. They have such good floor totals. Baker Mayfield finishing with like 13 points in this game, that might be enough to matter tonight.
$500,000 play action contest with almost 200,000 entries here. It's the exact same leading lineup, but a 5-way tie for first currently. Anything about this lineup that's jumping out to you ownership-wise at all?
Not really. I mean, Gus Edwards, 12.1% owned. I think that's kind of interesting. We knew he is a little bit more of the goal line back. Now, I mean, being the goal line back with Lamar Jackson isn't always a good thing, but a lot of people chose to go Dobbins there, obviously. So that sticks out a little bit. Baker still got some ownership. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Nick Chubb, quite frankly, is only around like 56% owned. I really thought that, he would push, not quite for as high as ownership as Lamar Jackson, but a lot closer. I just thought that those were the two clear stud players that everyone was going to get exposure to, but people not quite giving Chubb the same kind of respect as Lamar, which makes sense. But I would have felt like he would have got a little bit more than this. Still 14.6% owned in the captain. This is the Millie Maker, though. Ownership in that play action obviously a little bit different.
Very comparable.
Very similar.
Overall, 15.5% in the captain spot.
Exactly. So a little bit higher there, but not much difference. That's probably honestly the thing that shocked me the most. I thought Chubb was going to be over, 60, maybe even 65% owned. He's only about 56% owned in the Millie Maker.
So the $12.5 million Fantasy Football World Championship qualifier, number 200 of these folks, because that tournament is approaching rapidly here. It's coming up this coming weekend, so that's going to be a lot of fun, obviously. But this is a smaller contest, 7 entries, much larger buy-in, almost $10,000 an entry, and $62,000 going to the winner here. At the moment, it is chalk in first place with about a 5-point lead. You got Lamar Jackson, the captain spot, Chubb, Andrews, Marquise Brown has got the goose egg currently, snowflake emoji to the extreme, and Donovan Peoples-Jones and David Njoku. So really that is the big difference is, we're seeing Marquise Brown in that lineup with absolutely nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. Chalk obviously playing the chalk at captain, 52% owned in the captain spot for Lamar in the 7-man tournament. So over half the field, looks like 4 of the 7 lineups, captain Lamar. And I think it's a fine strategy, quite frankly, for a smaller lineup. I mean, Lamar Jackson, obviously the floor is so good. Someone really had to have a massive night to beat Lamar Jackson. And there is scenarios too, where, you could have Marquise Brown go for a big night and Lamar Jackson could still be the captain because he's so explosive himself. So I think that's fine. Yeah, Marquise Brown's still in this lineup though as well. Obviously going up against a weaker Cleveland secondary. He just hasn't played good, quite frankly, most of the year. I know he had the big game on the last one, but that was off a fluke play. Cleveland secondary is definitely gettable, but again, it comes down to Baltimore being a run first team. And if they're running well early and they don't fall behind, you're just not going to see that many passes to the wide receiver in this offense, especially on a little bit of a windy night. So a little bit surprised Marquise Brown got up to 50, like four of the 7 lineups did it. But again, he wasn't like terrible or anything like that. I definitely get the correlation with Lamar Jackson, but just something that interesting that kind of popped out. I definitely like the Andrews play a little bit better, although quite frankly, he's only on 1 target too. So, neither one of those guys obviously lighting it up. So I think Njoku at 42% owned pretty much speaks for itself. He's cheap. A little bit surprised actually more people didn't use him just because of the price. Just looking around here at the lineups, I don't really see any other like super punt plays there. So I'm a little surprised more people didn't go to Njoku in this one. But right now, it definitely, if you don't have Lamar at captain in this one, you're not dead. I mean, the second place lineup has Mark Andrews there. Probably going to need, something special though to catch a guy with a Lamar at captain.
So we've got a 21-14 game right now with the Browns in front at the half. Live betting, courtesy of the DraftKings Sportsbook, the over-under has moved to 58 points, and the Ravens 7.5-point favorites. How do you feel about those lines?
Yeah, Ravens 7.5-point favorites. I mean, the time to get on the Ravens was probably when they were tied, right? I mean, they were running the ball well. You could clearly see that Lamar was getting lanes, like I said, and realistically, they were doing a pretty good job, like shutting down the Cleveland pass game. But now that we're over a touchdown, like I said, and I still kind of believe this. I mean, even if Cleveland loses this game, I don't think they're gonna get blown out in the second half. It doesn't feel like that. Chubb is still moving the ball. I would be a little bit loath to take any line of either of these two teams with more than 7 points. If this fell a bit, maybe Cleveland comes out and kicks a field goal or something. Then Baltimore might get interesting. But for me personally, no, it feels a little inflated now. Like I said, the time to get on Baltimore was probably sometime in the second quarter.
You have any fun, bold predictions for half number 2?
I mean, not really. I just feel like you're going to see a lot of what we saw in the first half, which was exciting. I mean, it's good football, but you're going to see guys keeping it on the ground, probably, a few more big runs by Chubb and Lamar. And, I think Cleveland is in a little bit of a bad spot because I don't know if they have the receivers to beat these guys in the secondary. So I guess my prediction might be that like the Baltimore defense finally comes through, maybe sacks Baker Mayfield for a fumble or something like that.
Here's my question. I think we anticipate Lamar Jackson hitting the rushing bonus. He's at 78 at the half. At 53 passing yards, do you think he even clears 150 yards there?
No, I don't. I don't think he clears 150 yards. I thought you were going to say 100 yards because that is actually on the table. I mean, I
feel like he's going to get to 100. 150.
Look, they're in front. They're in front. Like I said, if Dobbins starts breaking off first downs here, the one thing the Ravens are really good at is killing clock and going on those clock killing drives. You get 2 of those in the second half, and this thing will be over before you know it. So,
time for the third quarter. We're going to step aside. Be back with you at the third quarter break in just a little while. He's Jeff. I'm Adam. Thanks for being with us here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Welcome back, everyone. Here, third quarter break, DraftKings Leaderboard live. And at the moment, as we've got Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, it's kind of feeling like the Ravens starting to pull away here, 34-20. Of course, Cody Parkey, this should sound familiar. The man can't make a kick. But independent of that, a crucial turnover by the Browns late in the third there, leading almost immediately to a touchdown for the Ravens. And now it's just running backs or runners anyway galore getting involved in the scoring, Jeff. You got Lamar Jackson, he's rushed for 2 touchdowns. Gus Edwards, 2 touchdowns. Most recently, J.K. Dobbins, a touchdown. On the other side, Nick Chubb, 2. Kareem Hunt, 1. I guess the play was just roster Lamar Jackson and then all the running backs.
Yeah, I know. I mean, before pregame, we said, or I said, that I wouldn't be shocked if you saw 3 running backs in the winning lineup tonight. We have four running backs and Lamar Jackson, who's got under 100 passing yards. So if you like running, folks, if you like establishing the run, wow, you have come. This is like your dream game. This is the best game that is ever created. So, and you know what? It's been pretty entertaining. So you can't take anything away from these teams. They're obviously both good at what they do. Although the Ravens have definitely been a little bit better tonight. I kind of feel like Cleveland just getting away from their game plan a little bit too much, dropping Baker back there. I said I wouldn't be shocked if Baltimore came up with a turnover. There's the turnover, and now they're ahead 2 touchdowns. Really tough spot here up against the Baltimore secondary for Cleveland to come back from.
Browns do have the ball, so obviously it's not over yet. Maybe we'll see a wild fourth. It's been a wild game to this point, 54 total points, which is just kind of nutty, obviously. Taking a look at the 2.25 Monday Night Millionaire contest with $1 million going to first place, if in fact we wind up with a solo leader, and at the moment that is not the case. In fact, we got a pretty big tie for first right now. Out of the roughly 176,500 entries, it's a 127-way tie for first currently, Jeff. Lamar Jackson, the captain spot, has about 46 points there. Again, widely owned, almost 90%, 30% in the captain spot. You have Nick Chubb at 22 points. He has got that fire emoji. You also got the Kareem Hunt, about 15 points. Gus Edwards, about 18 points. J.K. Dobbins has 10. David Njoku, 7.5. And all these guys, with the exception of Edwards, reasonably popular. He's about 12% owned.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy to see a 4 running back lineup. It really is. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, especially at the top of, obviously I've seen it, but not at the top of a leaderboard like this. So, Njoku has kind of opened up a lot of spots, and you can get creative, and you could go ahead and roster all the running backs. I mean, none of these guys are super cheap either, right? Like, obviously Gus Edwards, the cheapest, and he's the lowest owned, but he's still 5,200. I mean, this wasn't an insane value play. So you really had to commit to this play, but it doesn't shock me that this is the type of game we're getting. Like I said, the top 5 rush defenses. Kareem Hunt, obviously, a player who relying more on PPR points, but as we see, he got the rushing touchdown as well. So high red zone usage from Kareem Hunt by the Cleveland Browns this year as well. He's scored touchdowns at a decent rate as well. Nick Chubb, he's got the 2 touchdowns. They've gone away from him a bit now that they're behind, and it's just unfortunate, but he still had a good game because that's kind of what Nick Chubb does. He's just so effective when he gets the ball.
We'll let everyone enjoy the fourth quarter. We will check back in, obviously, post-game or sooner if, in fact, the big play payday hits. What that requires is a 20-plus yard touchdown sometime in the fourth quarter. Wouldn't shock me with what we've seen out of some of the runners here in this one. Obviously, some good long passes as well. So if we get that into the end zone, we'll be back with you. Otherwise, post-game, and we will talk to you sooner or later. I can promise you that. Stay with us here on DK Leaderboard Live. Well, folks, just like that, didn't take long. The big play payday has hit with a 21-yard touchdown. Baker Mayfield to Rashard Higgins to really make this a game. We got 34-26 right now, but what that means first and foremost, Jeff, if people opted into that big play payday contest for free, by the way, you now have free entry into, of course, the $100,000 contest coming up on Sunday. So big fun for everybody.
Yeah, man. And look, if you don't know about the big play payday, people, go to the promotions tab on DraftKings. It's under there. You'll fit. There's tons of promotions, but find the big play payday. You know, when we have one, we'll tell you, but that's where you go and then you opt in and you get a free roll. It's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? Basically, it's right there staring you.
Costs nothing, Kaufman.
So what are we going to get here going forward with this game? Because obviously some other reasons that this is a game and not going to be a runaway seemingly here for Baltimore is that Lamar Jackson, at least as we chat here, is questionable to return. He's left with cramps.
Back to the locker room. Everyone assumed he was changing his cleats again, but he's questionable to return with, yes, the official word is cramps. So who knows, man? This, like I said on Twitter, this game is really interesting. I mean, I kind of wrote the Browns off after that last turnover, but you know, they march down the field and you're like, well, they can just get a score here. And then Baker runs outside, chucks it downfield, and we're within a score here and maybe no Lamar Jackson for a series or two, or maybe the rest of the game. There's all kinds of intrigue going on here. So yeah, no, I look, the real Hollywood of this game, Hollywood Higgins has shown up too. Baker's, getting outside the pocket a little bit. So I think the Browns are going to make this interesting. I predicted a close one-score game with some scoring. I didn't think it'd be this much scoring, but that's what we're getting. We're getting a close one-score game. I think it's going to come right down to the last drive.
This game is basically turning into a Stefan sketch from SNL. We've got a little bit of everything. It's unbelievable, this one. All the turnovers, all the key plays, the multiple quarterbacks on both sides, if we're going to give credit to Jarvis Landry as well. It's going to be fascinating to watch. We'll see what happens. Join us again here for postgame, obviously, on Leaderboard Live.